ever since Feng Luan returned to the Transcendence continent to develop, from the beginning of the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop to the present Dragon Phoenix Empire's pill and weapons, she had always been suppressed. If the Fire Lark clan wasn't around, the Dragon Phoenix Empire might have been directly destroyed because of the competition in the business of pills and weapons. Then, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop would still be the enemy of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire wanted to monopolize the weapons and pills, and the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop would never be willing to let the market be taken away. In the future, they would either give up or there would be a great war. When we become stronger, we will destroy the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, Guan Shuqing and the other girls said to Feng Luan with slight anger on their faces. When they were in the transvestite graveyard in the Luhai region, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had joined forces with the Demon Beast clan to join forces with the Blood Flow Empire to deal with them. This enmity must be avenged in the future. There's no rush. We've only developed for 4 years. Now that we've occupied so many domains, our development is much faster than before. 1 year later, we'll have the strength to destroy the Lone Cult and the Southern Royal Family. At that time, we'll be completely unafraid of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. We'll definitely be able to destroy them within 3 years. Feng Luan said with a smile. The financial resources of a force at this level are too powerful. Even if they are restrained by the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, we must be careful. When they were in the Flowing Sea region, they didn't send anyone, but mobilized a very powerful force. Prime Minister Gui continued, in the vast region, the three-legged situation has already taken shape. If they want to completely suppress us and even destroy us, only the Wuxia dynasty and the Southern Royal Family of the solipsistic sect are united. Isn't the Wuxia dynasty on good terms with Little Xian? Moreover, when we first came here, they even sent us some items to express their goodwill. Guan Shuqing and the others said. Let's hope so. Prime Minister Gui nodded. The three-legged alliance has already taken shape in the vast area. Based on the current situation, even if we fight, it won't be as miserable as it was in the past half a year. During the Great War, although our shops in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire region were expelled, due to the effects of the war, the sales of pills and weapons increased a little. But now, the sales of pills and weapons in our two families will be directly reduced by 1/3. This is 1/3. We can give up on that small place in the Flowing Sea region. We absolutely cannot give up on the vast region now. However, at this moment, in a trade city in the vast region, dozens of middle-aged elders gathered in an academy that had a historical foundation. Among them, there were artifact masters and alchemy masters. Each of them had an extremely high status. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were not only the two most powerful pill and weapon workshops in the Transcendental Continent, they also gathered the most powerful pill and weapon masters. In this city named Tianyun, the two most powerful pill and weapon academies in the vast region were gathered. One was the Life and Death Pill Academy, and the other was the Holy Item Forging Academy. All the powerful forgers and pill workshops in the vast region came from these two academies. These two academies were also opened by the Holy Item Forging Workshop and the Life and Death Pill Workshop. All the higher-ups of the two academies were gathered in the Academy Council building. An old man with a hammer in his hand glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Right now, the Dragon Phoenix Empire is developing too fast. Not long ago, they ruled the Flowing Sea region. Now, they have conquered a vast region. They don't allow us to enter their territory at all. After half a year of fighting, only my sect and the Southern Royal Family didn't have the slightest advantage. No matter what, as long as the Dragon Phoenix Empire exists, our losses will be extremely terrifying. In the future, if the Dragon Phoenix Empire takes over more areas, we can also retreat from the vast areas." In the opposite seat, an old man with long white hair and a white beard said with an unpleasant expression, "Let's not talk so much nonsense. We all understand the current situation. The headquarters has already given the order to do whatever it takes." The old man holding the forging hammer said with a cold expression, "With our strength, even if the two great academies support the Lone Cult and the Southern Royal Family, they won't be able to change the current occupation. Unless the Wuji Empire makes a move, otherwise it will be very difficult to destroy the three-legged tripod, the long-haired old man said directly. Then we will head to the Wuji Empire. As long as they are willing to offer conditions, we will agree. The old man holding the forging hammer shouted. It is said that Wuji Empire has a good relationship with Sky Demon. If we want them to make a move, I'm afraid. An old man frowned and said in a deep voice, Relationship? Now that Sky Demon is dead, what relationship does it have? In the face of benefits, those friendships are completely vulnerable. The old man holding the forging hammer said with a gloomy face. All right, in that case, let's go to Wuji Empire personally. The long white-haired old man stood up and said loudly, Go! Go! Immediately, the 20 to 30 grandmasters in the hall flew directly toward Wuji Empire. In the vast region, Wuji Emperor was now a pure land. The war did not affect the entire empire. During this period of time, many people rushed over to the peaceful Wuji dynasty, which made the entire dynasty even more prosperous. Wuji Imperial City was backed by Wuji Mountain, and the mountain peak was 20,000 meters tall. Wuji dynasty had 4 majestic characters, each of which was 2,000 meters tall, engraved on Wuji Mountain. The entire Wuji Imperial City was like an immortal city. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Life and Death Pill Academy and the Holy Item Forging Workshop of Tianyun City have come. They say that they have something important to discuss with Your Highness. In the Imperial Palace, a eunuch entered the Imperial study and reported to the current Emperor of the Wuji Empire. Oh? The Life and Death Pill Academy and the Holy Item Forging Academy. The king of the Wuji Empire was slightly stunned, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Let them in. Go to Wuji Mountain and inform the 2 ancestors. Call up Qing City and a few important officials. Tell them that there are people from the Holy Item Forging Workshop and the Life and Death Pill Workshop coming. Wuji Nation Master said slowly. He could already guess why the 2 great forces were coming. However, he could no longer make the decision on such a matter. It's the Emperor. The old eunuch immediately nodded and walked out. Soon, Master Blacksmiths and Master Blacksmiths walked into the Imperial study one after another. Everything was just as the Wuji king had expected. The 2 powerful forces hoped that the Wuji dynasty would make a move and change the current 3-legged situation. However, he didn't give any reply. Instead, he made them wait at the side. Father, ancestor. When Wu Qingchang came to the Imperial study room, he saw his father and the 2 ancestors there. He was slightly shocked and immediately bowed. Qingcheng, sit aside, Wu Jiqing said to Wu Qingchang. It's father. Wu Qingcheng looked at the Imperial study room curiously. The 2 ancestors came in person and there were 5 important ministers of the dynasty. What happened? What are the conditions offered by the Life and Death School and the Forging School? When he sat down, an old man sitting next to Patriarch Dark Eye asked Wu Jiqing. 5 elixir masters and 5 forging masters have served us for 100 years. 50 rank, 8 insightful void pills and 50 rank, 8 weapons. 5 rank 9 void interpretation pills and 5 rank 9 void interpretation weapons. The king of Wuji Nation said directly with an expression of shock on his face. Patriarch Dark Eye and the other patriarch also had an inexplicable expression in their eyes. This, Imperial Father, what's going on? The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop are going to... Wu Qingcheng heard their conversation and immediately stood up with a shocked expression on his face. The 2 forces want us to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Wu Jiqing looked at his son and said, What? Destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire? Why do they want to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire? Besides, don't we have a good relationship with the Dragon Phoenix Empire? Wu Qingchang was slightly surprised and asked loudly. Of course, the Dragon Phoenix Empire blocked their way of making money. I don't understand why the Dragon Phoenix Empire has so many pill and weapon masters. They can actually monopolize the pills and weapons of their own empire. Wuji Nation's king said in deep thought. Father, aren't we on good terms with the Dragon Phoenix Empire? Why are we? Wu Qingcheng said with a slightly unpleasant expression. Priest Wang had expelled the darkness soul from his body. This was a huge favor. And the relationship between the Dragon Phoenix Empire and Priest Wang was clearly a matter of opinion. As a king, you have to put the overall situation first. You have to put the empire first. That's what a good king is. Qing Cheng, if you want to become the ruler of the Wuji Empire, you have to be ruthless. The emperor is ruthless, and the country is above everything else. The Wuji ruler stared at Wu Qingchang and said slowly, if you want to take the position of your father, you have to put the overall situation above everything else. You have to put the interests above everything else. Back then, my strength was unrivaled in our Wuji Empire. At that time, my father still passed the position to my younger brother. If you don't have the courage, then don't take this position. Qing Cheng, can you do it? Patriarch Dark Eye smiled and said indifferently. As a powerhouse who had lived for thousands of years, would he be grateful to Priest Wang for saving Wuqing City for the rest of his life? Obviously, this was impossible. Not to mention that Priest Wang was already dead. Even if he was still alive, they would still put the Wuji Empire first and put profit first. Since ancient times, the ruthless king was not a joke. If they were born in an imperial family, they could even kill each other, let alone others. I know. Wu Qingcheng frowned. However, we don't have to directly attack the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. As long as the Dragon and Phoenix Empire doesn't lock down the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, won't everything be fine? That's right. Therefore, we can inform the Dragon and Phoenix Empire in advance. It's considered to be doing our best. Patriarch Dark Eye said. If it were another empire, what do you think they would choose? The Dragon Phoenix Empire, and we are both empires. We are in a competitive relationship. If we destroy them, not only can we get all their territory, but we can also get the rewards of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. In addition, I think this reward is too little. Dark Mark strength has already reached the peak of level 8 Void Interpretation. If we make a move at the end, the two big forces will raise Dark Mark to level 9 Void Interpretation. I hope that the Dragon Phoenix Empire will ignore our reminder. The old man next to Dark Eye Ancestor said with a smile. The other ancestor was once the previous king of the Wuji Empire. He naturally knew how to deal with the general situation of the empire. The king of the Wuji Empire and Dark Eye revealed expressions of interest. Once they made a move, the rewards would reach an unimaginable level. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were two forces on the continent. The rewards they could offer were definitely not limited to what they said. They could completely raise an expert at the peak of the 8th rank of the Profound Void tier to the 9th rank of the Profound Void tier. In addition, if they made their move, it would be equivalent to helping the Lone Sect and the Southern Royal Family. At that time, they could make the Dragon and Phoenix Empire's territory belong to their Wuji Empire. This would double the size of the entire Wuji Empire's territory. In the future, 2/3 of the entire territory would belong to the Wuji Empire. The future of the Wuji Empire would definitely become stronger and stronger. Alright, since that's the case, we'll inform the Dragon and Phoenix Empire first. We've already done a great deed by doing this. The king of Wuji nodded. In his opinion, reminding the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to let their life and death and sacred objects enter the city was already a great deed. This could be said to be a great deed, because if they did so, the rewards they would receive would be much lower, and they naturally wouldn't receive territories and the like. Of course, there was also a benefit to doing so. They didn't have to offend the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, and they didn't have to engage in a great battle. Once they made their move, they would have to face the Dragon and Phoenix Empire's 9th level Profound Void tier powerhouse. Imperial Father, let me personally make a trip to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire this time. Wu Qingcheng hesitated for a moment and slowly said from the side. Alright, then you go, Qingcheng. Remember, we also gave Priest Wang a very high reward for saving you. You don't owe him too much. Wuji King looked at his son and said faintly, It's father. Wu Qingcheng nodded. Wuji King ordered his men to summon the masters from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop over for another discussion. In the end, Wu Qingcheng led a group of people on the Shadow Lion and flew towards the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Your Highness, the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial City is right in front of us. It used to be the Ice Heart Imperial City. 3 days later, a voice was heard in the sedan. Wu Qingcheng opened his eyes and slowly picked up the wine flask at the side and walked out. He looked at the city in front of him and slowly raised the wine flask in his hand. This cup of wine is for the Priest King. Thank you for saving my life back then. He poured the wine into the cup and slowly poured it down. The second cup of wine is for a heavenly devil that even I am in awe of. He slowly poured it down and poured it onto the ground. The third cup of wine is for myself. The path of a ruler surpasses all living things. My will is in the world. My will is in Wuxia Imperial Court. All living things are chess pieces. I am a Go player. This is the path of a ruler. Who's up there? Come down immediately. At the city walls of the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City, more than 10 profound void martial experts flew directly into the sky. They stared vigilantly at the people of Wuxia City who were flying towards them in the sky and shouted loudly, Wuxia Imperial Court, Wuxia City, come to pay respects to the Dragon Phoenix Empress. Standing on top of the proud suns, Wuxia City said indifferently. Wuxia Empire's crown prince, Wuxia City? The dozens of void interpretation experts guarding the city wall sized up the people of Wuxia City and then extended their hands to invite them, please. Please take me to meet Empress Dragon and Phoenix. Wuxia City said directly to them. Yes. The leader in the center nodded. The crown prince of Wuxia Empire had come in person. So he must have something important. Your Majesty, the crown prince of Wuxia Empire requests to see you. In the Dragon Palace of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, Feng Luan, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls were sitting in the back garden. Feng Luan was surprised when she heard the report from the maid. Wu Qiqing is here? Tell him to wait in the Imperial Study. Feng Luan said directly and walked toward the Imperial Study. Empress Dragon and Phoenix. Entering the Imperial Study, Wuxia City cupped his hands towards Feng Luan. I wonder why the Crown Prince of Wuxia City is here? Feng Luan sat down and gestured at him. The relationship between the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and Wuxia Empire wasn't bad, but it definitely wasn't good either. When the two countries interacted, it was basically for the sake of benefits. Empress Dragon and Phoenix, there are two things that Wuxia City is here for. The first reason is that Priest Wang once saved my life. I, Wuxia City, am a grateful person. I would like to pay my respects to Priest Wang. Wuxia City said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. There's no need to pay my respects, and I can't pay my respects either. Feng Luan shook her head. Crown Prince of Wuxia City. Just tell me the second reason. That's really a pity. There aren't many people that Wuxia City admires in our lifetime. The younger generation even looks down on all heroes. Only Priest Wang commands my respect. Wuxia Chen shook his head regretfully. The second thing is that we have something to discuss with Empress Dragon Phoenix on behalf of our Wuxia Empire. Oh? What is it? Feng Luan asked curiously. Our Wuxia Empire has been on good terms with the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop for generations. This time, the two major forces have come to beg us. They hope that the Dragon Phoenix Empire can remove the restrictions on them. They hope that the market can be handed over to them. Wu Qingchang continued. His words caused Feng Luan's pupils to constrict slightly, and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. This is the decision of your Wuxia Empire? Feng Luan stared at Wu Qingchang and directly asked. Oh! Wu Qingchang felt Feng Luan's gaze and was startled. He slowly puffed out his chest and said, We have been entrusted by the two great forces of the transcendent continent to come here to mediate. What if we can't mediate? Feng Luan said indifferently. Then I don't know either. Wu Qingchang pursed his lips and pondered for a moment before continuing. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop are, after all, the most powerful forces in the entire continent. There are dozens of half-step void interpretation rank 9 experts and 2 longevity experts. It's not wise to make an enemy of such a force. Our Wuxia Empire also came to remind us out of kindness to avoid making a big mistake. He said slowly. Hee. Feng Luan smiled. Since we dare to drive the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop out of the domain, we naturally know them well. In the vast area, as long as your Wuxia Empire doesn't make an enemy of us, the two major forces of the extraordinary continent can't do anything to us. Even if they join forces with the Lone Sect and the Southern Royal Family. As Feng Luan spoke, she slowly drank a mouthful of tea and looked at Wu Qingchang indifferently. Upon hearing her words, Wu Qingchang's expression was somewhat unnatural. Since Empress Dragon Phoenix has already made up her mind, There's nothing Qing Chang can do. Wu Qingcheng stood up and cupped his hands. However, I still have to remind the Empress that the two major forces are, after all, the top forces of the entire continent. We can't afford to offend them. Farewell. As he spoke, he directly walked out. Feng Luan watched Wu Qingcheng leave, her eyes shining. Call Prime Minister Gui and Qing Yu over. There's something important to discuss. Feng Luan said to the old woman at the side. It's the Empress. Soon, Prime Minister Gui, Lan Qingwei, and the others came over. After hearing Feng Luan's words, all of their faces revealed solemn expressions. The only sect, the Southern Royal Family, and the Wuji Dynasty, the three super forces, have a total of 5 experts at level 9 of the Profound Void tier. Right now, only the Dragon Queen and the Phoenix Emperor have reached level 9 of the Profound Void tier. If the Wuji Dynasty really makes a move against us, we'll be in trouble. The worst thing had happened. The intervention of the Wuji Dynasty could completely change the situation of the entire vast region in an instant. Then what should we do now? Lan Qingwei asked with a frown. Little Xian hasn't resurrected yet. Even if she does, we are still at a disadvantage. Once the Wuji Dynasty really makes a move, we can only retreat back to the Flowing Sea region. Feng Luan said with a gloomy face. The great situation was going to be completely ruined because of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, the Holy Item Forging Workshop, and the Wuji Dynasty. It would be great if the Dragon King could be resurrected. In this way, we can move the Dragon Palace to the Sea of Desolation. Even if they join forces, we will still be invincible. Prime Minister Gui said with a frown. It should be soon. According to the news from the Dragon Palace, Little Xian's dragon body has begun to recover. Lan Qingyue looked at Feng Luan. Let's prepare for the worst first. At most, we can endure for 2 more years. When we come back, we will destroy all 3 major forces in the vast region. That's the only way. Feng Luan nodded, feeling somewhat unwilling. The Fire Cloud Sparrow had already started a war with the 2 major forces. With its strength, it was definitely at a disadvantage. What it wanted in exchange was a stable development. However, it didn't expect such a result. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire had no choice but to prepare for their escape. Feng Luan even rushed to the Flowing Sea region overnight, converting the resources in her hands into her own strength. In the Wuji Empire, 3 days later, Wuqing City sent the answer from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. This answer didn't make the Wuji Empire angry. Instead, a smile appeared on their face. Raise a peak stage rank 8 Void Interpretation expert to rank 9 Void Interpretation. Contact the Solipsistic Sect and the Southern Royal Family. We'll accept all the territories of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. If you agree, we'll agree too. The 2 conditions were passed on to the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. In the end, the 2 large forces gritted their teeth and agreed. If they lost a place like this vast region, their businesses would be cut off by 1/5. If they cut off their source of income, they would definitely kill them. Today, in the morning dynasty of Wuji Empire, the king of Wuji Empire announced that he would go to other regions not long ago and find that the people of the vast region were suffering because of the war. He was deeply saddened that the peaceful and vast region had fallen into the flames of war. The king of Wuji Empire called for peace in the vast region and for less conflict. The king of the Wuji dynasty said in the imperial court that ever since the appearance of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, the people in the vast region have been living in poverty. There have been wars and killings everywhere, accusing the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty of being inhumane. What exactly does the Wuji dynasty mean by what happened in the imperial court? Denouncing the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty publicly? 3 days later, a piece of news spread out from the imperial city of the Wuji dynasty and spread to the entire vast region. When everyone in the vast region heard this news, they were slightly stunned. What did the Wuji Empire mean by this? It's indeed as the Wuji Empire's king said. Ever since the Dragon and Phoenix Empire arrived, we've been trembling all day. When they didn't come, how peaceful our place was. That's right. I really hope that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire will scram back to their Flowing Sea region so as to avoid increasing the number of killings in our vast region. If the Wuji Empire helps the Lone Cult and the Southern Royal Family, we can totally destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire. It's impossible for the Wuji Empire to make a move. right? Once they join the war, although they can suppress the Dragon Phoenix Empire, they will still be angered, and the flames of war will spread to the Wuxia Empire. The Dragon Phoenix Empire is just an outsider. I hope that the three superpowers can work together to drive the Dragon Phoenix Empire out of the vast region or destroy it. I agree. The vast area is our territory. Why should we let the Dragon Phoenix Empire harm us? When this voice spread to other places, voices rang out once again. The streets and alleys of the vast area were all talking. Gradually, more and more people were shouting for the Dragon Phoenix Empire to get out of the vast area. Even some of the cities ruled by the Dragon Phoenix Empire and some warrior mercenary groups also thought so. Ever since the Dragon and Phoenix Empire had arrived in the vast area for 8 months, the entire vast area had fallen into the flames of war. The cities ruled by the Dragon and Phoenix Empire were all ruled by force, and the people's hearts were not united. Public opinion suddenly erupted in the entire vast area. Damn! To be able to create such a huge public opinion in such a short period of time, it must be the Wuxia Empire using their power. In the Dragon and Phoenix Empire's imperial palace, the He clan leader and He Sui clan leader were all gathered in the imperial palace. The He clan leader took a document and handed it to Feng Luan with an embarrassed expression. The Wuxia Empire wants to stand on the side of righteousness, and then announce that they are going to attack us. The He Sui clan leader said with a gloomy face. The development of an empire was different from a sect. The development of an empire required the support of the people and the support of experts. The Wuxia Empire's action was obviously to pave the way for what they were going to do next. Clan leader He Sui, you lead your clansmen to retreat to the land of the He clan's holy tree. Feng Wan looked at the news one by one, and her expression was somewhat awkward as she spoke to the He Sui clan's clan leader. HMPH, the Wuxia Empire is really something. War? Righteousness? Why didn't you say it when the only sect killed nearly 100,000 innocent people? The He clan leader roared with a gloomy face. The strong are the kings in this world. With the Wuxia dynasty joining us, let's retreat for now. We will come back 1 year later. Feng Wan said in a deep voice. We finally got the situation we are in now. We are not willing to retreat like this. Several important ministers said. In the current situation, we have to retreat even if we don't want to. Prime Minister Gui's face darkened. Emperor Feng, prepare to retreat. Retreat. Feng Wan nodded without the slightest hesitation. Emperor Feng, we will also take our leave. The He clan and He Sui clan's patriarch said directly with a bad expression. 1 year. You only need to endure patiently for 1 year. Feng Wan assured them. The two bowed and left immediately. The Wuxia dynasty has announced that in order to ensure peace in the vast region and prevent some outsiders from destroying the vast region, they have decided to join forces with the solipsistic sect and the southern royal family to expel or even destroy the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. A voice suddenly sounded in the city of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. The voice covered half of the city. Damn it! Capture the person who spoke and kill him. In the imperial city, some of the guards heard the sudden voice and their faces instantly darkened. Everyone in the imperial city was also stunned. The Wuxia Empire is going to make a move against our empire? Oh my god! The three major powers in the vast region are joining forces. Our empire is going to be destroyed again. To be honest, the policies of the Dragon and Phoenix Empress and the way she governs the country are very good. Sigh, the most pitiful ones are still us. When everyone heard this news, bitterness appeared on their faces. If the country was destroyed again, it could be said that they had changed several dynasties. At the same time, not only here, but also in the other cities of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, this voice sounded. The Wuxia Empire also officially announced that they were joining forces with the solipsistic sect and the southern royal family. Damn it, I didn't expect them to be so fast. When Feng Luan and the others received the news, they all looked embarrassed. Let's go. The girls felt humiliated, but they couldn't do anything about it. Woo-woo. Xiaolan flew out of the Ice Heart Lake, and everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire sat on her. The members of the Dragon Palace followed closely behind. Go back to the flowing sea area. Lan Qingyue patted Little Blue and looked around as she said in a deep voice. Woo-woo. Little Blue whistled and flew directly toward the flowing sea area. They've escaped. Everyone from the Dragon Phoenix Empire has escaped. I didn't expect them to escape. It seems that the Wuxia Empire has made the Dragon Phoenix Empire completely afraid. In the Imperial City, everyone looked at the departing soldiers and generals of the Dragon Phoenix Empire and said with a complicated expression, "Reporting. According to the news from the Dragon Phoenix Empire, everyone from the Dragon Phoenix Empire is quickly escaping towards the flowing sea region. At this moment, in the palace of the Wuxia Empire in the God Country ruins, a middle-aged man quickly came to report. In the middle of the palace sat 6 elders. The 3 super-powerful experts were all here. Apart from the 6 strongest experts from the 3 superpowers, there were also the people in charge of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, as well as the upper echelons of the 3 superpowers. Escape? Where can they escape to? Even if they escape to the flowing sea region, we must destroy them. Ha ha! An old man from the Life and Death Pill Workshop heard this news and laughed out loud with a savage face. Just nice. We will take back the flowing sea region's market this time. A trace of a smile appeared on the face of the old man from the Holy Item Forging Workshop. I want to make them pay with blood that is thousands and tens of thousands of times more. I want to make the Sky Devil, even if it is in the Netherworld, not be able to have peace. The Supreme Headmaster slowly closed his eyes, his cold voice penetrating people's hearts. All disciples of our sect, listen up. Follow me to the expedition to the flowing sea region and destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Leave no one alive. In the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, a voice filled with killing intent suddenly resounded throughout the entire sky. The entire Divine Kingdom ruins, which spanned thousands of kilometers, could be heard clearly. This is the voice of the Supreme Sect Leader. What is our sect trying to do? In an instant, everyone in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom was slightly stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Everyone looked towards the direction of the Wuxia Empire in unison. Disciples' orders. At this moment, in the east, the disciples of the only sect flew directly into the sky. Everyone in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom hurriedly turned around, their faces filled with shock. All the disciples of the Solitaire sect had come. There were more than 20,000 elite disciples, each of them exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Especially at the front, there were more than 2,000 insightful Void Realm experts. After 8 months of battle, these experts represented the entire strength of the Solitaire sect. All the disciples of the Southern Royal Family are psychic. Follow me to the flowing sea region and destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Let them know that if these small flowing sea regions dare to provoke us, the result will be their own destruction. Just as everyone in the God Country ruins was shocked by the solipsistic sect, the Southern Royal Family's Nangong Zhanghe's voice sounded. His voice was also filled with rage and fury. We will obey the Patriarch's orders. Experts from the Southern Royal Family in the God Country ruins flew into the sky. More than 20,000 experts and disciples responded loudly. The only sect, the Southern Royal Family, do they still have? In the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, looking at the 2 terrifying armies from the east and west, shock appeared on their faces. They muttered and suddenly had a guess in their hearts. 8 months ago, the leader of the flowing sea region, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, came to our vast region and started a war. In 8 months, the entire vast region was plunged into misery and blood flowed like a river. Today, our Wuxia Empire has decided to make the blood-stained Dragon and Phoenix Empire pay with blood. Not long ago, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire fled to the flowing sea region after hearing that our Wuxia Empire had interfered in the chaos in the vast area. They committed crimes in our vast area and plundered countless resources. Now, they want to run away. Do they really think that our vast area is easy to bully? Today, our Wuxia Empire, together with the solipsistic sect and the Southern Royal Family, has decided to send troops to the Sea of Flowing Waters region to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire in order to prevent them from making a comeback. Very quickly, the doubts and guesses in everyone's hearts were solved. The Wuxia Empire's king directly floated in the sky, and his voice of justice and vastness spread throughout the entire Divine Kingdom ruins. Everyone was shocked. A few days ago, Ever since the Wuxia Empire's imperial court had announced that the Wuxia Empire's king was dissatisfied with the war in the vast region and condemned the Dragon Phoenix Empire, everyone had a premonition. Now it had finally come true. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, from the east and west, everyone from the Solitaire sect and the southern royal family flew towards the sky above the Wuxia Empire. Oh my god! Look, that is the supreme guardian group of the Solitaire sect. There are 7 experts at the 8th level of the Profound Void tier, and all the experts behind them are riding on the Skylark. That is the battle group of the Howling Sky-Patterned Wolves of the Southern Royal Family. All of the 100 Howling Sky-Patterned Wolves are at the 5th level of the Profound Void tier, and all of them are riding on experts above the 5th level of the Profound Void tier. At the back, even if they are not experts at the Profound Void tier, they are still the best battle group in our vast area. The unrivaled battle group. The Wuxia Empire's strength is the strongest. The Shadow Lion, the Wuxia Empire's strongest subsidiary race, the Shadow Lion Demon Beast race, over 1,000 Shadow Lions. It's simply too domineering. Everyone in the Divine Kingdom's ruins had their eyes on the 3 large factions in the vast region. They raised their heads and looked up, their hearts filled with shock. This could be said to be the strongest power in their vast region. Even the weakest was at Transcendent Level 9. Just by floating in the sky, they gave off an immense pressure. Normally, any faction would be able to cause the vast region to tremble 3 times. Now that the 3 major factions had joined forces, one could only imagine how terrifying it was. It was so terrifying. We will march into the vast region. 10 days later, we will return triumphantly. A strong confidence and righteous voice rang out as figures flew towards the front of the Wuxia Empire's army. Out of the 3 teams, the most powerful was the Wuxia Empire's army. There were close to 50,000 experts, which was about twice as many as the Soliloquy sect and the Southern Royal Family. During these 8 months, the neutral Wuxia Empire did not suffer any losses. On the contrary, their strength had increased by a lot. Right now, the strength of the Wuxia Empire was only a little weaker than the combined strength of the Unitary sect and the Southern Royal Family. The Wuxia Empire had truly become the strongest superforce. All the forces that are following us in the battle follow us immediately. The Supreme Sect Master's figure instantly appeared in front of the Unitary sect as he coldly shouted. In the vast region, all the forces that are second-rate and above follow us in the battle. The Patriarch of the Southern Royal Family also shouted. Haha, the School of Life and Death Elixirs and the School of Holy Item Forging will go to war together. Let's watch some reckless people die. The Green Wolf sect is ready to go to war. The Green Mountain sect is willing to go to war for the vast area of 100,000 kilometers. The sects, and dynasties that had long learned about the battle immediately flew over with all the swordsmen. They arrived behind the 3 superpowers, and there wasn't the slightest bit of surprise in their eyes. They had already received news of the 3 superpowers joining forces to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire in the past 2 days, and they had long since made preparations. The only surprise was that they had originally planned to head to the Dragon Phoenix Empire and directly destroy it, changing it to the area of the Flowing Sea. However, this didn't have much of an impact on them. With the alliance of the 3 superpowers and the strength of almost all the experts in the vast region, wouldn't it be an easy task to destroy the Flowing Sea region? If they couldn't even defeat the Flowing Sea region, then it would be a waste for them to be one of the 10 great regions of the vast region. One had to know that the area of their vast region and the number of experts were more than 10 times that of the vast region. All forces follow us. The Wuxia Nation Master's gaze swept across everyone behind him, and a trace of strong confidence appeared on his face. There were about 120,000 people, with the lowest being at the rank 9 Transcendence Realm, the Void Interpretation Realm, and the Demonic Beasts. There were more than 10,000 of them. In the entire vast region, 90% of the Void Interpretation Realm experts had gathered. Let's go! The Supreme Headmaster's face revealed a trace of savage excitement as he roared. Yes! Roar, roar! Everyone immediately responded. The demonic beasts, feeling the intense battle intent, let out roars. The 120,000-strong army quickly flew towards the Flowing Sea region. With their speed, they would be able to arrive in 5 days. According to the Wuxia dynasty, they would return triumphantly in 10 days. This was because they didn't put the flowing sea region in their eyes at all. Boom, boom, boom. 120,000 people, vast and mighty. Although their numbers couldn't reach the tens of billions of people, they were all the strongest experts in the vast region. The weakest was at the 9th rank of the extraordinary realm. What kind of concept was this? Any one of them, if placed in the flowing sea region, would be able to establish a 1,000-year clan. These 120,000 people were the strongest existences among the hundreds of billions of people in the vast region. Each of them could be said to be 1 in a million experts, especially at the front. 6 elders stood at the front. The 3 ancestors of the Wuxia Empire all rode on the dark shadow lion of the 8th rank of the profound void tier. The 10-meter-long dark shadow lion had a dignified face and terrifying demonic chi shook. Its dignity was inviolable. The supreme headmaster stood on the body of a giant green bird of the 8th rank of the profound void tier. The giant green bird, which had spread its wings and was 20 meters long, also emitted a sharp edge. The 2 ancestors of the southern royal family rode on the 2 sky wing wolf kings with huge wings. 6 top-tier experts of the 9th rank of the profound void tier, invincible existences in the vast area. Hiss, the 3 superpowers almost used all their strength. This time, it's for real. The Wuxia Empire actually has 3 experts of the 9th rank of the profound void tier. My god, didn't they only have 2 in the past? Invincible, this lineup is simply invincible. 6 experts at level 9 of the profound void tier and more than 40 experts at level 8 of the profound void tier. Killing the Dragon Phoenix Empire is a piece of cake. The Dragon Phoenix Empire is at most 50-50 with the lone cult and the southern royal family. But now, the strength of the Wuxia Empire is almost no weaker than the 2 superpowers. This battle, there is a 100% chance of winning. We should destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire in the flowing sea region and let you be arrogant. Since you dare to come to our vast region and start a war, you deserve to die. In the Divine Kingdom ruins, everyone looked up in awe as all the factions in the vast region flew towards the flowing sea region. Everyone was filled with excitement towards this journey. No matter what, the Dragon Phoenix Empire was an outsider and an invader. They were the ones who started the war. Now that all the forces in the vast region had joined forces, it was exciting. The invader must die. However, at this moment, Fengluan, Lan Qingyue, and the others who were standing on Shaolan didn't know that the entire army of the vast region was chasing them. That's the barbarian goddess giant beast. There seem to be many people on it. What are they trying to do? The Wuxia dynasty has decided to deal with them. I think the barbarian goddess and the Dragon Phoenix dynasty are running away. They should be heading toward the flowing sea area. It seems that they are going to run away. If they don't run away, the Wuxia dynasty will be able to destroy them directly. They are the ones who are going to start a war in our vast area. Fengluan, Lan Qingyue, and the others, who were standing on Xiao Lan's figure and had sensitive ears, could faintly hear the voices coming from below. This made their expressions turn ugly. The Wuxia dynasty's actions are even more disgusting than the solipsistic sect and the southern royal family. If they want to fight, they'll fight. Now, they're fighting for benefits and they're standing at the moral high ground fighting for the peace of the vast area? It's really shameful. Sun Lingxiu said with some disgust. We have to take revenge for this. Lan Qingyue pursed her lips. My cultivation base has just stepped into the 8th rank of the profound void tier. Soon, I will be able to fight against a 9th rank profound void tier expert. In 2 to 3 years, Little Blue will be able to evolve again. After evolving, Little Blue can sweep across the entire vast area. We don't have to rush. 1 or 2 years. We can afford to wait. Fengluan looked down at the territory below. Her face was filled with strong confidence. In the face of this situation, if she were to rely on herself, she might be depressed and disappointed. However, with Wang Xian, Lan Qingyue, and the Dragon Palace around, other than a hint of unwillingness, she didn't feel too disappointed. Just as Lan Qingyue said, if she was given another 2 to 3 years, wouldn't it be easy for Shaolan to turn into a giant beast in the longevity realm and sweep across the entire vast area? One day, we will make a comeback and make the entire vast area respect us as kings. Behind them, a group of important ministers from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire said with determination. Xiaolan was traveling at a fast speed. With her speed, she could reach the Luhai region in a day. Eh? That's the Wuji dynasty, the solipsistic sect, and the Southern royal family, as well as a group of first-rate and second-rate forces. What's going on? A few hours ago, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty fled to the Flowing Sea region. All the forces in our vast region are heading in that direction as well. Are they trying to kill us? Oh my god, almost all the forces in our vast region are making a move. They're trying to destroy the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Feng Luan rode on Little Blue's back as the three super factions flew behind her. When everyone in the city below saw this scene, shock appeared on their faces. The three super factions could already represent the vast region. The vast region wanted to destroy the Flowing Sea region. Time slowly passed. Feng Luan, Guan Shuqing, and the others used a day to return to the Flowing Sea region. Everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire returned to the Imperial City. Feng Luan followed the Dragon Palace and returned to the Dragon Palace. Judging from the situation of Little Xian, he should be resurrecting soon. The group of girls came to the dragon pool immediately. They looked at the dragon body lying inside and said softly. This time, they did not take the failure of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace to heart. Although they failed, the Dragon Palace had received a huge improvement. When Wang Xian woke up, they could still continue the battle. Time passed day by day. All the forces in the vast region were approaching the Luhai region bit by bit. Feng Luan and the rest had no idea that the three major forces had come to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire. As time passed, Wang Xian's body was already formed in the dragon pool. The 150-meter-long dragon body was shining with a 5-colored radiance. The 5 elements circulated in his body. He lay there quietly like a divine object. I'm just a little bit away from fusing the heart of light and darkness with my body. Wang Xian, who had long regained consciousness, felt his body and revealed an excited expression. The current him could be completely resurrected, but he did not choose to wake up. The heart of light and darkness had been completely fused, but he wanted to fuse the heart of light and darkness with the body of 5 elements. During the near 1 year of resurrection, 60 to 70% of the time was spent on the balance between the heart of light and darkness and the 7 attributes. Now he was at the final step. Once he succeeded, Wang Xian would be able to grind the 5 elements above his head and step on the yin and yang poles. At that time, his combat strength would receive a huge boost. It might not be comparable to half-step longevity, but it should not be too difficult for him to kill a 9th-level profound void martial artist. Is the Luhai region in front of us? Just as Wang Xian was immersed in the dragon pool, the 3 superpowers and a group of strong people from the vast region had arrived at the fringe of the Luhai region after 5 days. 120,000 strong people were looking at the region in front of them with slight curiosity. There were 60 to 70 places in the entire transcendental continent at the level of the Flowing Sea region. Compared to the vast area, it was a barren small place. Many people had never come to the Flowing Sea region in their entire lives. It was not because they disdained to come, but because it was very difficult for the weak to cross the North Flowing Sea. Let's fly forward and find a city to ask for directions. The Supreme Hierarch's cold gaze swept across his eyes. His eyes contained a faint killing intent. The 120,000 people continued to fly forward. Soon, a city appeared in their line of sight. Compared to the vast area of the city in front of them was undoubtedly much simpler. Humph, a small place like this can produce a power like the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. It's really rare. The 2 ancestors of the Southern royal family stared at the city in front of them with disdain in their eyes. It's not like you haven't seen the power of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire before. You can't be careless. One of the ancestors of the Wuji Empire reminded the Southern royal family and the solipsistic sect lightly. Didn't your Wuji Empire confirm that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire only has 2 experts at the 9th level of the Profound Void tier? Since there are 2 of them, why should we be afraid? With just the strength of your Wuji Empire, you should be able to directly destroy them. The Supreme Headmaster glanced at the 3 ancestors of the Wuji Empire with an unpleasant expression and snorted softly. Previously, the only sect and the Southern royal family had thought that the Dragon Phoenix Empire had 3 level 9 profound void martial experts, so they had always been very afraid. However, they didn't expect that the Wuxia Empire would tell them that there were only 2. This made them slightly angry. If they had known earlier, they would not have been so timid. Hee, we only learned about it not too long ago. The Wuxia nation master smiled. In terms of information, the Wuxia Empire was the strongest. However, they had only received this information after the Dragon and Phoenix Empire had left. Based on the information they had received, they could already confirm that the old man called Emosha had already left. He didn't belong to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Let's go, I can't help but want to start a massacre. Southern Emperor Jiang, he said coldly as he flew towards the city in front of them. Boom! The Supreme Headmaster's figure also moved and he immediately flew over. He was like a hurricane of over 10 levels as he flew towards the city in front of him. City Lord of the city, come out immediately. The Supreme Headmaster flew over the city and his voice entered everyone's ears. Pucci! Hearing the Supreme Headmaster's voice, everyone instantly felt a sweetness in their mouths and a mouthful of blood was spat out. Some of the weaker people even fainted. Oh my God, is this a god? How terrifying, a voice that almost shattered my heart. Everyone in the city was shocked as they looked in the direction of the Supreme Headmaster in disbelief. Soon after, they saw an army of 120,000 people flying towards them from the sky. They could feel a terrifying pressure and killing intent from everyone in front of them. Sir, I am the city lord of the Willow City of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. May I know what your orders are? A middle-aged city lord was shocked when he heard this voice. When he flew out of the city lord's mansion and saw the Supreme Headmaster and his 120,000 troops, he was shocked and quickly bowed. Dragon Phoenix Empire? When the Supreme Headmaster heard these words, his eyes revealed a sinister expression. I have descended to this tiny place of yours to destroy you. The Supreme Headmaster raised his arm ruthlessly, and a palm that could destroy a radius of 10 kilometers instantly condensed in the sky. What? Lord, spare my life. The city lord of Lu City saw that the other party had attacked without a word and felt the incomparably huge palm in the sky, and his heart was greatly shocked. Die! The Supreme Headmaster's tyrannical arm waved, and the palm that covered a radius of 10 kilometers directly attacked the city lord of Lu City. Not good, run. Ah, it's over, it's over. What a terrifying aura. My God, are they devils? Below, when everyone in the city saw this palm, they shouted in shock. A palm that covered a 10-kilometer radius, what kind of concept was this? To them, it was simply a world-destroying thing. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire city seemed as if it had encountered an earthquake of over a dozen magnitude. With a single palm strike, all the buildings collapsed. In the center, within 10 kilometers, the ground sank 50 meters. Over 100,000 people died directly from this palm strike. Stupefied. Everyone in Willow City was stupefied. What kind of expert was this? How did they offend such an expert? Everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, die. The Supreme Headmaster's face revealed a ferocious expression. He raised his arm again and another palm that covered a radius of 10 kilometers appeared. Boom! Another attack and the entire city was covered in dust. Screams, cries for help, and screams instantly covered the entire city. All the people who were still alive looked at the Supreme Hierarch in fear, their faces filled with shock. In their eyes, he was a devil from the abyss. All right, Supreme Hierarch, leave some people to ask the Dragon and Phoenix Empire's imperial city. Dark Eye Patriarch said indifferently. With a wave of his arm, more than 10 people flew in front of him. Lord, spare my life. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The more than 10 people who were caught by Dark Eye Patriarch shouted in despair. Shut up, he shouted softly. The more than 10 people seemed to be hypnotized and their eyes were dull. Soon, information came out of their mouths one by one. Let's go. After killing the powerhouses of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, you can do whatever you want. Dark Eye Patriarch threw the more than 10 people away and said indifferently. The Supreme Headmaster flew toward the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City expressionlessly. The sect that hated the Dragon Phoenix Empire the most was the Solipsistic sect. Originally, the solipsistic sect was the strongest among the three superpowers, but now it was the weakest. The entire solipsistic mountains had been destroyed. One could imagine how furious he was. The 120,000-strong army flew toward the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City, leaving less than half of the people in Willow City with shocked gazes. What kind of enemy has our Dragon Phoenix Imperial Dynasty provoked? Is our Imperial Dynasty going to be destroyed? Some people muttered in fear. The surviving city executives immediately opened their communication stone plates and sent the news over. A terrifying and invincible army of experts had arrived at the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. A terrifying and invincible army descended upon the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. This information was quickly transmitted to the cities and headed towards the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The current Luhai region was very different from the previous Luhai region. The entire region was completely controlled by the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Be it the families, sex, or sex, they were all restricted. A single word from the Dragon and Phoenix Empress could destroy any clan or force. However, within the short period of time when the Dragon and Phoenix Empire was unified, all the passageways of the cities were opened up. Vicious beasts attacking cities? Demonic beasts wreaking havoc? They didn't exist at all. Once a city, even if it was a town, encountered a vicious beast attacking a city, all they needed was a single piece of information, and the Dragon and Phoenix Empire's army would immediately head over. In the past, at least a few cities in the Luhai region were attacked by ferocious beasts every year, and tens of millions of people were eaten by ferocious beasts. Now, this wouldn't happen at all. Order entered every corner of the Luhai region. This made the people of the Luhai region feel extremely grateful towards the Dragon and Phoenix Empress. The entire Luhai region was flourishing, and there were more and more experts. Report. There's news from Lu City that a terrifying and invincible army has arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. One expert killed hundreds of thousands of people in 2 moves. The news quickly reached the Imperial Palace of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. What? An invincible army has arrived? Killed hundreds of thousands of people in Lu City in 2 moves. The expressions of the important officials of the empire changed drastically when they heard the news. Her Majesty the Empress is in the Dragon Palace now. Report immediately. The expression of the important minister of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty changed drastically, and he hurriedly flew toward the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was not very far away from the Imperial City, so the information was quickly transmitted to Feng Luan. What? Feng Luan, who was with Lan Qingyue, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls, had a drastic change in expression. The range of one move can cover a radius of 10 kilometers. Only an expert at the 9th rank of the Profound Void martial stage can do that. An invincible army of more than 100,000 appeared near the North Flowing Sea and came to destroy us. It must be a vast area. Could it be? Feng Wan's expression changed slightly and her thoughts turned 100 times in an instant. Her expression slowly became solemn. Could it be that the experts from the vast area came to our Flowing Sea area? Guan Shuqing and the other girls also realized the seriousness of the problem and asked with an embarrassed expression. 100%. Since they dared to come, then the Wuji Empire must have come. Feng Luan said with a gloomy face. They had come. She didn't expect that the Wuji Empire had actually killed their way to the Flowing Sea region. They didn't have any enmity with the Wuji Empire. Now that they had given up on the vast region, they were still chasing after them. Those who didn't know would think that there was some deep enmity. The Wuji Empire's methods are very ruthless. Once they provoke them, it's best to eradicate them. They're not wrong. But a monstrous flame appeared in Feng Luan's eyes. Let's go. Feng Luan's expression was somewhat ugly as she immediately flew towards the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. We'll go to Prime Minister Gue. Send the members of the Dragon Palace to the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. Lan Qingyue and the other girls said with serious expressions. It's the Dragon Queen. Prime Minister Gue frowned and nodded. The group quickly flew into the Imperial City. The Imperial City was transformed from the tomb of a demi-human, and the entire dynasty was enormous. It had the prodigy stage and many other paradises. The main hall became the center of the dynasty. There were no city walls in the Imperial City because the Invincible Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty didn't need city walls. Enter alert. Prepare for battle in the north. Feng Yuan flew into the Imperial City and immediately shouted. Her cold voice resounded throughout the entire Imperial City. What's the situation? Alert? Alert for what? Who dares to invade our Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty? Is there an invasion? Is it a fierce beast or something? Who dares to invade our Dragon and Phoenix Empire? They are courting death. There were 60 to 70 million people in the entire Dragon and Phoenix Imperial City. Most of the experts in the Luhai region were gathered here. When they heard Feng Yuan's voice, all of them had shocked expressions on their faces. Who dared to invade the Invincible Dragon and Phoenix Empire in the Luhai region? Alert? The north? Could it be? However, when the soldiers and generals who had followed Feng Yuan to fight in the vast area heard these two words, they all had solemn expressions on their faces. Could it be? The experts from the vast area are here, right? If they are here, then the experts from the Wuxia Empire are definitely here. Not good. The expressions of the soldiers and generals changed drastically. Quick, quick, head to the north immediately. All the soldiers immediately flew towards the north. Because there were no city walls, everyone stood on the plains. In less than 5 minutes, hundreds of thousands of soldiers stood in neat rows. In the sky, void interpretation experts rode on all kinds of powerful mounts. Many experts of the demonic beast clan also floated in the sky. Behind them, the curious citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire numbered in the tens of millions. They were discussing in shock, who was the intruder that made the Empress personally come over. Everyone was looking at the Empress at the front. Reporting to the Empress, according to the information from Willow City, with the speed of the intruder, they should arrive in our Imperial City in an hour. A minute ago, there was a message. The Spirit Heart City along the way was destroyed and more than half of the millions of people died. According to the information, the hundreds of thousands of troops were divided into 3 waves of forces. One by one, the message reached Feng Yuan's ears again, causing her to tightly clench her arms. It seems that the Wuxia Empire has also arrived. This time, it's going to be troublesome. Guan Shuqing and the other girls frowned and said solemnly. Emperor Feng, the 3 forces of the vast area are joining forces. It's a war between the vast area and our flowing sea region. We are no match for them. There's only one way now, which is to retreat and defend the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gui suggested to Feng Yuan with a frown. Retreat and defend the Dragon Palace. A level 4 Dragon Palace could defend against the attacks of experts below the age of 10,000, and the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace could be increased by 4 times within a range of 1,000 kilometers. What kind of concept was this? It was easy for one to fight against 4 people. Even if all the experts in the vast area descended, the Dragon Palace would not be afraid. Retreat and defend the Dragon Palace? Feng Yuan's expression changed, and she quickly shook her head. She said embarrassedly, no, with the viciousness of the experts in the vast area and the hatred of the solipsistic sect, if we retreat and defend the Dragon Palace, they will slaughter the entire Luhai region. Sister Feng Yuan, we are not their match at all. Guan Shuqing and the others' expressions changed slightly when they heard her words. They are not my match. Feng Yuan clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. No, didn't you say that once you transform into a fire phoenix, you will be easily discovered? If you transform today, even if you kill them, your identity will be 100% exposed in the future. After being exposed, with the Phoenix Dynasty's strength, it'll be very difficult to turn things around. Lan Qingyue immediately retorted. Boom. Then, just as Lan Qingyue's voice sounded out, waves of terrifying aura suddenly charged over. An invisible aura rushed over from a direction of dozens of kilometers. What kind of aura is this? Below. All the soldiers were shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Behind them, the expressions of the tens of millions of people from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire also changed drastically. The aura of this onslaught caused them to tremble. We didn't even see the enemy's figure. Yet a terrifying aura was transmitted over this. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters who have rewarded us. Please subscribe and support us. Thank you. What kind of enemy has our Dragon Phoenix Empire provoked? In the north of the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City, tens of millions of people were standing at the back. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Imperial City were staring at the void in front of them. There was no enemy in the void, but that terrifying aura and killing intent had already charged at them from dozens of kilometers away. This caused everyone in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to reveal extremely grave and shocked expressions. Even Feng Luan, Lan Qingyue, and the others watched with grave expressions. Woo woo. At this moment, a whistling sound was heard. Little Blue's incomparably huge body slowly flew over. On Little Blue's body stood many disciples of the Dragon Palace. The Heavenly Eye Arrow Division, the Starwood Dragon Seed, the Thunder Division, the Dragon Guard. The disciples of the Dragon Palace stared at the sky in the north with sharp eyes. The experts of the Dragon Palace are here too. With the experts of the Dragon Palace here, we have nothing to worry about. Not necessarily. Even the experts of the Dragon Palace are here. The enemy must be very powerful. Everyone in the Imperial City was discussing in shock when they saw the giant beast and the members of the Dragon Palace. Everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Empire knew that the Dragon Palace was much more powerful than the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire. They felt a chill in their hearts as they let out a sigh of relief. The enemy that could make the experts of the Dragon Palace come here was definitely not weak. Roar! Ha ha ha, Dragon Phoenix Empire. Run? Do you think you can escape? Today, even if you cross the region, I will destroy you completely. At this moment, the roars of fierce beasts and demonic beasts came from the north. Then, a domineering voice came and figures appeared faintly. What's that? Upon hearing these voices, the expressions of everyone in the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial City changed drastically as they stared fixedly at the north. Figures slowly appeared. First, 6 old men who were riding on terrifying demonic beasts appeared in everyone's line of sight. Following closely behind them were a group of experts who were exuding a terrifying aura and had arrogant expressions on their faces. From the moment they entered the Flowing Sea region and passed by a few cities, all the experts in the vast region discovered that the Flowing Sea region was such trash. In the entire city, they could easily pull out a void interpretation expert and a few transcendents to destroy them. They were on completely different levels. All of them were filled with strong confidence towards this cross-region battle. All disciples of the vast region, listen up. An elder of the Wuxia Empire rode on the Shadow Lion and lightly shouted. Yes, the 120,000 experts of the vast region responded loudly. Kill the enemy. The Supreme Headmaster roared, his face filled with a ferocious killing intent. Kill! An earth-shaking roar came from the mouth of the 120,000 experts of the vast region. The 120,000 people quickly flew towards the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. The powerful aura that each of them carried directly swarmed forward. Over 10,000 insightful Void Martial experts, the lowest rank 9 extraordinary experts, charged over with a terrifying killing intent. The entire sky underwent a terrifying transformation, and the clouds in the sky directly scattered. An invisible and suffocating aura condensed in front of them. An even more powerful aura directly charged over like a fierce wind and tsunami. Get ready! All the generals of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire saw the charging aura, and their faces changed drastically as they immediately shouted loudly. Yes! Hundreds of thousands of soldiers stared at the front and shouted loudly. Oh no! Feng Luan's expression slightly changed when she saw the charging aura. Buzz! A staff appeared in her hand instantly. She spread out her arm and blocked the terrifying aura in front of her. Boom! The two auras collided and the terrifying aura was directly blocked by half by Feng Luan. However, this was after all the aura of the strongest army in the vast area. The remaining aura directly swept towards the back. Not good! What kind of power is this? Oh my God! What a terrifying pressure! The hundreds of thousands of soldiers felt the aura coming towards them. It was as if death was pressing down on their necks. Ah! All the soldiers below Transcendent Level 9 all retreated backwards, their legs trembling as they fell to the ground. What? This, just the impact of the aura, how can it be so terrifying? Who are these people? How can they be so strong? The tens of millions of people in the imperial city behind watched this scene in shock. Just the impact of the aura, more than half of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire's most elite army actually collapsed to the ground. How could they fight? This was just the impact of the aura. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. Only my sect, Southern Royal Family, and Wuxia Empire, the three major forces of the vast region, have all arrived. When those generals saw this scene, their faces all became unsightly. They stared at the 120,000 troops in front of them with some fear in their hearts. When Feng Luan saw this scene, her face also became gloomy. In terms of pure strength, if the Dragon Palace wasn't present, the current Dragon and Phoenix Empire wouldn't even be a match for the only sect. Even if they had the Dragon Palace, they wouldn't be a match for the Wuxia Empire. Haha, the trash in the Luhai area. We can kill more than half of them with just one charge. The trash area is the trash area. They dare to start a war in our vast area. Today we will destroy them. After being arrogant in our vast area, they still want to escape? The 120,000-strong army flew 5 kilometers ahead. They were flying in the sky, and when they saw that the army had fallen with a single attack from them, their faces revealed an arrogant expression. The mocking words were said without restraint, and everyone's faces revealed disdainful expressions. Hee hee. The 6th-9th level Profound Void tier experts also laughed coldly. Everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, kneel down and bow your heads. We will give you all a complete corpse. An ancestor from the Wuxia Empire held a dark magic staff in his hand as he spoke from above. Wuxia Empire, you bunch of hypocrites, do you really think that we are afraid of you? Lan Qingyue stared at them as she spoke with an icy expression. Barbarian goddess, do you really think that our vast region is afraid of your little Luhai Empire? A patriarch of Wuxia Empire said indifferently. Dragon Phoenix Empire, you entered our vast region to stir up trouble and harm our disciples. Our vast region, the 3 superforces led all the experts in the vast region to come and kill you. Today will be the day you die. Wuxia King said to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire with a righteous expression. Blood must be repaid in blood. Dragon and Phoenix Empire, go and reunite with the Sky Devil. The Supreme Patriarch raised his hand with a grim expression. Everyone from the Southern Royal Family also raised their weapons with hatred. The vast area. Our Dragon and Phoenix Empire has provoked the vast area. They are actually the experts of the vast area. Moreover, all of their experts have been mobilized. My God, how are we supposed to defend against them? This isn't a battle of the same level at all. The vast area. It's over, it's over. The tens of millions of people behind the Dragon Phoenix Empire heard their words and their faces instantly turned pale. The vast region was also known as the Upper Region by the Flowing Sea region. If the Flowing Sea region was a small village, then the vast region was a city. The two were not on the same level in terms of level or number of experts. If all the experts in the vast area came to destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, how could they resist? All the experts in the vast area, get ready. Don't leave a single one alive. I want nothing to grow here. The Supreme Sect leader roared with a savage expression. Only blood could be used to pay tribute to the people of their sect who had died. Die! The Supreme Sect leader raised his arm and a palm that was 10 kilometers wide appeared in the air. In the eyes of everyone in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, the enormous palm was like the anger of a god. Everyone was shocked. When had they ever seen such a terrifying attack? Buzz. A red phoenix pattern appeared between Feng Luan's eyebrows, and she waved the staff in her hand. A firebird flapped its enormous wings and directly met the enormous palm. Come, destroy this bunch of trash. Kill everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Kill them all. Hee hee, a bunch of trash. How dare they act so arrogantly in our vast area? Die! Under the Supreme Hierarch's order, all the experts from the 120,000 Corps instantly released a terrifying killing intent. They all held weapons and charged forward. Members of the Dragon Palace, prepare to kill. Prime Minister Gui frowned and immediately ordered when he saw the situation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for merging the heart of light and darkness and comprehending the Dharma idol, yin-yang dual polarity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for merging the 5 elements of light and darkness and evolving into a yin-yang 5 elements dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the 7 elements of light and darkness and comprehending the Dharma idol, yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl. Ding! The light and dark 5 elements have fused. The light and dark fire dragon eyes have evolved into the yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Outside the imperial city, at the instant when the war broke out, system notifications appeared in Wang Xian's mind in the dragon pool in the dragon palace. Wang Xian, who was lying quietly in the dragon palace, slowly opened his pair of dragon eyes. One was yin and the other was yang. The 5 elements were circulating. His pair of dragon eyes seemed to be able to illuminate the heavens. His body was slowly floating above the dragon pool. An incomparably huge Taiji diagram appeared below his body. The Taiji diagram was about 200 meters in size. One was light and the other was dark. In the area of light, there was a dark divine dragon entrenched. In the dark area, there was a light divine dragon entrenched. The 2 divine dragons were lifelike. Phew! I've finally completely fused with them. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. The fusion of light and dark and the fusion of the 5 elements was much stronger than he had imagined. I've comprehended 2 types of Dharma images. Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Name Wang Xian. Race: yin-yang 5 elements divine dragon, able to transform into a human. Level: 4th level of the void interpretation stage, 3rd form of the divine dragon transformation. Dragon crystal: 123.112764 billion / 10,000 billion. Avatar: rules the water tribe below its level. Devourer of life to extract dragon glass. Control the 5 elements. Kung Fu dragon transformation. Supernatural power. Soul, spirit, yin and yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Facsimile: 5 elements big mill, palm dragon country, dragon head world, 10,000 li dragon body, yin and yang poles, yin and yang 5 elements bowl. Dragon palace. Level 3. Dragon palace member, 19,796. The attributes have undergone a huge change. The supernatural powers, light and darkness are gone. The aspect of the abyss demon dragon is also gone. This is because the yin and yang bowl of the 5 elements can completely replace the supernatural powers and aspect. Wang Xian looked at his attributes and was very satisfied. He was considered the first yin and yang dragon of the 5 elements in the history of the Divine Dragon clan. He was a dragon of 7 attributes. There was a yin and a yang in his eyes. There were 5 elements surrounding him. As he felt the violent power in his body, Wang Xian felt that his strength had increased by at least 1 level. It took me more than 8 months to resurrect this time. Guan Shuqing and the rest are worried. I didn't even know to welcome them when I woke up. Wang Xian thought to himself. He moved his body and instantly appeared in the Dragon King's hall. Greetings, Dragon King. The clam girl in the Dragon King's palace immediately greeted him respectfully. Where are the Dragon Queen and the rest? Where are the people from the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian's gaze swept across the Dragon Palace. Under the eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements dragon, there were not many members in the entire Dragon Palace. Reporting to the Dragon King, the experts from the vast region have come to attack the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The members of the Dragon Palace are currently. Before the clam girl could finish her sentence, Wang Xian suddenly lifted his dragon head. His yin and yang eyes seemed to be able to see through the void as he looked in the direction of the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial City, the solipsistic sect, the Southern Royal Family, and the Wuxia Empire. Good. Is the entire force from the vast region here? As he swept his gaze across, a terrifying killing intent burst out from Wang Xian's eyes. Yin and yang circulated and the 5 elements flowed. His body disappeared instantly. The control of yin and yang teleportation. The current strange demon possessed the Dharma idol of teleportation. It could teleport within a radius of 10 kilometers. And the current Wang Xian could teleport within a radius of 20 kilometers. Furthermore, he could teleport twice consecutively. After that, he only needed 10 minutes of rest. Teleportation was originally the symbol of a powerhouse in the realm of longevity. However, Wang Xian was the same as Xiaolan. As one of the top bloodlines in the universe, they were able to possess such talent before reaching the realm of longevity. After 2 teleportations, Wang Xian's figure instantly appeared 40 kilometers away. Following that, his dragon body flew at a terrifying speed. No matter what the reason is, I will make all of you pay a heavy price today. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Kill! His eyes were staring straight ahead. The 2 cold pupils formed an illusory dragon eye of the yin-yang 5 elements. The 2 dragon eyes were each 10 meters in size. The clear pupils were emitting a dense and imposing aura. The dragon eyes charged forward at an even more terrifying speed. Kill! On the battlefield, the Supreme Hierarch's palm was defeated by Feng Yuan. The 120,000 experts of the vast area attacked the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and the members of the Dragon Palace with ferocious expressions. The aura of absolute suppression made them look ferocious and excited. Let's take action and finish them off as soon as possible. The 3 patriarchs of the Wuxia Empire looked at each other and said indifferently, "Okay." The 3 people nodded slowly. "You are forcing me." When Feng Yuan saw the 6-rank 9 void interpretation experts preparing to attack, the flames in her eyes jumped. Roar! At this moment, a dragon roar was heard. What's that? 2 eyes. Everyone looked over, and when they saw 2 10-meter-long dragon eyes, they were slightly stunned. Vast area, are you here to die? Are you looking for death in this vast area? 2 huge pupils flew over. One was black and the other was white, and the 5 elements were surrounding them. Seeing these pupils, everyone couldn't help but feel slightly shocked. These pupils were too strange. However, what shocked everyone even more was that the dragon pupils actually made a sound. The 2 dragon eyes were suspended in the air for 1,000 meters, and they were filled with killing intent as they stared at everyone in the vast area. What are these things? The 3 ancestors of the Wuxia Empire who were about to make a move were slightly stunned as they stared at the 2 enormous dragon eyes with some vigilance. What are those? What strange pupils? All the soldiers and citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire looked over with faces filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with doubt. 2 vivid pupils floated in the sky, as if they were monitoring the heavens. Under the gaze of these pupils, everyone felt their hearts palpitate. It's the Dragon King. It's Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian has been resurrected. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace, Guan Shuqing, and the others looked excited when they saw this pair of pupils and the familiar aura. I'm asking you, are you here to die? Another cold voice filled with killing intent was heard. This cold voice didn't come from that pair of strange and mysterious eyes, but from the east. Everyone had already stopped what they were doing and looked to the east in unison. A figure 150 meters tall. Everyone was extremely familiar with this figure, because this figure had stirred up the wind and clouds in the entire vast area. Compared to the monstrous demonic chi or the figure that covered the sky and covered the sun, the figure in the east was only 150 meters tall. However, the 5 elements millstone that was floating in the sky had a circumference of 10 kilometers. It was also the yin-yang tai chi that was floating below. The 5 elements millstone was above his head while he was standing on the yin-yang tai chi. The 5 elements millstone was spinning while the yin-yang tai chi was spinning. Wang Xian was suspended in the middle as he stared coldly at everyone in the vast area. It's the Dragon King. Haha, it's the Dragon King. The Dragon King is here. This is so cool. Is the Dragon King a god? What is that thing that looks like a millstone in the sky? What is that light and darkness thing beneath him? It's simply the descent of a god. The Dragon King is here. As long as the Dragon King is here, what do we have to fear in the vast region? Before the members of the Dragon Palace could get excited, all the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City cheered excitedly. In the eyes of the people of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, the Dragon King had long become an invincible god. From the establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire to the unification of the Flowing Sea region by the Dragon Phoenix Empire, it had only been less than 3 years. Every time the Dragon and Phoenix Empire faced a crisis, the Dragon King would be able to resolve it easily. The people's trust in the Dragon King had reached the level of blind worship. Upon seeing Wang Xian's appearance, everyone's faces were filled with excitement and excitement. Phew! Little Xian's strength seems to be much stronger than before. Feng Luan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Wang Xian flying over in a domineering manner. Once she transformed into a fire phoenix, she would really be on a path of no return. What? This is the Sky Demon? This is the Sky Demon? Isn't the Sky Demon already dead? How is this possible? What a terrifying aura. Who is he? However, at this moment, everyone in the vast region was stunned. The Wang Xian who flew over was exactly the same as the Sky Demon they saw back then. Even his voice was the same. However, wasn't the Heavenly Demon already dead? How could he still appear? Heavenly Demon, I didn't expect you to still be alive. The Supreme Headmaster was the first to recognize Wang Xian's aura. When he saw Wang Xian, who was exuding a powerful aura, his eyes were filled with brutal killing intent. The Heavenly Demon was actually alive. Wuxia Empire, I didn't expect you guys to get involved as well. Wang Xian completely ignored the Supreme Sect leader. The current him could completely disregard the solipsistic sect. He stared at the three patriarchs of Wuxia Empire and swept his gaze across everyone in Wuxia Empire. There was no emotion in his eyes. I didn't expect Reverend Wang to still be alive. When Patriarch Dark I saw Wang Xian's sudden appearance, he frowned slightly. Priest Wang, the name of the Saint of Light, was conferred by Patriarch Dark I back then. Let me introduce myself. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian. Anyone who dares to offend the Dragon Palace or the Dragon Phoenix Empire will be executed. The killing intent on Wang Xian's body gathered rapidly as his figure moved. Carrying the five elements Great Mill and Yin-Yang Tai Chi, he attacked the three patriarchs of the Wuxia Empire directly. Arrogant! So what if you are a Sky Demon? Do you think you can fight against our Wuxia Empire? The Patriarch of Dark Patterns, who had just advanced to the 9th level of the See-Through Void tier, shouted coldly when he saw Wang Xian coming at him. He waved his arm and numerous dark spears that were 1,000 meters in size directly attacked Wang Xian. Since you have provoked our Wuxia Empire, we will let you die again. The other Patriarch of the Wuxia Empire stared at Wang Xian with murderous intent. One by one, the Dark Lions attacked Wang Xian. The Wuxia Empire is not something you can invade. Patriarch of the Dark, I sighed softly. Hee. Wang Xian smiled when he saw the three patriarchs of the Wuxia Empire attacking him. I'll use you guys to test my strength. Yin-Yang Dual Polarity activate. Buzz. Yin-Yang Dual Polarity. Light and darkness enveloped the area. The shadow of Yin and Yang Taiji appeared around Wang Xian. Buzz. 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 The long spears, the berserk beasts, and the ghostly shadows landed on Wang Xian's body and were easily deflected by the Yin-Yang Dual Polarity. When the three patriarchs of Dark Eye Clan saw how easily Wang Xian deflected their attacks, they were slightly shocked. Yin and Yang Concealment. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. His gaze landed on the weakest patriarch of Dark Mark Clan and his figure moved. Boom. On the Yin and Yang extremes, the light instantly rippled in the surroundings. Everything within a radius of 10 kilometers was instantly covered by the light. Disappear. The three patriarchs of the Wuxia Empire felt the light around them and their bodies shook. The monstrous devil flames quickly chased away the light around them. Pooh! Ahoy! Suddenly, a scream came out of nowhere. Dark Mark. The faces of Patriarch Dark Eye and the other patriarch changed drastically when they heard the voice. They quickly turned around. Wuxia Empire. No matter what your reason is, if you dare to invade the Dragon Phoenix Empire, we will fight to the death in the future. Today, I want to see how many of you can escape from the Flowing Sea region. A cold voice came from afar. Dark Eye Patriarch and the other patriarch's eyes instantly turned blood red. They stared at the dark mark that was directly cut off by the dragon claw. An expert at level 9 of the see-through realm was actually killed in an instant. Moreover, this was in a 1-on-3 situation. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace and all the generals of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, listen up. Kill! Wang Xian's voice covered the entire sky. Kill the enemy! Bang! A loud roar was heard. Carrying an invincible stance, the 5 elements grinding on top of his head and his feet stepping on the yin-yang tai chi. Wang Xian waved his dragon claw heavily. A corpse was thrown directly towards the front of the army of 120,000 people in the vast area. The Dark Mark Grandmaster, a newly advanced expert at level 9 of the see-through realm in the Wuxia Empire, was actually killed in an instant. Furthermore, he was fighting against the other 2 patriarchs of the Wuxia Empire at the same time. In front of the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire apart from Wang Xian, there was silence. The corpse landed heavily in front of them, causing everyone to widen their eyes. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. This was an expert from the Guardian clan of a level 9 see-through expert. Now, he was actually killed directly. In the past 1,000 years, there were only 2 level 9 see-through experts who died. And these 2 were all killed by the Sky Demon. The Sky Demon that has been resurrected seems to be even more terrifying than before. A terrified expression appeared on the faces of all the experts in the vast area. To instantly kill a rank 9 profound void martial expert who could match such an invincible appearance. No one present could match him. This made them recall that 8 months ago, the Sky Demon led his subordinates to charge into the headquarters of the Lone Sect and kill Patriarch Fengqi. After this battle, the vast region was shaken. However, the Sky Demon was even more terrifying now. Kill! All the members of the Dragon Palace roared with excitement when they saw the Dragon King kill a level 9 profound void martial expert. Ring, ring, ring. The Dolphin clan played the battle music and all the archers of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division charged forward with their bows and arrows. In the current Dragon Palace, there were more than 15,000 profound void martial experts, and only 5,000 disciples had yet to reach the profound void martial realm. Even the weakest insightful void stage powerhouse could resist against a second-level insightful void stage powerhouse. As for the 120,000 troops in the vast region, the number of insightful void stage powerhouses was only about the same as the Dragon Palace. However, with the addition of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire's insightful void stage powerhouses, there were more than 20,000 insightful void stage powerhouses in the Flowing Sea region. Just now, what was missing was the peak combat strength of the 9th level of the insightful void stage. Now that Wang Xian had arrived, there was no lack of peak combat strength. Kill! When the Seathruff level members of the Dragon Palace flew down from Shao Lan's body, all the powerhouses in the vast area were stunned. How can they have so many powerhouses? There are more than 10,000 of them. They also have more than 10,000 Seathruff level powerhouses. Oh my god! How can there be so many powerhouses in such a small flowing sea region? The 120,000 strong army trembled. At the strongest position, a group of profound void tier experts were resisting the arrows from the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division. However, just as they thought that they could withstand the arrows, a wave of special sound waves suddenly transmitted into their minds, causing the bodies of the profound void tier experts to stiffen. Awe! A miserable cry was emitted from the mouth of the profound void tier experts. The Heavenly Eye Arrow Division had 1,000 insightful void realm experts. With the help of the Dolphin clan, a round of arrows was shot down. In addition, the arrows were smeared with the poison created by the 8-pointed commander. In an instant, 200 to 300 insightful void realm experts were killed. This was an extremely terrifying number. Face the enemy. Face the enemy. We are a majestic and vast region. Why would we be afraid of a tiny place like the Flowing Sea region? Kill! When the King of Wuxia saw the sudden burst of combat power from the Dragon Palace and the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, everyone was shocked and shouted loudly. Next, it's your turn. In the middle of the battlefield, Wang Xian looked at Patriarch Dark Eye and the other Patriarch of Wuxia Empire and said coldly. In the sky, an invisible destructive power swept towards the 2 of them. Kill! The 2 patriarchs from the Wuxia Empire had extremely gloomy expressions. They gritted their teeth and growled. Eye of Darkness. Dark Storm. The 2 of them waved their arms and a terrifying dark light shot out from their eyes. The other one raised both his arms and the sky was instantly covered by darkness. Countless dark raindrops attacked Wang Xian. The two of you want to fight against me? After the short clash just now, Wang Xian had a better understanding of his own strength. The yin-yang taiji below him spun and numerous shadowy shadows of the taiji appeared around him. The dark storm and the eye of darkness landed on it, but they were all blocked outside. The most powerful aspect of the great grinding of the five elements was healing and destruction. The most powerful aspect of the yin-yang taiji was its defense and concealment. The yin-yang dual polarity was activated. As long as the attack power did not exceed a certain level, it would be able to completely block outside. Suppress. As the attacks landed around him and were blocked, Wang Xian shouted softly, "Roar! Roar! Roar!" On the five elements millstone, the five divine dragons of the five elements roared and pulled the five elements millstone. Streams of energy of the five elements formed a mountain and headed straight for the two of them. The mountain peak, which was thousands of meters high and filled with the aura of destruction, looked extremely terrifying from a distance. Dark Mad Lion devours the sky. Dark Mad Lion devours the sky. The two patriarchs of Wuxia dynasty waved their arms, and a 10,000-meter wide head of the Dark Mad Lion appeared in front of them. The Dark Mad Lion raised its head and opened its huge mouth, biting toward the huge mountain peak. Wang! A terrifying collision was heard and the head of the Dark Lion, which was 10,000 meters long, trembled. Following that, it slowly trembled under the impact of the mountain peak and gradually disappeared. The mountain peak, which was filled with destructive aura, shook in the direction of the two patriarchs of the Wuxia Empire. So powerful! Roar! 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 The faces of the two patriarchs of the Wuxia Empire changed drastically. Their mount, the Dark Lion, which was a level 8 insightful void tier, died under the impact of the five elements' destructive power. Their bodies were also sent flying for thousands of meters. Southern Emperor Zhanghe, come and help us. We are no match for the Sky Devil. Quick! Quick! As the dark-eyed elder was sent flying, one of his palms was hit by the invisible destructive power and two of his fingers disappeared immediately. His pitch-black pupils were filled with fear as he shouted loudly. What? The two patriarchs of the Southern royal family were working together to fight against Shaolin. When they heard the patriarch of the Wuxia Empire's plea for help, their expressions changed slightly. Southern royal family's Zhanghe looked over uncertainly. He gestured to the other elder and flew over. With the three of us, kill the Sky Fiend as soon as possible. Nangong Zhanghe flew over and roared loudly. It's enough that we can resist him, but you still want to kill him? Patriarch Dark-Eye said with a gloomy face when he heard Nangong Zhanghe's words. His gaze swept to the area below him and his expression sank. The power of the flowing sea region had completely exceeded their imagination. Not only were the Sky Fiends invincible, but there were also experts who were invincible. Sword Chi swept across several thousand meters. It was a ruthless and decisive golden swordfish. The thunder prawns that held the thunder hammer and thunder spear covered in lightning. The deadly arrows, the violent dark demon monkeys, and the dancing fiery red thorns. In the battle against their 120,000-strong army, they were actually at a complete advantage. If it were not for the fact that they had more profound Void Tier 8 powerhouses, they would have been defeated by now. What? Nangong Zhanghe, who was charging towards Wang Xian and the rest, heard the words of the patriarch of Wuxia Empire and his face instantly sank. Even with the strength of 3 people, they could only defend at most? The moment the Sky Demon appeared, he killed one of them. Now he was fighting against 3 of them alone. There were also 2 experts at level 9 of the See-Through Void who were fighting against the Supreme Sect Leader and another patriarch of the Southern Royal Family. Their peak combat strength was completely on par. Woo woo woo. Right at this moment, Little Blue's furious voice was heard. Boom boom boom. Following that, a terrifying collision sound was heard. Southern Emperor Zhanghe hurriedly looked in the direction where he flew over. Oh no! Looking over, his expression instantly darkened. Just now, the 2 experts of the Southern Royal Family were fighting against the space behemoth, leaving several thousand meters long wounds on its body. Then, at the instant he got up, The enormous body of the behemoth directly crashed towards the direction of the 120,000-strong army below. The ancestor of the southern royal family directly stabbed a large blade that was several thousand meters long into the body of the behemoth. However, the terrifying behemoth seemed to feel no pain as it continued to charge forward. Its incomparably huge body immediately collided with the bodies of several hundred profound void martial experts. In an instant, several dozen weak profound void martial experts directly turned into blood mist. The bodies of several hundred others instantly became flat and lost their vitality. The blood mist entered the body of the giant beast and was quickly absorbed. The wounds healed at a terrifying speed. This scene caused another ancestor of the southern royal family to feel a wave of fear. The recovery and vitality of the space beast was too terrifying. He was alone. Even if the other party didn't retaliate or dodge, he would have to kill for a few minutes before he could kill it. And this giant beast had killed dozens of his subordinates in an instant. Dragon country in the palm. Wang Xian saw that their experts were working together to fight against him. There was no hint of fear on his face as he waved his dragon claws. In an instant, the huge dragon claw clawed downwards. He placed his target among the 120,000 soldiers below. How dare you get distracted when you are fighting with us? Fire is raging. Explode! Nanhuang Jianghe was furious when he saw Wang Xian ignoring the three of them and attacking downwards. He waved his hand and a fireball expanded at a terrifying speed. It attacked Wang Xian. Abyss heaven-piercing spear. Abyss heaven-piercing spear. Patriarch Dark Eye and the other patriarch unleashed a powerful single-target attack in a fit of rage. Even though your Sky Fiend is very strong now, he is not strong enough to ignore us. The three of them were filled with a monstrous killing intent. Let's try our strongest defensive Dharma idol. Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl. Wang Xian growled and a Tai Chi alms bowl slowly appeared around him. Around the Tai Chi alms bowl, 5 divine dragons of the 5 elements circled around it. The alms bowl slowly draped over Wang Xian's dragon body. The entire alms bowl was like a cape. The pressure was overbearing. Placed on top of the dragon body, it gave off a sense of mystery and elegance. Powerhouses from the vast region. How dare you invade us? Die! The Yin-Yang 5 Elements alms bowl appeared. Wang Xian completely ignored the attacks of the 3 level 9 void interpretation stage powerhouses in the sky. His dragon claws, which were a few kilometers in size, directly attacked the dozens of level 8 void interpretation stage powerhouses below him. Oh no, the Sky Demon actually dares to divert his attention to deal with us. When the dozens of level 8 void interpretation stage powerhouses saw the terrifying dragon claws, their faces revealed a look of fear. They hurriedly dodged to the side. Roar! Dragon Head World. Wang Xian opened his dragon mouth and activated his Dharma idol once again. Dragon Head World. In an instant, a dragon mouth that was 3,000 to 4,000 meters in size shot out an invisible force of destruction. A long river appeared directly on the battlefield. Buzz! Ah! 7 to 8 powerhouses of the 8th level of the Seeping Void tier were covered by the long river of destruction. The Gray River passed through a distance of 20 kilometers. The Gray River drew a dividing line across the entire battlefield. However, what made everyone in the vast area even more fearful was that the river of 20 kilometers had drowned 7,000 to 8,000 people. These were 7,000 to 8,000 top-notch experts in the vast area. There was only a total of 120,000 troops, but 7,000 to 8,000 of them were wiped out in an instant. It was definitely a huge loss. Sky Demon, you're courting death. The 2 patriarchs of the Wuxia Empire saw Wang Xian killing 7,000 to 8,000 experts in one move. Most of the people who were killed were from the Wuxia Empire. This caused their eyes to turn red instantly. One of the patriarchs of the Wuxia Empire moved. He did not attack Wang Xian. Since Wang Xian was killing their disciple, he had to return the favor. Yin-Yang 5 Elements alms bowl, unravel. Wang Xian saw one of the patriarchs of the Wuxia Empire flying toward the members of the Dragon Palace. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. His body trembled. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements alms bowl on his body completely disintegrated. The yin-yang 5 elements Om's bowl was formed by the 5 elements power in his body, the light and darkness heart. The defense was almost invincible among the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. When the yin-yang 5 elements Om's bowl was unsealed, it immediately transformed into 3 divine dragons. The 5 elements divine dragon, the light divine dragon, and the darkness demonic dragon. Before Wuxia had completely fused with the heart of light and darkness, he had a dharma idol, the abyss demonic dragon. Due to the heart of darkness, he could summon a powerful demonic dragon. After the light and darkness were completely fused, the dharma idol, the abyss demonic dragon, disappeared. However, the disappearance did not mean that Wuxia could not use it. On the contrary, he was even more powerful now. The yin-yang 5 elements Om's bowl had transformed into 3 divine dragons. Each of them possessed the strength of a 9th level void interpretation. Even if they were only comparable to an expert like Patriarch of Dark Patterns who had just entered the 9th level void interpretation, they were still extremely terrifying. However, after the yin-yang 5 elements Om's bowl transformed into a divine dragon, Wuxia's own strength would be reduced by a lot. He could only match up to an ordinary 9th level void interpretation. Even so, it was enough. Roar! 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 The 3 divine dragons let out 3 wild roars and attacked the 2 patriarchs of Wuxia Empire and Nangong Jianghe respectively. Seeing the 3 divine dragons that suddenly flew out from Wuxia's body, Patriarch Dark Eye and the other 2 had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. In particular, the aura emitted by the 3 divine dragons was not weak at all. Illusory items kill them as soon as possible. Patriarch Dark Eye stared at the 3 divine dragons with his black eyes. His body trembled and an incomparably huge demonic shadow held a sickle in his hand as he charged towards the divine dark dragon. Roar! Roar! The divine dark dragon's body rolled and bit the demonic shadow heavily. Crap! Another patriarch of Wuxia Empire who wanted to kill the disciples of the Dragon Palace was entangled by the light dragon god. After 2 collisions, his face turned ugly. It would take him at least 10 minutes or even half an hour to kill it. Dragon body of 10,000 miles. All the powerhouses in the vast area. Take this. In the center of the area, a terrifying divine dragon was rampaging within a 10-kilometer radius. Without the power of light and darkness of the 5 elements, a divine dragon could kill in all directions just by relying on its physical body. All the powerhouses in the vast region. Take this. The huge dragon's voice spread across a radius of 100 kilometers. With a body of nearly 10 kilometers, dazzling dragon scales under the sunlight, and gigantic dragon claws, it directly crushed the powerhouses in the vast region. The war had only started for less than 10 minutes. Just now, Wuxia's attack had killed 7 to 8 see-through Void Tier 8 experts and 7 to 8,000 other experts. This caused the vast area to be at a complete disadvantage. Now, Wuxia once again relied on his powerful physical body to charge towards the remaining 110,000 troops. How the fuck is he going to receive the attack? Where's the Patriarch? Block the Sky Demon. Otherwise, how are we going to fight? An expert at level 7 of the see-through realm looked at the terrifying body within a 10-kilometer radius. He was so afraid that tears almost flowed down his face. Receive this attack? We are more than 1 meter in size. How can we receive an attack from a 10,000-meter-long creature? Who can receive it? Boom. 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 However, even if they couldn't receive it, they had to receive it. Wuxia waved his dragon claws and swept them with his powerful physical body. The air exploded as the dragon claws swept past. All the experts at the see-through realm and those at the half-step to the see-through realm were like ants in his eyes. Under his terrifying strength, all the figures were sent flying and their bodies were completely deflated. No one could withstand a single strike from Wuxia. Even the experts at the 8th level of the see-through level were sent flying for thousands of meters by the terrifying dragon claws. They were only left with half their lives. The sounds of miserable shrieks could be heard continuously in an instant. The army that was left with only 110,000 soldiers was defeated immediately. Oh my God! The Dragon King is too violent. He is a godly beast that descended from the sky. He is so powerful. Haha. There are so many experts in the Dragon Palace. There are more than 10,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. This is too awesome. Invincible, the Dragon King is invincible. He can fight against 3 people at the same time. He is so powerful. The Dragon King is invincible, the Dragon Palace is invincible, and the experts in the high and mighty area are going to be defeated by us. With the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King here, who dares to mess with the Dragon and Phoenix Empire? Behind them, tens of millions of people in the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial City stared at the war with wide eyes. The powerhouses in the high and mighty area had arrived, and their momentum alone was enough to defeat them. However, the powerhouses in the high and mighty area were being slaughtered. The battle in the sky was like a fight between immortals. Especially the invincible posture of the Dragon King, it was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Our Phoenix Emperor is also very strong. With the Phoenix Emperor and the Dragon King in the future, our Dragon Phoenix dynasty might be able to establish a foundation for 10,000 years. The relationship between the Phoenix Emperor and the Dragon King is so good, and it's a man and a woman. Do you think that, in the future, the balance of the war had been broken and all the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City heaved a heavy sigh of relief? They were talking excitedly. In fact, they were even discussing the private affairs between the Dragon King and the Empress. Stop the Sky Demon. We can't let him continue killing all the disciples in the vast area. Run, run. Patriarch Dark, I was suppressing the divine dark dragon in front of him. However, he could not kill him quickly. Seeing Wuxia wreaking havoc on the battlefield, the vast area was completely defeated. His pitch-black pupils were bloodshot as he roared loudly. Run, run now. This is too terrifying. Run. Return to the vast area. Upon hearing Patriarch Dark Eye's order, the experts from the vast area who were defeated by Wuxia on the battlefield below did not hesitate at all. They immediately fled in the direction of the vast area. Let's block the Sky Demon and the other 2 experts. Patriarch Dark Eye forcefully blocked the attack in front of him and attacked Wuxia's dragon body. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace, chase after them. All the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, chase after them. Wuxia ordered loudly while Feng Yuan shouted as well. The experts from the vast region had already charged into the flowing sea region. How could they let them escape with peace of mind? Kill! Kill! All the members and experts of the Dragon Palace chased after the army from the vast region with excited faces. All the experts in the vast area who thought that they were gods had never thought that they would be so miserable. The appearance of the Dragon King and the experts of the Dragon Palace made them all feel terrified. Whoosh! 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 The experts in the vast area fled, causing the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division to completely let go. Each of their members rode on the Phoenix Dragon Seed and shot life-chasing arrows at the half-step void interpretation experts of the extraordinary 9th rank. There was nothing they could do. The void interpretation experts were the fastest to escape, so they could only leave the weaker ones behind. After rounds of attacks, the corpses fell down like raindrops. Just a few rounds of attacks from the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division had killed more than 10,000 people. Why is it like this? Oh, don't kill me! The weaker ones looked at the experts of the Dragon Palace and the soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire with despair on their faces. They gritted their teeth and tried their best to escape. Is there any use in escaping? We will reach the vast area. The 2 patriarchs from the Wuxia Empire, the 2 patriarchs from the Southern Royal Family, and the Supreme Sect Master were fighting against Wuxia, Xiaolan, and Feng Yuan with all their might. Looking at the army that was fleeing in the vast area, Wuxia revealed a mocking expression. Sky Demon, it's impossible for you to destroy us. Upon hearing Wuxia's words, Patriarch Dark Eye's expression changed drastically. The Sky Demon was actually going to attack their vast area. To the 3 superpowers, this was a great humiliation. Even if we can't destroy them, we can still cause the 3 superpowers to suffer heavy losses. Wuxia revealed a cold smile. Wuxia, Xiaolan, and Feng Yuan could completely suppress the 5 strongest experts in the vast region. However, it was a little difficult to kill them. Just like when he was in the Solitaire sect after he consumed the violent blood pill, He could only use the method of mutual destruction if he wanted to kill Patriarch Fengqi. With Wang Xian's current strength, he could fight against 4 people at the 9th level of the see-through void tier. 3 of them were not his match. As for 1 or 2 of them, he could kill them quickly with his full strength. However, it was extremely difficult to kill the 5 of them. If they were not careful, Xiaolan and Fengluan would be injured by both of them. Boom! 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 In the sky, their fight continued. Even if the 5 top-notch experts in the vast region were injured, they could only hold on. Because once they escaped, their vast region's 120,000-strong army would all remain here. If that was the case, the entire vast region would be completely crippled. Run! 10 minutes later, the 5 experts of the vast region gritted their teeth and directly fled towards the vast region with blackened faces. Little Xian, should we let little Lan chase after them? Seeing the 5 experts from the vast area fleeing, Fengluan raised her eyebrows and asked, "Chase them to the North Stream Sea. After that, we will gather our army and go to the vast area to have a good talk with them." Wang Xian stared at the 5 disappearing figures and said coldly, the vast region had gathered all their forces to invade their flowing sea region. This matter couldn't end so easily. Now, they had the ability to counterattack. At that time, the entire vast region would have to pay a huge price. Good. During the 8 months you've been resurrected, we've already entered the vast region. At that time, the Wuxia dynasty didn't make a move. We were fighting against the southern royal family of the Solskai sect. After 8 months of battle, we obtained a large amount of resources. After stabilizing for 1 to 2 years, we were basically able to suppress the 2 superpowers. However, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop must have given some benefits and resources to the Wuxia Empire to make a move. Fengluan nodded and said to Wang Xian, "The Wuxia Empire? The most ruthless imperial family. As expected, in their eyes there are only benefits. As long as there are sufficient benefits, they can do anything." Wang Xian's eyes turned cold. He also knew that Fengluan and the Dragon Palace had entered the vast region to become enemies with the 2 superpowers in order to avenge him. However, the appearance of the Wuxia Empire had completely exceeded their expectations. "Let's go, let's chase after them." Wang Xian's eyes turned cold. This time, he wanted to shock the entire vast region. He wanted to make half of the vast region submit to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace. With the 5 elements grinding above his head and his feet stepping on the yin and yang poles, Wang Xian flew rapidly in the direction of the North Flow Sea. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere, all the way to the edge of the North Flow Sea. All the members of the Dragon Palace and the members of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire stopped by the sea. They were hesitating whether they should continue to pursue him. Dragon King, Phoenix Emperor. Dragon King, seeing Wang Xian and Fengluan flying over, all the soldiers and members of the Dragon Palace immediately shouted respectfully. The soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire stared at Wang Xian with respect. "Prime Minister Gue, send someone to deliver the corpse to the Dragon Palace. The rest of the disciples of the Dragon Palace, rest for an hour and follow me on the expedition. All the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, rest for a while and follow me and the Dragon King on the expedition." Wang Xian ordered the members of the Dragon Palace. Fengluan also said to the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, "It's the Dragon King. It's the Phoenix Emperor." All the disciples of the Dragon Palace and the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire revealed an excited look. This time was completely different from the last time. This time it was a real expedition. An expedition to the entire vast region. To conquer the vast region with a weak place like the flowing sea region. This was an unprecedented feat. The Dragon Phoenix Empire and Sky Demon Empire will counterattack our vast region. Everyone gather together. We will lead you back quickly. At this moment, at a location hundreds of kilometers away from the North Flowing Sea, the 2 patriarchs of the Wuxia Empire, the 2 patriarchs of the Southern Royal Family, and the supreme sect leader of the Solipsistic sect caught up with the fleeing army in the vast region. All the powerful warriors who had come with an awe-inspiring presence were now full of fear and embarrassment. The 120,000-strong army only had about 60,000 soldiers. They had lost half of them. This was something that none of them had expected, especially the 5 patriarchs, whose faces were so gloomy that they almost bled. Patriarch Dark Eye of the Wuxia dynasty clenched his fists, his face full of regret. This time, not only did the Wuxia Empire not gain any benefits, they even suffered heavy losses. The benefits they gained were nothing compared to the losses they suffered. What? The Sky Fiend and Dragon Phoenix Empire are going to attack us. At the front, more than 10 middle-aged elders' expressions changed drastically as they cried out involuntarily. That's right. The Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Sky Fiend Empire will not be as simple as before. Our vast region will be in trouble this time. At least the Dragon Phoenix Empire will occupy more than half of the vast region's territory, the Wuxia Empire's patriarch said with a dark expression. As both empires, they knew that the Dragon Phoenix Empire would definitely occupy a large area of territory and divide it up among themselves. This. The faces of the dozen middle-aged elders turned incomparably ugly. They were masters of the Life and Death Medicinal Pill Academy and the Holy Item Forging Academy. Once the Dragon Phoenix Empire entered, wouldn't they be finished? Moreover, how many places in the entire vast region were there for their Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop? The savage goddess giant beast can carry over 100,000 people. We must fly with all our might. Everyone from the Life and Death Pill Workshop, please give us all your pills to replenish our energy. We will take everyone and fly. Southern Emperor Jianghe took a deep breath and ordered the masters from the Life and Death Pill Workshop. Hurry up! The ancestor from the Wuxia Empire shouted coldly when he saw the hesitant expression of the Life and Death Pill Workshop. Yes. The masters from the Life and Death Pill Workshop immediately nodded in fear. They did not dare to resist at all. The 5 big shots from the vast region were all filled with anger. Who cared about their identities? Gather together. Let's go. In order to prevent the army of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire from catching up, the 5 top-tier experts could only do their best to bring them towards the vast region. Over 60,000 people under the lead of the 5 experts flew at 5 to 6 times their normal speed. In less than a day, the vast continent appeared in their line of sight. Looking at this familiar continent, the experts in the vast region all heaved a heavy sigh of relief. This battle in the flowing sea region was definitely a terrifying nightmare. The reappearance of the Sky Demon had killed a patriarch of the Wuxia Empire in an invincible manner and suppressed all the experts in the vast region. As for them, they could only flee in panic. Now they had finally escaped back. In a city near the North Flowing Sea, as the most border city, the area wasn't very large. The population wasn't very large either. But recently many strangers had come to the city. This group of people had no other intentions. They were simply waiting for the experts of the vast area to return in triumph. There were even some weak sects that made banners and the like. Once the experts of the vast area returned, they would immediately welcome them and return in triumph. This caused the small city to become much livelier. Look, who are those people? What a powerful aura. Why do they look like the experts of the flowing sea region? Suddenly, in the leisurely area by the sea, a middle-aged man looked towards a distant location with a stunned expression and said to his companion in surprise, "How is this possible? It will take at least 10 days for a group of experts from our vast area to travel back and forth to the flowing sea region." The companion beside him shook his head and looked up, slowly frowning. That's right. Although with the strength of our vast area, it will only take 1 or 2 hours at most to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire in the flowing sea region, it will take nearly 10 days to fly back and forth. How? As the middle-aged man spoke, he stared at the group of people flying towards them from afar. Suddenly, his voice slowly faded away as he stared at the 5 familiar figures in front of him and the experts from the vast region behind him who were in a sorry state. How's this possible? How is this possible? A cry of surprise came out of the middle-aged man's mouth. Those are the experts from our vast region? Oh my God, those 5 old men in front are some old ancestors. Why are they in such a sorry state and their expressions are extremely ugly? Why are there only 60,000 of the 120,000 troops that went there? What's going on? Did we lose half of our people in order to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire? If I remember correctly, there were 6 patriarchs in the army, but there are only 5 now. Oh my God, could it be? At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the surrounding area. Everyone looked at the experts in the vast area in shock. They widened their eyes, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. I didn't expect that our vast region would suffer such a great loss when we set out to conquer a flowing sea region. Seeing all the experts of the vast region disappear, an old man said with a frown, "That's right. It seems that the Dragon Phoenix Empire is really not simple. They could actually cause our vast region to suffer such heavy losses. A small region is able to fight against the experts of our vast region to such an extent. They can be considered to have no regrets even in death. I really didn't expect that a small flowing sea region would actually cause our vast region to suffer such heavy losses." Some people in the surroundings were discussing in shock. They were filled with shock at the loss of experts from the vast region. They were even more shocked by the strength of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The vast region, our Dragon and Phoenix Empire, is back. Ha ha ha! How dare you invade us? Today, we will fight back and make all the factions in the vast region pay a heavy price. However, half an hour later, the people of the vast region were discussing the return of the experts from the vast region. Suddenly, a roar filled with fury and excitement came from the north flowing sea. The voice covered an area of more than 100 kilometers. What? Everyone in the city and by the sea was instantly stunned. Everyone looked in the direction of the north flowing sea in shock. This. When they saw the familiar giant beast, their eyes widened and their bodies trembled. Their faces were filled with shock. The flag of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire fluttered in the sky. Tens of thousands of experts who were emitting a strong murderous aura stood on the giant beast and stared coldly at the land in front of them. Compared to the previous arrival of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, this time, it was filled with fury and killing intent. People in the city below, listen up. Soon, the owner of this land will belong to our Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Just wait to submit. The giant beast came to the top of the city and a domineering voice sounded out. Wanton, arrogant, and confident. When everyone heard this, they opened their mouths slightly. The experts of our vast region didn't return in triumph. They were beaten back. Also, the Dragon Phoenix Empire of the Flowing Sea region is attacking. Oh my God! Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. From the beginning to the end, they had never thought that the experts from the vast region would fail. Even if the 120,000-strong army only returned 60,000, or even if they returned early, they had never thought of this. This was because in their eyes, the vast region was invincible. Going to the flowing sea region was a piece of cake. No one had expected this outcome. Now, not only had their vast region suffered a great defeat, but the experts from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire had actually counterattacked. When they thought of this result, everyone was in an uproar. It's very difficult to destroy the 3 major factions. However, this time we have to completely establish ourselves in the vast region. We have to occupy at least half of the territory. Let's head to the He clan first and get the information department of the He clan to move. After that, we will wreak havoc in the vast region for a few days. Wuxia stood at the front. He had a clear understanding of what had happened during the 8 months he was resurrected. Although it was out of Wuxia's expectations for the Wuji Empire to be enemies with them, he was very gratified by the help and support from the He clan and He Sui clan. His relationship with He Yuan was pretty good. He didn't want to turn against each other. Alright, let's head to the He clan first. Feng Wan nodded her head with a divine glow on her face. This time, their counterattack was a huge leap for the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Lan Qingwei made Xiaolan fly towards the He clan's territory. He clan, Holy Tree. From the He clan and He Sui clan joining the Dragon and Phoenix Empires camped to the Wuji Empire's attack. The entire He clan and He Sui clan had fallen into a huge crisis, especially in the past few days when they heard that all the experts in the vast region, except for them, had left for the flowing sea region. Some people became even more anxious. At this moment, the 2 large clans and millions of people had gathered around the Holy Tree. This made the He clan extremely crowded. All the He clan and He Sui clan members were also frowning. We don't know how the Dragon Phoenix Empire's current situation is. Once they are destroyed, then we. In a wooden house on the Holy Tree, the higher-ups of the He clan and the experts of the He Sui clan sat in a room. They frowned and sighed. The atmosphere in the room was very solemn. Let's leave it to fate. Everything is our own choice. It's just that we didn't consider the life and death pill workshop and the holy item forging workshop, so the Wuxia Empire took action. The clan leader of the He clan shook his head helplessly. Woo woo. Huh? What's that sound? What a familiar sound. At this moment, an earth-shaking sound came from outside. The higher-ups of the two clans in the room were slightly shocked and immediately flew out. He Yuan, who was in the Holy Tree, also flew out of the room. He Yuan, everyone in the He clan, long time no see. Just as He Yuan flew out, the higher-ups of the He clan and He Sui clan also heard an extremely familiar voice. Around them, the entire He clan and He Sui clan, as well as millions of people, raised their heads to look at the sky. Due to Shaolan's speed, the He clan could not react in time. Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw the young figure on the gigantic beast. This, Brother Wang Xian, you're still alive? You're still alive. He Yuan looked at the familiar voice and his face was filled with disbelief. The entire vast region knew about the death of the sky demon. Now he was actually still alive. Who would dare to believe it? Of course. I haven't conquered the entire Transcendence continent yet. How could I possibly die? Wang Xian smiled faintly. His figure moved and he flew downwards. Feng Luan, Lan Qingyue, and the rest immediately followed behind and flew down. The sky demon is still alive. Empress Dragon and Phoenix and the goddess of the wilderness are both here. When the He clan and He Sui clan's higher-ups saw them flying over, they revealed a hint of excitement on their faces. As long as they were still here, they still had their backers. Welcome, Sky Demon. Looking at Wang Xian's figure, the He Sui clan and the He clan looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. The higher-ups of the two clans pursed their lips and immediately shouted at Wang Xian. Just call me Wang Xian. Speaking of which, the name Sky Demon was given by your He clan. When Wang Xian heard the respectful voices of the He clan's higher-ups, he smiled and shook his head. Phoenix Emperor, the goddess of the wilderness, Brother Wang Xian. Please come in. Please come in. The He clan and He Sui clan's higher-ups were all beaming as they hurriedly invited him in. Wang Xian nodded and looked at Feng Luan and the rest. Clan leader He Sui, everyone, it's our dragon and Phoenix Empire that has dragged you down recently. However, from now on, you don't have to be so worried anymore. I'll have to trouble the He clan to mobilize your information department. Next, it's time for our Dragon and Phoenix Empire to retaliate. Feng Luan said to the He clan's, He Sui clan's upper echelons with a smile. Retaliate. Everyone from the two clans was slightly stunned. Following that, a hint of fervor and excitement flashed across their eyes. Brother Wang Xian, the three superpowers led over 100,000 experts to attack the Flowing Sea region. Could it be that you managed to hold them off? At this moment, He Yuan, who was at the side, asked Wang Xian excitedly. We killed 60,000 experts and left an old ancestor of the Wuxia Empire behind. Now that we are back, it is time for us to fight the three superpowers. Very soon, we will each take a place in the entire vast region. Wang Xian smiled and said to He Yuan. Killing an old man and 60,000 experts? Brother Wang Xian, your strength? And haven't you already? He Yuan asked again with a face full of curiosity. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to fight against a few people at level 9 of the see-through realm. I didn't die last time. Wang Xian smiled and said to He Yuan. When the higher-ups of the He clan and He Sui clan heard Wang Xian's words, they revealed an excited expression. Wang Xian and the rest had actually defeated the three superforces and a group of experts. It was simply terrifying. In the future, the vast region would no longer belong to the three superforces. Instead, it would belong to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Brother Wang Xian, Emperor Phoenix, we will mobilize all our forces immediately. If you need any information, let us know. At the side, the He clan leader said excitedly. All the news about the life and death pill workshop and the holy item forging workshop. We have already paid attention to the news about the three superpowers. Wang Xian said directly. Little Xian, what are you trying to do? Feng Luan asked when she heard Wang Xian's words. Naturally, we have to get rid of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. They have been finding trouble with us time and time again. They really think we are easy to bully. In addition, the Wuxia Empire has to teach them a good lesson and destroy a few of their cities. Wang Xian said directly. The He clan and He Sui clan, who were at the side, were a little fearful when they heard that. They had casually gotten rid of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. They had also casually destroyed a few cities of the Wuxia Empire. In the vast region, only the Sky Demon could say such words. All right. Feng Luan nodded her head in agreement. It's time to teach the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop a good lesson. Brother Wang Xian, Emperor Feng, the backers of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop are. After hesitating for a moment, the He Sui clan's clan leader said softly, Don't worry. We are very clear about their backers. Feng Luan shook her head. Rest for the night. We will make a move tomorrow. Wang Xian decided. Everyone from the He tribe and He Sui tribe nodded with excitement. At the same time, the He tribe and He Sui tribe members around the holy tree saw the Dragon and Phoenix Empire soldiers descending again. The experts from the two tribes who had fought together with the Dragon and Phoenix Empire's soldiers immediately asked for some information out of curiosity. When they learned that the Dragon Phoenix Empire and Sky Demon had directly defeated the army of the vast region and launched a counterattack, excitement appeared on their faces. The Dragon Phoenix Empire and Sky Demon had defeated the three superpowers, and now they had launched a counterattack. In the future, the vast region would completely change. The He clan and He Sui clan were the two races that the Dragon Phoenix Empire was closest to. In the future, their clans would definitely rise. In the future, there was no need for them to hide around the He clan's sacred tree. They would have a wider territory. At the same time, when the army from the vast region arrived at the Divine Kingdom ruins. Reporting, according to the urgent news, the Dragon Phoenix Empire's experts have entered the He clan's land. A message was transmitted to everyone's ears. Everyone from Skyfiend and the Dragon Phoenix Empire had arrived. Everyone knew clearly what they were doing here. They were attacking their vast territory. Everyone from the Southern royal family, follow me back. Upon hearing this news, Southern Emperor Jianghe and another patriarch shouted with a gloomy expression. It's the patriarch. A group of Southern royal family disciples hurriedly replied. If Skyfiend really goes to your Southern royal family, can you withstand him? Patriarch Dark, I looked at everyone in the Southern royal family with an extremely unsightly expression as he said in a deep voice. The faces of the two Southern royal families' patriarchs instantly stiffened. How could they withstand the arrival of Skyfiend? Just Empress Dragon Phoenix and the Wilderness Goddess were enough to make their Southern royal family suffer. Not to mention the even more terrifying Skyfiend. Then what do you guys think we should do? Southern Emperor Jianghe's expression changed as he asked in a deep voice. At this time, once we separate, we'll just have to wait for each of us to break through. The Supreme Headmaster stood there with an embarrassed expression. He didn't dare to leave. With the enmity between the Solitaire sect and the Skyfiend, with the current strength of his Solitaire sect, they could be easily destroyed. Then what do we do now? If the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Sky Demon head to the nest of our Southern royal family, our tens of thousands of years of foundation will be destroyed. Southern Royal River roared in a low voice. This was related to the rise and fall of their Southern royal family. Now, the first thing we need to do is to join forces. We cannot be separated. Once we do, we will be destroyed one by one. Second, we need to sign an agreement with the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Although we are not their match, they will not be able to destroy us. If we really fight, it will not benefit anyone. Wuxia King walked out and said in a deep voice, Even if we sign an agreement, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire will have to agree. The two ancestors of the Southern royal family said in a deep voice. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire is an empire. What they want is a domain and resources. They will not fight to the death. Wuxia Nation Master analyzed. I hope it's as you said. Now, should we send people to negotiate peace with the Dragon and Phoenix Empire? Southern Emperor Jianghe said with a bad expression. It's to negotiate peace, not peace. Dark Eye Patriarch sighed slightly. Right now, they didn't have the right to negotiate peace. They could only beg the other party to stop attacking. Then what should we do? Among the 60,000 people, a dozen middle-aged elders standing in the center said with extremely ugly expressions. They were the masters of the Life and Death Pill Academy and the Holy Item Forging Academy. Now we can't even protect ourselves. If you are worried about your own safety, you can stay here with us. We will protect you. Dark Eye Patriarch glanced at the two continent-level forces and said in a deep voice. However, Dark Eye Patriarch's words immediately made the masters' faces turn ugly. Protect us. We'll give you a huge amount of resources. Alright, if you two super forces don't need protection, you can directly inform your higher-ups and ask them to send experts to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire. That way, we'll be very grateful to you. An old man from the Life and Death Pill Workshop wanted to say something, but he was immediately interrupted by the Wuxia Kingdom's king. This time, the one who suffered the greatest loss could be said to be the Wuxia Kingdom. Originally, they had been able to sit firmly on the fishing platform and hang high up. However, because of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, they had been dragged into the water. Now, it was no longer up to them to go ashore. When the masters of the two major forces heard the indifferent words of the Wuxia king, their faces darkened. Then we won't disturb you anymore. Let's go back to the Life and Death Pill Academy. The masters of the Life and Death Pill Workshop left with angry faces. The masters of the Holy Item Forging Workshop hesitated for a moment before leaving as well. I don't believe that the Sky Demon dares to destroy our Life and Death Pill Academy and the Holy Item Forging Academy, the masters said with gloomy faces. As a continent-level faction, this was the first time they had been humiliated like this. Usually, even the three super factions were polite to them. Let's go back to Wuxia Empire now. Patriarch Dark Eye glanced at them and said in a deep voice. Why don't you go back to our southern royal family? Nanhuang Jianghe frowned and said immediately. You. The faces of the two patriarchs of the Wuxia Empire darkened. How about this? We will temporarily stay in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom and build a base in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom in the future. The Supreme Hierarch said from the side. At this moment, he had restrained his arrogance a lot. The current solipsistic sect was weaker in front of both the Wuxia Empire and the Southern Royal Family. Not to mention the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. After he finished speaking, he looked at the mysterious and ancient ruins of the Divine Kingdom. If the solipsistic sect wanted to survive, they could only obtain huge opportunities in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. Alright, our Wuxia Empire represents the three superpowers and seeks peace with the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Patriarch Dark Eye said with a dark expression. The Supreme Hierarch and the Southern Royal Family's two patriarchs nodded with a dark expression. The 60,000 experts dispersed. In less than an hour, the news of the expedition spread throughout the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. It spread to the entire vast region at a terrifying speed. The 120,000 experts of the vast region were defeated in the Flowing Sea region. Half of them were killed or injured. One patriarch of the Wuxia Empire perished. Skyfiend resurrected and suppressed all the patriarchs of the vast region in an invincible manner. Patriarch Dark Patterns of the Wuxia Empire was killed on the spot. Our vast region was defeated. Skyfiend and Dragon Phoenix Empire counterattacked the vast area. In the future, the Dragon Phoenix Empire will each occupy a spot in the vast area. One by one, news came from the people who had escaped from the war. One by one, the news completely blew up the entire Divine Kingdom ruins. In the beginning, everyone in the Divine Kingdom ruins had the same thoughts as the people in the North Stream Sea City. But when the news reached their ears, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Skyfiend was not dead, and he had even suppressed the patriarchs of the three superpowers. The entire vast region had fled in defeat, and Skyfiend and the Dragon Phoenix Empire had returned to attack the vast region. The Divine Kingdom's ruins were shaken. Everyone was shaken, especially the news of Skyfiend's resurrection. Because of the Sky Demon, the vast region was in turmoil. Now, because of the Sky Demon, the entire vast region was in turmoil once again. It was very likely that because of the Sky Demon, the vast region would be changed. And the news of the three superpowers preparing to seek peace was also spread out. It made everyone open their mouths and were extremely shocked. This sky was really going to change. Wang Xian, Emperor Phoenix, the barbarian goddess, and the Wuxia Empire have sent news on behalf of the three superpowers. They want to make peace. Early the next morning, a group of higher-ups from the He clan and He Sui clan came over to report. Get them to prepare the conditions for making peace. Also, clan leader He, give us a share of the life and death sacred relic and the resources of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Wang Xian said to them directly. Yes, yes. Brother Wang Xian, are you going? Clan leader He nodded with a smile and asked curiously. Of course, I'm going to collect some interest. I haven't settled the grudge of them invading our Lahai region. Wang Xian smiled and flew straight into the sky. Emperor Phoenix, do you still need the help of the He clan and He Sui clan? The higher-ups of the He clan and He Sui clan asked immediately. No need. Oh right. Tell the three major forces that we, the Dragon Phoenix Empire, want half of the territory in the vast area. Feng Luan said to them and followed closely behind Wang Xian. Half of the territory, hiss. The vast area is over 1,000,000 kilometers. If we take up half of it, the strength of the Dragon Phoenix Empire in the future. Everyone from the He clan and He Sui clan was shocked. Yesterday, Brother Wang Xian said that he wants to dominate the Transcendence continent. I wonder. At this moment, He Yuan, who was at the side, pursed his lips and looked at Wang Xian's figure with admiration. To have such a brother in one's life was truly a blessing that came from 8 lifetimes of cultivation. Brother Wang Xian is less than 30. He is less than 30 and is at the 9th level of the see-through void tier. In the future, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire will be the 6th great empire. The He clan leader said with certainty. They did not dare to imagine that he could dominate the supernatural continent. However, they were 80% confident that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire could be promoted to an empire. That was because there was an unprecedented person who was less than 30 years old at the 9th level of the profound void tier. It was destined that there would be no one in the future. Let's go. Our target is Tianyun City. In the sky, Lan Qingyue said to Xiao Lan. Tianyun City was the base of the Life and Death Pill Academy and the Holy Item Forging Academy. The first place they wanted to go was to destroy this place. Woo woo. Little Blue swayed his terrifying body and disappeared under the respectful gazes of the He clan and He Sui clan. When Little Blue flew in the sky, he passed by many cities and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Tianyun City is right in front of us. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop are at their headquarters in the vast region. 5 hours later, Tianyun City appeared in their sight. Destroy everyone from the 2 major factions and seize all their pills and weapons. Wang Xian looked down at the cities below and gave an order. It's the Dragon King. All the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon and Phoenix Empire responded loudly immediately. Kill! An earth-shaking voice filled with killing intent resounded above Tianyun City. More than 10,000 experts from the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace flew down and dived down with killing intent. What's that? That giant beast is the giant beast of the wilderness goddess. That's the people from the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Why are they here? Didn't the experts from our vast area go to destroy them? Why are they here? When Xiao Lan landed in the sky above Tianyun City and over 10,000 profound Void Realm experts swooped down, the entire Tianyun City trembled. Over 10,000 profound Void Realm experts? What kind of concept was that? There were only 20,000 profound Void Realm experts in the entire vast region. Now, over 10,000 of them had come to attack their city. It was simply overkill. Within Tianyun City, most people still did not know that the army from the vast region had returned in defeat. Damn it! The Sky Demon and Dragon Phoenix Empire really dare to attack us. It's over, it's over. They're crazy, they're crazy. At this moment, all the masters and experts from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop revealed embarrassed expressions. They looked at the terrifying experts descending from the sky with shock and anger. They had thought that the other party would be afraid of life and death and holy items, but they hadn't expected that the other party would be so brazen and rampant. Everyone from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Sacred Item Forging Workshop, die. A voice filled with killing intent sounded once again, and despair appeared on the faces of the people from the two large factions. The entire Tianyun city was filled with shock. They actually dared to kill the people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Sacred Item Forging Workshop. This was a terrifying force on the continent. However, the swords and blood made them understand that they were killing two forces on the continent today. Screams of agony rang out instantly. They were the headquarters of the two major forces. In the entire city, half of the people belonged to the two major forces. Blood flowed like a river and screams of agony couldn't be resolved. Wang Xian, Feng Luan, and the rest stood on top of the city quietly, overlooking everything. An hour later, the massacre ended. All the treasures of the two major forces were plundered clean. The target is the Wuxia Empire. Destroy 10 of their cities. In addition, send 10 teams of 100 people to see through the void. Destroy all the Life and Death Pill workshops and Holy Item Forging workshops in all the cities in the vast region. Wang Xian continued to give orders. Let's go to the Wuxia Empire. 100-man teams. Come down from the city that Xiaolan is passing through. Feng Wan and Lan Qingwei passed down the orders one by one. Woo-woo. Xiaolan continued to fly. More than 10 hours later, the news of the destruction of Tianyun City and the Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop spread to the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. It reached the ears of the three superpowers. Those two are continent-level factions. The Dragon Phoenix Empire and Sky Demon have no scruples and directly destroyed them. This is crazy. I heard that the giant beasts are flying in the vast region. Sky Demon is leading a group of experts to wreak havoc. The three superpowers and experts in our vast region are all gathered here in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. They aren't taking any action at all. The current Sky Demon is wreaking havoc in the vast region with an invincible aura. Who dares to stop them? In the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, when they heard that Wang Xian and the rest had destroyed Tianyun City, all of them were filled with shock. They even dared to destroy two mainland-level forces. What else would they not dare to do? Has the news of the peace request been sent over? At this moment, in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, a patriarch of the Wuxia Empire heard the news of Tianyun City and asked with a gloomy face. Reporting to Patriarch, the news has already been sent over. It should be sent back very soon. A middle-aged man hurriedly replied as his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The 5 patriarchs had been sitting there for more than 10 hours without moving. They were waiting for all the news from the Dragon Phoenix Empire. The patriarchs of the 3 major factions would not be able to have peace for a day without being able to seek peace. Report! News has come from the He clan. Skyfiend and Empress Dragon Phoenix said that if they want peace, they have to take out half of the territory in the vast area and add conditions for them to see. Not long after, news from the He clan came and reported to the 5 patriarchs. Half of the territory in the vast area. Upon hearing this, the 2 patriarchs of the Wuxia dynasty stood up with extremely ugly expressions. The territory of the Wuxia Empire only occupied 1/10 of the vast territory. Now, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire had asked for half of the vast territory. This made their faces extremely ugly. What a big appetite! Not only do they want half of the territory, but they also want other conditions. The 2 patriarchs of the southern royal family said with heavy breaths, full of coldness. The entire room was silent as if it was a prehistoric beast. The middle-aged man who was kneeling on the ground was trembling violently. Time passed slowly. Reporting to Patriarch, 5 cities of our Wuxia Empire have been destroyed and all the treasures and resources have been plundered. More than 10 hours later, another piece of news arrived. Pong! The table beside Patriarch Dark Eye and another patriarch dissipated into fragments. Give them half of the domain, Southern Emperor River said expressionlessly. His appetite is not limited to that, the Supreme Hierarch said with a sullen face. The 3 major factions will take out some resources and pass the news of the resources to them. In addition, get the Dragon Phoenix Empire and Skyfiend Empire to come to the Divine Kingdom ruins. We will have a good discussion. Patriarch Dark Eye leaned back on his chair and said weakly, All right. Only the sect and the southern royal family agreed. There was nothing they could do if they did not agree. Since they could not beat them in a fight, they could only risk their lives. However, they cherished their lives and did not dare to risk their lives. They could only compromise. If you want a domain, I'll give you a domain. If you want something else, I'll give you something else. Send the news over. Time slowly passed. And at that moment, after 2 to 3 days, the Divine Kingdom ruins and the vast region had completely boiled over. Tianyun City had been destroyed. The life and death pill workshops and holy item forging workshops in all the cities in the vast region had been attacked by the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. 10 cities in the Wuxia Empire had already been plundered by the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and the Sky Demon Empire. What shocked them the most was that the 3 major forces had completely given up on resisting. Even when the cities of the Wuxia Empire were plundered, no one resisted or took revenge. The Sky Demon was wreaking havoc and all the forces in the vast region bowed their heads. Everyone could foresee that, in the future, the position of the leader of the vast region would already belong to someone. Oh, did they agree? There are still some conditions. Wang Xian looked at the message sent by the He clan and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. You want to get rid of us just by relying on these? It's not enough, is it? Feng Luan looked at the conditions that they gave and a smile appeared on her face. Let's go to the ruins of the Divine Kingdom and have a good talk with them. Wang Xian stood in the sky and looked ahead. This piece of land was already under his feet. It wouldn't be long before the Dragon Palace officially stepped onto the stage of the history of the supernatural continent. A new page of history had quietly begun. In the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. The ruins of the Divine Kingdom today were completely different from before. In the sky above the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, tens of thousands of experts stood neatly in the air. They held weapons in their hands and stared coldly towards the east. Almost all the experts from the 3 superpowers had gathered together. Leading them were 5 elders. Everyone in the Divine Kingdom ruins below recognized the identities of these 5 elders at a glance. These 5 were the strongest experts in the vast region in the past. They held great power and could shake the entire region with a stomp of their feet. However, today, they stood in the void expressionlessly as they stared ahead. Clearly, they were waiting for someone. In the past, it would have been impossible for these 5 to stand in the air and wait for someone. But now they had already waited for half an hour. They still did not feel the slightest bit of impatience. The 3 great superpowers have completely bowed their heads this time. There's no other way. The Sky Demon is still alive, and it's said that one person can fight against 3 or 4 rank 9 profound void martial experts. This invincible stance, which power can withstand it? Now, the 3 super factions have to join forces to not be destroyed. Sky Demon, ever since it appeared, it has shocked the entire vast region. Now it has already surpassed everyone in the vast region. Below, everyone in the Divine Kingdom ruins raised their heads to look at the 3 super factions in the sky. The super factions that were once glorious and could make 10 billion people grovel with a single sentence had now completely declined. All of this was because of the Sky Demon. Woo woo. At this moment, a whistling sound rang out. It was a unique sound that attracted everyone's attention. They're here. The savage goddess giant beast, Sky Demon, and the others are here. When they heard this sound, everyone's gaze froze as they hurriedly looked towards the east. A giant figure quickly appeared in everyone's line of sight. At the front of the huge beast stood 3 figures. The youth in the lead was like a starlight that was emitting light. The Sky Demon is indeed not dead. Priest Wang is not dead. Back at the cult of self-reliance, Priest Wang fought with the cult of self-reliance because he saw the cult of self-reliance kill 100,000 people because of him. Others say that Priest Wang is a Sky Demon. But back in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, Priest Wang was famous for his benevolence and benevolence, the Saint of Light. In terms of style, Priest Wang is much more benevolent than the 3 superpowers. Whispers rang out from the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. Many people in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom knew Wang Xian very well. The former Priest of Light, Priest Wang, had a great reputation. However, what everyone did not expect was that Priest Wang was a Sky Demon. Ha ha! My sect, the Southern Royal Family, and the Wuxia Empire have kept you waiting for a long time. Wang Xian stood on Shaolin and laughed out loud when he saw the three superpowers who were already waiting for him. We didn't wait for long either. Patriarch Dark, I looked at Wang Xian and said faintly, "Cut the crap. If you want to make peace with us, you will have to pay a price. Show us your sincerity." Wang Xian swept his gaze across all of them and said coldly. His words made the five patriarchs' expressions turn ugly instantly. Sky Demon, even if the three of us join forces, we might not be afraid of you. The Supreme Headmaster clenched his arms tightly. His eyes were filled with fury. Don't talk about those useless things. Aren't you afraid of why we want peace? Feng Luan looked at the Supreme Sect leader with some mockery. She didn't give him any face at all. According to the requirements of your Dragon and Phoenix Empire, half of the territory in the vast area belongs to you. Furthermore, this is the rest of the items that we have taken out. Nanhuang Jianghe immediately took over and threw a piece of paper at Wang Xian and the rest. The name of various items and resources was written on it. In the vast area, we want to be close to the Barren Sea and the area near the North Flowing Sea. There are a total of 5,100 cities. In terms of items, we want all the life stones, life and death pill workshop and holy item forging workshop of the Solitaire sect to give all the resources of the Wuxia Empire to you. Don't think about hiding it. We know how many items they have given you to invite you to take action. In addition, we want the Inferno flowers in the domain of the Southern Royal Family. We want 10,000 of them and 1,000 of them above the Void Interpretation realm. Feng Luan took the paper and looked at the conditions on it. What? The faces of the five patriarchs changed drastically. They stared at Feng Luan with a gloomy face. Either you three superpowers join forces to fight against us, or you agree to this condition. Wang Xian stared at the five grandmasters of the three superpowers with a strong expression and said arrogantly. The atmosphere gradually turned solemn. All the experts of the three superpowers gripped their weapons nervously. If they didn't come to an agreement today, a war might ensue. Don't make us wait. The leaders of the Dragon Palace stared at the three superpowers wantonly. They were exuding a strong sense of confidence. The members of the Dragon Palace weren't afraid of war or anyone else. A powerful aura charged at them without any hesitation. This made all the experts of the three superpowers change their expressions. They had seen how terrifying the members of the Dragon Palace were. Okay, we agree. The five patriarchs looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and nodded. A wise man submits to circumstances. Clan leader He Sui, I'll have to trouble all of you for the transfer of resources. A faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face as he spoke to the He clan and He Sui clan leaders behind him. All right. The clan leaders of the two clans nodded with a smile. Hiss, just like that, the division of the powers in the entire vast area has been decided. In the future, the Dragon Phoenix Empire will occupy half of this vast region. The sky in this vast region will completely change. There will only be 4 superpowers in this vast region. The other powers will have to rely on them. I reckon that the 3 superpowers will form an alliance in the future. Otherwise, the Dragon Phoenix Empire will destroy them sooner or later. The He clan and He Sui clan have obtained a huge opportunity this time. Below, when everyone in the Divine Kingdom ruins saw how a few words had determined the entire situation of the vast region, shock appeared on their faces. After this, the entire vast region would enter a new situation. In the future, when the 2 superpowers combined, there would be endless battles. Let's go. I hope everyone can give me some pointers in the vast region in the future. Haha. Wang Xian laughed maniacally. His face was filled with a domineering aura. Welcome, members of the Dragon Palace, to join our Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Feng Luan also smiled and said softly, Woo woo. Little Blue flew, slowly swaying her body as she flew towards the Dragon Phoenix Empire's domain. In this vast region, second-rate and first-rate powers no longer existed. Today, the agreement between the 3 superpowers and the Dragon Phoenix Empire could decide the fate of the entire region. The 3 superpowers had agreed to give half of the vast region's domain to the Dragon Phoenix Empire. As for the remaining cities and smaller powers, They didn't dare to have any objections. For the next period of time, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire only needed to control one city after another. In the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, the three superpowers and everyone below watched Wang Xian and the rest leave with shock and embarrassment on their faces. Xiao Xian, do you want to move the Dragon Palace to the Barren Sea? On Xiaolan, Lan Qingwei looked at Wang Xian and continued, the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts in the Barren Sea have basically been devoured by Xiaolan. The Sea of Desolation is located in the north of the vast region. It is not far from the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. There are more resources in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom than in the ocean. We can totally transfer the Dragon Palace here. Furthermore, the development of the Dragon Palace in the future will mainly be based on the Forging Workshop. The profits from the Forging Workshop alone will enable the rapid development of the entire Dragon Palace. Wang Xian said to her. Lan Qingyue nodded. This time, they had killed about 60,000 powerhouses in the vast region. Together with the resources they had, the members of the Dragon Palace would be able to receive a huge boost. In the future, the resources obtained from the forging of weapons by the Fire Hammer clan alone would be able to increase the number of Void Interpretation stage powerhouses in the Dragon Palace by more than 10 a day. Creating a 3rd or 4th level insightful Void Realm expert in 3 or 4 days was also possible. 1 or 2 years later, the Dragon Palace's strength would definitely be able to suppress the 3 super forces. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire's Imperial Palace will be moved to the vast region this time. The Flowing Sea region will be managed by the former Light Dragon Empire's Long family. Feng Huan said from the side. Half of the vast region's territory was about 5 times the area of the Flowing Sea region. As for the resources, they weren't something the Flowing Sea region could compare to. Even a place like the Ladyboy Graveyard was not as good as the base of a first-rate force in the vast region. Furthermore, she had an even grander plan. That was, not long after the vast region was completely unified, the 6th great empire of the transcendental continent would be established. Such a grand feat might take thousands of years in Feng Luan's original plan. But now, she could complete it in less than 10 years after returning to the transcendental continent. It was all because of the man beside her. Feng Luan looked at him and smiled. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire returned triumphantly. In the next half a year, the Dragon Palace moved and the Dragon and Phoenix Empire moved their capital. The Sea of Desolation was the largest ocean in the vast area. The ocean was connected to the main sea of the extraordinary continent, the Extraordinary Sea. In the Extraordinary Sea, there was another area called the Dragon Sea. The Dragon Sea was the land of the dragon race. That area occupied a quarter of the Sea of Transcendence. Moreover, all the demon beasts in the Sea of Transcendence were under the control of the dragon race, or the dragon race was the king. The area of the Sea of Transcendence was equivalent to 5 to 6 Earths. The area of the 5 great empires added together was almost as big as the Sea of Transcendence. All the powerful demon beasts and fierce beasts in the Barren Sea were basically swallowed by Little Blue, which made the Barren Sea within 1,000,000 kilometers seem a bit desolate. At the bottom of the sea, which was more than 10,000 kilometers away from the Barren Sea, a huge dragon palace stood tens of thousands of meters deep in the sea. Within 150 kilometers of the Dragon Palace, there were many tall and sturdy guards patrolling around the Dragon Palace like divine weapons. Inside the Dragon Palace, there were spiritual herbs and trees that were emitting spiritual energy. Each of them would cause a huge fight if placed outside. In the Dragon Field, the warriors of the Dragon Palace were sparring. On the left was a group of mountains. In the mountains, thousands of members of the Fire Hammer clan were forging all kinds of weapons and equipment. At the front, the huge, majestic, and beautiful Dragon King Palace was exuding endless majesty. Above the Dragon King's palace, Wang Xian was enjoying the pleasure of being with everyone. Ever since the matters in the vast region were resolved half a year ago and the Dragon Palace was relocated to the Dragon King's palace, everything was handed over to Prime Minister Gui to handle. Meanwhile, Wang Xian began to lead a licentious life. Ling Jian was found and her worries were completely resolved. Lan Qingyue was back, which made Wang Xian exceptionally happy. Every day he stayed in the Dragon King's bedroom with 8 girls for half a month. Every day he killed his way in and out, and the sky was dark. "Where is your Dragon King?" Is he in the bedroom again? In the Dragon Palace, Feng Luan entered the Dragon King's palace with a displeased expression and asked Prime Minister Gue. Yes, Emperor Feng. Our Dragon King and the Dragon Queen are in the bedroom. Prime Minister Gue smiled embarrassedly and didn't dare to offend Feng Luan. As a Prime Minister Gue who was well-versed in the human world, he naturally didn't dare to offend Feng Luan as he thought that this Emperor Feng had unknowingly become their Dragon Queen. In the entire Dragon Palace, apart from the 8 Dragon Queens, 1 Emperor Feng and the eldest princess, he was considered the boss. Sister Feng Luan, do you want me to call my brother? At this moment, Xiaoyu walked in with Feng Lingtian's arm on his arm and said with a smile. Feng Lingtian stood beside Xiaoyu and looked in the direction of the bedroom with envy. He was envious, but he did not dare to. A bone dragon's wife was about to break his bones. In the past half a year, he had obtained an enormous amount of resources. All the girls, including Xiaoyu, had reached the 7th level of the Profound Void Martial stage. They could fight against the 8th rank of the Profound Void Martial stage. At the same time, Feng Lingtian could fight against the 8th rank of the Profound Void Martial stage. Feng Luan had given them the resources to help them improve their strength. Now that the Dragon Phoenix Empire controlled half of the territory of the Flowing Sea and the vast area, they had more profits than the Dragon Palace. A large part of Feng Luan was used to cultivate experts. However, it was much more difficult to nurture other experts compared to Guan Shuqing and the rest. Guan Shuqing and the rest of the girls were able to raise their levels as long as they had the resources. Speaking of which, the group of girls could be considered an elder group of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Go. There's something we need to talk to him about. Feng Luan said with a dark expression. Every time she came to the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian would drag 8 girls and not come out of the bedroom. This made her very angry. What was in this guy's mind? Feng Luan, what's the matter? Not long after, Wang Xian stretched his back and flew out. He flew over with a smile on his face. Get your men to help forge some weapons. Feng Luan rolled her eyes at him when she saw his expression and said directly. Sure. Just go to the Fire Hammer clan and give your orders. Wang Xian said with a smile. I want to get Duan Jinming to personally forge more than 100 defensive weapons at level 8 of the Void Interpretation stage. Feng Luan said to Wang Xian. Aren't your people able to forge weapons at level 8 of the Void Interpretation stage? Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan curiously. It's different. This time, it's a large-scale weapon that can pierce through the weapons of a level 7 Void Interpretation stage powerhouse. Feng Luan shook her head. This kind of large-scale weapon is extremely complicated. Even a powerful forger from the Fire Lark clan wouldn't be able to forge it. Duan Jinming's forging standard is very strong. I want to find him to let him forge it. As she spoke, she passed a blueprint to Wang Xian. This kind of weapon? Wang Xian was slightly stunned. Looking at the large-scale weapon on the blueprint, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This weapon was similar to a huge siege weapon that involved a formation. A huge weapon attack that could kill a 7th-level profound void martial artist was definitely a terrifying killing weapon. However, with the abilities of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the Phoenix clan, it was insufficient to forge this weapon. It was too complicated and required a high level of forging. The level of forging of the Phoenix weapon was much lower than the level of alchemy. Defensive equipment. If there are too many of them, they can threaten the 8th level of the Profound Void tier. However, this kind of weapon is not used by the Dragon Phoenix Empire but for the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Feng Luan said directly. What happened to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan? Wang Xian asked Feng Luan. In the battle against the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan has always been at a disadvantage. Right now, the Fire Lark clan can only passively defend. Feng Luan frowned and said slowly. Is that so? I'll give the blueprint to Duan Jinming and see if he can forge it. Wang Xian revealed a hint of contemplation on his face and asked Prime Minister Gui to call Duan Jinming over. Sister Feng Luan. At this moment, a group of girls dressed luxuriously flew over from the bedroom. Every girl was in existence that could topple countries and cities. Especially their temperament. Even if they were called the Empress, no one would object. Each of them had a colorful charm. You guys still know that you have a sister like me. Feng Luan glanced at the group of girls and said in disdain. Hee hee, of course I know. The group of girls blushed. Guan Shuqing immediately walked over and held her arm. Thinking about the past 6 months, it was indeed a little crazy. Especially in the beginning, it was very interesting. Even though Ling Jian'er, who was cultivating the heartless sword principle, had fallen in love with Wang Xian. However, such a thing was something that she didn't dare to imagine in the past. However, there was a saying that went well. As time passed, love would develop. As time passed, it became absurd and shameless. Dragon King. At this moment, at the entrance of the Dragon King's palace, Duan Jinming walked over quickly and knelt on the ground. Jinming, get up! Wang Xian waved his arm and passed the blueprint directly to him. Can you see if the weapon on it can be forged? It's the Dragon King. Duan Jinming nodded immediately. As a slave-like race, he had become a respected and revered member of the Fire Hammer clan. Duan Jinming knew that everything was because of the existence of the Dragon King. Sure, but with my speed, I can only forge 1 piece a day at most. Duan Jinming nodded. Alright, Feng Luan has the materials here. Forge it immediately. Wang Xian nodded. It's the Dragon King. Duan Jinming nodded immediately. He took the interspatial ring that Feng Luan gave him and left immediately. Feng Luan, Shu Qing, Qing you girls, I have something to tell you. Wang Xian watched as Duan Jinming left and looked at Feng Luan, Guan Shu Qing, and the other girls. Huh? What is it? The girls were stunned and looked at him in astonishment. I'm going to the Fire Lark clan to head to the Central Continent, Wang Xian said directly. The Central Continent was the center of the entire supernatural continent. There were 5 empires there. There were powerful forces on the continent, terrifying sects, and families that had stood for 100,000 years. It was an idea that Wang Xian came up with not long ago to head to the territory of the Central Continent. Today, Feng Luan came over and talked about the Fire Lark clan. This made him completely certain. Currently, he needed too many resources to upgrade his level. To reach the 5th level of the see-through void tier, he would need to consume at least 1 year's worth of resources accumulated by the Dragon Palace. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to live every day in his bedroom. When it was time to fight, he knew how to fight. The vast region had stabilized. In a year or 2, the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace would be able to subdue and destroy the 3 superpowers. When that time came, the vast region would be unified, and he wouldn't be able to stay in the Dragon Palace for a year or 2. Furthermore, the current Dragon Palace and the Dragon Phoenix Empire were not 100% stable. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had always been a problem in their hearts. With the strength of 2 mainland-level forces, even the Dragon Palace could be destroyed by them. Therefore, Wang Xian had already had an idea and made some preparations. You want to go out? When the group of girls heard Wang Xian's words, they cried out in surprise. All of them stared at him. Yeah. Are you staying in the bedroom every day? Wang Xian smiled at the group of girls. Then go, hurry up and leave. Pay attention to your safety. Just come back in a month or 2. When the few girls saw his expression, they immediately waved their hands. Wang Xian was speechless. Wang Xian, are you really going out? Feng Luan frowned and asked him. Yes, I've already thought of it. I'm going to the Fire Lark clan. I'm going to lead the Strange Demon clan to join the Fire Lark clan in the battle with the 2 major forces. It's best if I can destroy them. As Wang Xian spoke, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. It had always been the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop who wanted to destroy them. This time, he was prepared to take the initiative to make a move. He was going to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to deal with 2 continent-level forces. You want to participate in this war? This war has experts at the 9th rank of the Void Interpretation Realm and the Half-Step Longevity Realm making a move. Feng Luan frowned and reminded him. Don't worry, unless the Longevity Realm makes a move, the Half-Step Longevity Realm won't be able to stop me. The Fire Lark clan should be in a great disadvantage now. If I go over, I can help them a little. Moreover, only by killing strong enemies will I be able to obtain more resources. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Even if they are injured, it won't be a loss if I can obtain a portion of the resources ahead of time. Wang Xian looked at them and continued. Xiao Xian, have you really made up your mind? Guan Shuqing and the other girls looked at him and asked with a frown. I've made up my mind. We will set off in the next 2 days. Wang Xian nodded his head. When it was time for a man to fight, he had to fight. It was only then that he took the first solid step on the journey to the transcendental continent. The following journey would be the true stage of the transcendental continent. They would compete with the continental forces that had existed for tens of thousands of years, contending with powerful and brilliant sects, contending with invincible empires for hegemony. Xiao Xian, be careful. This time it will be a year at most. You have to come back for us. Also, you have to remember not to mess around with other women. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. On the barren sea, Wang Xian stood in the sky. In front of him, a group of girls warned him. Don't worry. I went out this time just to become stronger. I have no other thoughts. Wang Xian assured them with a straight face. HMPH, remember what you said. The group of girls stared at him in disbelief. I'm leaving. Feng Luan, Qingyu, I'll leave this place to you guys. Wang Xian said to them. Don't worry, little Xian. Be careful. Lan Qingyue and Feng Luan nodded. Let's go. Wang Xian looked at the 500 strange demons behind him. With a move, he flew directly in the direction of the extraordinary sea. He only brought 500 strange demons with him on this expedition. These 500 strange demons were the strongest force in the Dragon Palace. Each of them was at least at the 5th level of the see-through realm. There were also some at the 6th level of the see-through realm. Including Ao Yao, there were also 10 of them. The corpses of 60,000 experts in the vast region and the resources paid by the 3 superpowers were mostly spent on them. The resources for the past half a month were also spent on the 500 strange demons. While flying in the sky, Wang Xian swept his gaze toward the north and revealed a smile. With Xiao Lan in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, he wasn't worried at all. The life stone that he obtained from the solipsistic sect gave Xiao Lan a huge boost in her strength. Even Wang Xian thought that he was no match for Xiao Lan. With her in charge, it wouldn't be a problem even if he wasn't around. Once you step into the sea of transcendence, you will be considered to have truly stepped onto the stage of the mainland. Ao Yao, you guys enter the spirit storage bag first. Wang Xian looked at the endless sea and said to all the strange demons beside him. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded and immediately entered the storage spirit bag. Let's go. Wang Xian's figure moved and a formless yin-yang tai chi appeared under his feet. With a flash, he appeared 20 kilometers away. Another flash and another 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers. To him, flying only took about 10 seconds. Teleporting could only reduce the time by 10 seconds. Flying at full speed, Wang Xian flew towards the Sea of Transcendence at a terrifying speed. 2 kilometers per second. It would only take 3 days to cross the entire barren sea. The Sea of Transcendence is up ahead, and that is also the Central Continent region. The Central Continent region is as big as the other regions combined. There are more than 10 vast regions. The Draconid Empire occupies the east, the Aoshan Empire occupies the center, the 9 Gods Empire occupies the west, the 10,000 Demons Empire occupies the south, and the Phoenix Dynasty occupies the north wind. The 5 empires occupy 3/5 of the Central Continent's territory. The rest of the territories are occupied by other forces. The Fire Cloud Mountain of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is not part of the 5 empires' territory. It is close to the Phoenix Dynasty. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop are also not part of the Empire's territory. On the other hand, they are close to the 9 Gods Empire. Wang Xian looked ahead as information about the Central Continent appeared in his mind. Regardless of whether it was the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the Life and Death Pill Workshop, or the Holy Item Forging Workshop, all of them belong to the top-tier powers below the Empire. The Longevity Realm experts were in charge of suppressing the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan for tens of thousands of years. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was once the personal guard of the Empress of the Phoenix Empire, the strongest personal guard of the Phoenix Empire. The Empress of the Phoenix Empire retreated to the Fire Cloud Mountain after her death. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were not weak either. They had been standing on the transcendent continent for 70,000 to 80,000 years. They were the strongest pill and weapon workshop on the continent. They had a deep foundation and were extremely wealthy. According to the map in his mind, Wang Xian quickly flew towards the direction of the Fire Cloud Mountain. The Fire Cloud Mountain was a continuous mountain range. The mountain range was as long as 2,000 kilometers. Some of the fire elemental forces gathered in the surroundings with the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan as their backing. The continent is ahead. It should be the territory of the Phoenix dynasty. After flying for 2 days, the continent appeared in Wang Xian's sight. He hesitated for a moment before flying towards the direction of the continent. At the very least, he needed to understand some information about the entire central continent region and the strongest place on the continent. There's a city ahead. After flying for 2 hours, a city appeared in his line of sight. It was a city with a radius of 100 kilometers. The city walls were not very high, but the layers of thick formations were obviously higher than the vast area. Wang Xian's body moved and landed on the ground. He walked quickly into the city. There were many ferocious beasts running around the city. With a glance, there were many level 5 or 6 extraordinary ferocious beast mounts. There were even quite a number of level 8 or 9 extraordinary ferocious beasts riding on them. The strength of any random remote city is no weaker than the strength of a medium-sized city in the vast region. Wang Xian thought to himself. He raised his head and looked at the city gate. The words Feng Dynasty Side City were carved on the top of the city gate. It was very lively inside the city. There were also many people. The overall strength of the people here was also slightly higher than the vast area. However, perhaps it was due to the remote city it was not much higher. Wang Xian walked past the city and bought a map. Then, he continued to fly in the direction of Fiery Cloud Mountain. The arcane city of the Phoenix Dynasty is the closest to Fiery Cloud Mountain. It is also the border city of the Phoenix Dynasty. Wang Xian flew. According to the information on the map, a day later, a city that was 2 to 3 times bigger than the peaceful city appeared in his line of sight. This city belonged to a border city of the Phoenix Dynasty. I didn't expect the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to be forced into such a situation. They actually requested for reinforcements from our Holy Fire clan. They are really declining. Back then, when the Empress failed to achieve nirvana, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan actually went into seclusion. If they didn't go into seclusion, how would the current Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop dare to provoke them? In my opinion, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is too arrogant. It's not good to be enemies with anyone. They just had to provoke the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Now, they want us to make a move. No matter what, we are not the main force in their battle this time. Let's just let the disciples of our clan gain experience. Just when Wang Xian arrived at the entrance of the Arcane Art City, he saw a team of more than 1,000 people coming out of the city. The leaders were 2 old men. Wang Xian could tell their strength at a glance. 9th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Behind them, half of them were Void Interpretation Stage powerhouses. At least 500 of them were Void Interpretation Stage powerhouses. In the middle of the team, a few young men were chatting with displeasure on their faces. The Holy Fire Clan, the Fire Lark Clan, has already reached the point of asking for help from others. It seems that their situation is not looking good. Wang Xian paused for a moment and revealed a look of surprise. The biggest trump card of the Fire Lark Clan that dared to provoke the 2 major factions was that they had some connections with a powerful clan in the Phoenix Dynasty. This relationship was enough for them to come over and help the Fire Lark clan. Now, it seemed that the Fire Lark clan had already used this relationship. From the looks of it, the other party did not seem to be very happy about it. The situation of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was even more dangerous than what Feng Wan understood. It should be that the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan doesn't want Feng Wan to be so worried. For a subordinate to be able to do this, it can be said that he is extremely loyal and has no other intentions. Wang Xian sighed in his heart. After Feng Luan was killed, they chose to go into seclusion directly. However, now that Feng Luan had returned, They were willing to sacrifice their lives for the great cause of the Empress. Such a loyal race was rare. Looks like I can't waste any more time, Wang Xian thought to himself. With a move of his body, he turned around and flew in the direction of Fire Cloud Mountain. Buzz. Everyone get on board. Take the Nine Gods airship and rush to Fire Cloud City. At this moment, a 100-meter-sized airship appeared in the sky above the Holy Fire race. The airship shimmered and emitted a powerful formation. Although the entire airship was small, it contained a terrifying amount of energy. The Nine Gods airship? Wang Xian looked over curiously. Buzz! What a fast speed! When everyone from the Holy Fire clan entered the airship flew forward at a terrifying speed. This speed was not any slower than Wang Xian's. This should be the top-notch airship of the Nine God Empire, Wang Xian thought to himself. He stood there for a moment until the airship disappeared from his sight. Only then did he fly in the same direction. Fire Cloud Mountain was tens of thousands of kilometers away from here. It would take a few hours to reach it by flying. This is a completely destroyed city. As Wang Xian flew in the sky, he realized that there were destroyed cities below. The gigantic cities were completely in ruins. In the cities, the fresh blood had dried up long ago. Some of the corpses had rotted away. After passing through 2 to 3 cities consecutively, they were all in ruins. There were also some people in the ruins of some cities. The entire area was abnormally tragic. We're here. After 6 hours, numerous incomparably huge flaming mountains appeared in sight. In front of the flaming mountains, there was an incomparably huge city that was over 100 kilometers away. It was built with fiery red rocks, and the entire city was completely enveloped in flames. In the sky, over a dozen flaming skylarks that had spread their wings and were over 10 meters in size were circling in the sky. Each fire lark was exuding a violent aura. They were at least at the 8th level of the see-through realm. At this moment, the entire city was completely sealed off. This was the first city that Wang Xian had seen that had not been destroyed. At this moment, a group of people was floating in front of the city. Wang Xian looked over. They were the members of the Holy Fire clan. He hesitated for a moment before flying directly to the city gate. What are these people from the Fire Lark clan doing? Why aren't we opening the city gate immediately? They still need to confirm our identities. How troublesome. We are here to help them. Impatient voices could be heard. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of the gate opening could be heard. More than a dozen old men and women dressed in fiery red robes walked over hurriedly. Everyone from the Sacred Flame clan is truly sorry, because the masked assassin organization infiltrated Fire Cloud City 2 days ago and killed many of our members. We had no choice but to close the city. We have also gone through strict checks on all those who entered. We are truly sorry. An old man walked over and immediately spoke to everyone from the Sacred Flame clan with an apologetic expression. All right, let us go in. These people from our Sacred Fire clan are here temporarily. In a while, there will be another 500 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. The elder at the front of the Sacred Fire clan said plainly. All right, everyone from the Sacred Fire clan, please come in. The elder from the Fire Lark clan frowned slightly and gestured. Who is he? At this moment, a faint voice sounded from the back of the Sacred Fire clan. A young man stared at Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, and sized him up from head to toe. As soon as the young man spoke, the experts from the Fire Lark tribe immediately looked over. Their fiery red eyes locked onto Wang Xian. Everyone, I'm Wang Xian. I'm here to support the Fire Lark tribe. Wang Xian saw the experts from the Fire Lark tribe staring at him. He smiled and took a few steps forward. At the same time, he took out a token from his interspatial ring. A young lad came to support the Fire Sparrows? What a joke! The young man who was sizing up Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard his words. Then he said with a smile, This is... However, the elder at the front of the Fire Sparrows stared at the fiery red token and was slightly shocked. Young master, please come in. The elder bowed slightly with a hint of respect on his face. He immediately walked to Wang Xian's side and said to him, What do you mean? The two experts of the Holy Fire clan who were at level 9 of the see-through realm were slightly stunned when they saw the elder greeting Wang Xian respectfully. They frowned slowly. Bring everyone from the Holy Fire clan into the Fire Cloud Hall. Young master, this way please. The old man said to the other experts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and led Wang Xian into the hall. Wang Xian smiled and followed closely from the side. Since he had come to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, it was natural for the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to recognize him. He had a token given to him by Feng Luan in his hand. It was called the Fire Cloud Token. Other than the patriarch of the Guardian clan who did not need to treat him with respect, everyone else who held this token had to treat him with respect. It could be said that this token represented the arrival of their patriarch of the Guardian clan. This old man, please inform your patriarch of the Fire Cloud clan that I, Wang Xian, am here. Wang Xian entered the city and scanned his surroundings before speaking to the old man directly. Fire Cloud City was located on top of a volcano. The temperature of the entire city was extremely high. It was a holy land for fire attribute cultivators. Young Master Wang, why don't you wait in the Fire Cloud Hall? I will inform the patriarch. When the old man heard Wang Xian call their patriarch by his name, his heart trembled. If Wang Xian didn't have the Fire Cloud token in his hand and just called their patriarch by his name, he would have taken action immediately. Okay, sure. Wang Xian nodded his head and followed the old man to the back of the Fire Cloud City. Young Master Wang, please take a seat. I will inform the patriarch immediately. The old man brought Wang Xian to the huge Fire Cloud Palace and pointed at the front seat. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. One by one, the maids came over and poured a cup of tea. Fiery Light, where are you going? Aren't you the one who welcomed the experts of the Sacred Fire clan? There's a young Master Wang named Wang Xian who has the Fire Cloud token in his hand. He wants to see the Patriarch now. I'll go to the Fire Cloud Mountain Palace to report to the Patriarch. What? Fire Cloud token? Fiery Light, stay here with this young Master Wang. We'll go and inform the Patriarch. Wang Xian picked up the teacup and heard the exclamations from outside. Soon after, he saw the old man walking over again. Young Master Wang, our elder will inform the Patriarch. I will wait here with you. Fiery Light smiled as he spoke to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head and sat there quietly. It was obvious that this elder named Fiery Light didn't know his identity. It was also possible that he didn't know that their empress was still alive. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a group of more than 1,000 people walked in from the entrance of the Fire Cloud Hall. Everyone from the Sacred Fire clan, please take a seat at the side. Our clan elder will be here soon. Upon seeing their arrival, Fiery Light hurriedly greeted them. I say, we are from the Fire Lark clan. We are here to help you. Why didn't you prepare to welcome us in advance? The two elders who were walking in front revealed displeased expressions as they spoke to Fiery Light directly. I'm sorry, everyone. Please wait for a moment. We will be here soon. Please take a seat. Fiery Light pointed at the seat behind Wang Xian with a smile and gestured. Are you asking our elders to sit behind a young man? What is the meaning of this? Some of the middle-aged men from the Sacred Flame clan were slightly stunned when they saw Fiery Light asking their two elders to sit behind him. One of them frowned and spoke directly. They were here to help the Sacred Flame clan. Now, a random kid came over and was treated better than them. What was the meaning of this? Were they looking down on them? No need, we'll just stand here. A hint of displeasure flashed through the eyes of the two elders of the Sacred Flame clan as they replied coldly. Fiery Light pursed his lips and didn't speak. It wasn't that they didn't welcome him warmly, but that an even more mysterious guest had arrived. Seeing that Fiery Light didn't speak anymore, the expressions of the Sacred Flame clan's members became even more unsightly. Some of the Sacred Fire clan members whispered to each other with displeased expressions. Boom! 10 minutes later, just as the Sacred Fire clan members were feeling impatient, a special fluctuation suddenly appeared. Everyone in the Fire Cloud Hall was slightly startled, and the Sacred Fire clan members hurriedly shut their mouths. Buzz! Over 10 figures appeared in the middle of the hall. When the two elders of the Sacred Fire clan saw this person, they were shocked and revealed a faint smile on their faces. The patriarch of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had personally welcomed them. Could be considered as giving them enough face. All the displeasure from before had disappeared. Elder Fire Cloud. I didn't expect young Master Wang to come. Before the rock, please welcome everyone from the Sacred Fire clan. Young Master Wang. Let's talk inside. Patriarch Fengyun turned towards Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian nodded and took 2 steps towards Fengyun's position. Let's go. Fengyun nodded. With a wave of her arm, she brought Wang Xian and disappeared into the Fire Cloud Hall. The 2 elders from the Sacred Fire clan were stunned. They didn't even greet Wang Xian. The rest of the members from the Sacred Fire clan were even more stunned. Patriarch Firecloud wasn't here to welcome them, but that youth. What was that youth's identity? Brothers of the Sacred Fire clan. Thank you for your support this time. At this moment, the only elder of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan who remained thanked everyone from the Sacred Fire clan. His words made the faces of everyone from the Sacred Fire clan turn ugly. Any random young man could make Patriarch Firecloud come over personally to receive them. And they, on the other hand, were abnormally cold towards him. They were from the Sacred Fire clan of the Phoenix Dynasty, the founding general clan of the Phoenix Dynasty. Now, they came over to help them, yet they received such treatment. This made everyone from the Sacred Fire clan slightly indignant. I wonder who that young man was, to actually be able to make Patriarch Firecloud personally receive him. The 2 elders of the Sacred Fire clan asked coldly with gloomy faces. Huyen was slightly stunned before shaking his head. I don't know either. Our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan has already prepared a feast to entertain everyone. Young Master Wang. Greetings, young Master Wang. At this moment, 50 kilometers away, in a Fire Cloud Palace on Fire Cloud Mountain. This Fire Cloud Palace was the core of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Anyone who could enter this place must be a member of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. In a room that was not very big, Fengyun bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. More than a dozen figures beside her bowed directly to show their respect. Among them, 5 of them had already reached the half-step realm of longevity. However, at this moment all of them were staring at Wang Xian with fervent eyes. As the core elders of the Fire Lark clan, they were naturally very clear about the Empress's matters. Especially the Dragon and Phoenix Empire that the Empress had established, it made them feel extremely excited. Why did their Fire Lark clan fight to the death with the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop? Wasn't it because of the Empress's foundation? Even if they had to die, they wouldn't hesitate. And this young man in front of them was the Empress's strongest pillar of support. Even the Fire Lark clan couldn't help the Empress reach this step so quickly. In just 4 years, they helped the Empress establish a dynasty and empire, reaching the point where she could dominate the vast region. Even if this person in front of them was not as strong as them, they would not hesitate to ask them to kneel down. Moreover, from their point of view, this young Master Wang was very terrifying. For years ago, they learned that this young Master Wang's strength was only at the extraordinary realm. Now, he was at the 9th level of the see-through void tier. It was probably only a matter of time before longevity in front of this young Master Wang. You don't have to be so polite. Wang Xian smiled slightly when he saw their respectful expressions. Young Master Wang, please take a seat. Fengyun pointed at the main seat in the middle and said to Wang Xian, Haha, I can't take up this position yet. Let's wait for a while. Senior Fengyun, please take a seat. Wang Xian sat at the side and said to Fengyun, Senior Fengyun, the main reason why I'm here is for the matter of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Can you tell me about the current situation of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan? Yes, all right. Fengyun nodded and sat on the main seat. The current situation is not good for our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, especially the Sacred Fire clan, which has caused our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to be in a passive and dangerous situation. Fengyun frowned. The Sacred Fire clan? Wang Xian looked at Fengyun, who he had met 4 years ago. She looked much older now and asked in puzzlement. That's right, the Sacred Fire clan. Fengyun nodded. Back then, the reason why our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan dared to fight against the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Forging Workshop of the Sacred Items was because of the Sacred Fire clan. Our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was the protector of the Empress of the Phoenix Dynasty at that time. The Sacred Fire Clan was the founding general of the Phoenix dynasty. Once, when I was fighting with the Empress, I saved the life of the patriarch of the Sacred Fire Clan, as well as the lives of many members of the Sacred Fire Clan. She once said that she owed me a life, and our relationship was quite good. She is still the founding general of the Phoenix dynasty. If this crisis were to happen, she would be willing to take action. With the influence of the Phoenix dynasty, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop wouldn't dare to kill us. But Feng Yun was talking at the side while Wang Xian listened by the side. He frowned slightly. When Feng Yun was with the Empress, she had saved the life of the Sacred Fire Clan's patriarch as well as their clan's life. With such a good relationship, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was attacked by the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. As long as the Sacred Fire Clan stood up for the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the two forces would definitely not dare to kill them. After all, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was once the Empress' personal guard, and the Sacred Fire Clan's patriarch was the founding general of the Phoenix dynasty. Due to the Phoenix dynasty's might, they would definitely not dare to kill the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. This way, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan could also pin down the two forces. However, when Feng Yun asked the Sacred Fire Clan's patriarch for help, the Sacred Fire Clan's patriarch didn't refuse or agree. On the contrary, he invited Feng Yun to return to the Phoenix dynasty. Once she returned, the Phoenix dynasty would protect the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Now that the Empress had returned, how could Feng Yun join the Phoenix dynasty? In the future, the Phoenix dynasty would be their enemy. After rejecting, the patriarch of the Sacred Fire clan only sent experts from his clan to send her away. As for this support, it was only to help them fight against some people who were tempted by the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. In other words, the Holy Fire clan will make a move but will not do their best. Furthermore, this support might not last for long. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he said coldly, "That's right. They might retreat in half a year at most. Once they retreat, our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan will be in danger." Feng Yun sighed slightly. She never expected that the person she had saved many times would only act perfunctorily when their tribe was in danger. Not every tribe can be as loyal and righteous as your Fire Lark tribe, Wang Xian said softly. The stronger the force, the more profit-oriented it was. It was rare to see a tribe like the Fire Lark tribe. The Empress is the benefactor of our Fire Lark race. Without her, we wouldn't exist. Feng Yun said calmly. Where's the battlefield now? How many insightful emptiness realm experts are there in the Fire Lark race? Wang Xian asked directly. The battlefield is at the easternmost part of the Fire Cloud mountain range. The two factions that are attached to our Fire Lark race are fighting with our Fire Lark experts there. Now that the Holy Fire tribe has joined in, they have restrained themselves a lot. It is a small-scale battle where their strength is weak. As for the insightful emptiness realm experts, there are more than 9,000 insightful emptiness realm experts in our Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe. Feng Yun replied. Huh? Only around 9,000. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback as he asked in astonishment. Feng Yun was slightly taken aback when she heard Wang Xian's astonished words. Only? Were there less than 9,000 insightful emptiness realm experts? One had to know that this was only the strength of the Fire Lark tribe. If they didn't count the fallen ones, there were more than 10,000 of them. If this was placed in the Chao Fa continent, it would definitely be a huge force. This was once the personal guard regiment of an empire. What was the concept of a personal guard regiment? It was the kind of regiment that was the strongest in the 5 empires. The other higher-ups of the Fire Lark clan in the room also pursed their lips and smiled bitterly. This made them think of the power of this person in front of them. According to the vague information sent by the Empress, he and the Empress had defeated an army with more than 10,000 insightful emptiness realm experts together back then. They could basically guess that this insightful emptiness realm expert should have around 5,000 to 6,000 of them. This word Kai was indeed well used. Wang Xian saw their expressions and came to a sudden realization. All the insightful emptiness realm experts in the entire vast region added together only numbered around 20,000. The Fire Lark clan had more than 10,000 insightful emptiness realm experts, which was considered a relatively large number. Then, How is the opponent's strength? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. The combined strength of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop is only around 10,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. However, they have 2 Longevity Realm experts. Other than that, their financial resources are too terrifying. Not long ago, they hired a masked assassin organization to assassinate several hundred of our profound Void Realm experts. In addition, they issued a mission at the Mercenary Association to kill a member of our Firecloud Sparrow clan. They were able to obtain 5 pills and 5 weapons of the same rank. This caused countless mercenary groups and experts to come and hunt us down. Now, the members of the Sacred Fire clan have come. They said that they would deal with these mercenary groups and unspecialized experts. They completely treated this battle as a training for their disciples. Feng Yun said with some anger. Masked Assassin Organization? What a strange name. Can you give me a copy of the information on this assassin organization? Wang Xian pondered for a moment and said to Feng Yun. The reason why he came to help the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was to kill the enemy. Since he was here to kill the enemy, he would first get to know the enemy. Sure. Feng Yun, the Fire Cloud Sparrow, and the other higher-ups were curious about Wang Xian's question. However, they didn't ask about it. A graceful and elegant lady took out a set of information from her interspatial ring and handed it to Wang Xian. Can you change your appearance, physique, and even your aura? Wang Xian looked at the information regarding the masked assassin organization in his hand. Unlike ordinary assassin organizations, the assassination techniques of the masked assassin organization could only be considered average. However, their method of changing their appearance was hard to guard against. When a person suddenly turned into someone you were familiar with, naturally, they would not be wary at all. Under such circumstances, the other party would be able to kill you easily. The second largest assassin organization in the Transcendence continent. Wang Xian was slightly surprised when he read the evaluation of the Masked Assassin Organization. The Masked Assassin Organization is different from ordinary assassins. Their unique method of changing their appearance, body shape, and aura is easier to train than other assassins. This has resulted in many assassins in the Masked Assassin Organization. Some people have guessed that the number of assassins in the Masked Assassin Organization is in the hundreds of thousands. Hence, they are rated as the number 2 assassin organization on the continent. The elegant lady explained to Wang Xian. Send me to the battlefield tomorrow. Also, show me all the information about the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Wang Xian said to them, Young Master Wang, what's your plan? Feng Yun stared at him with some doubt and asked, I have an assassin organization under me. I would like to try and see if they can withstand the assassination attempt by the Dragon Thorns. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Ever since he came to the Transcendence continent, he had started off by relying on the Dragon Thorns assassin organization. From the start, the ones he valued the most and the ones he nurtured the most were the Strange Demon and the rest. In the vast region, during the 8 months he was resurrected, it was because of the existence of Strange Demon and the others that he was able to contend against the Lone Sect and the Southern Royal Family. However, Strange Demon's strength at that time wasn't very strong, and he didn't carry out unbridled assassinations. This time, he came to the central stage of the extraordinary continent. It was time for Strange Demon and the others to perform. Dragon attack can kill a piece of the sky. He is looking forward to. Thank you, young Master Wang, for coming to help us this time. Let me bring you to the front of the battlefield. The information you need is there. If you still need anything, just tell me, this old woman. Feng Yun looked at Wang Xian and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. All right, let's go now. Wang Xian nodded. Let's go. Feng Yun nodded his head and gestured to them. Then he waved his arm. The scene changed and they were in the sky above the fiery cloud mountain range. Feng Yun waved his arm again and brought them forward. After teleporting for 5 consecutive times, Wang Xian and the rest appeared in front of a mountain peak at the front of the fiery cloud mountain range. In front of the mountain peak, there was an incomparably huge city. There were over 10 million people in the city. Currently, the entire city was surrounded by a formation. Only the huge city gate in front of them was open. People with a murderous aura were coming in and out of the city. These are the two sects that are attached to our fire cloud sparrow. They are not weak either. Feng Yun explained to Wang Xian. Following that, she moved and brought him into the last fire cloud mountain. Flames enveloped the area. They stepped across a river of lava and entered the foot of the mountain. There's an information department in front. All the information regarding the life and death pill workshop, the forging workshop for holy items, and the war will be sent here. These information are real-time. Basically, they can be guaranteed to be accurate. If young Master Wang wants to see any information, just tell the person inside. Feng Yun and the rest brought Wang Xian inside. Patriarch, Queen, Clan Elder. After they entered, the Fire Cloud Sparrow's clansmen hurriedly shouted respectfully, "Do your thing." The Fire Cloud Queen waved at them. "Young Master Wang, let Huguduo follow you for the next period of time. If you need anything, just tell her directly." Feng Yun brought him to the information department to take a look before instructing a woman behind him. "Young Master Wang." The woman at level 9 of the see-through realm shouted at Wang Xian. "All right, I'll take a look at the information here first. You guys go ahead and do what you need to do." Wang Xian nodded and said to them, "All right." Feng Yun nodded. Wang Xian didn't stand on ceremony and walked straight in. He asked for all the information about the war, the life and death pill workshop, and the holy item forging workshop. The woman called Huguduo stood at the side. Feng Yun and the rest took a look at Wang Xian before leaving. "Young Master Wang is here. I wonder if you can alleviate the plight of our Fire Cloud Sparrow." All the higher-ups of the Fire Cloud Sparrow came to a room, and the Queen of Fire Cloud said slowly, "As long as nothing happens to young Master Wang, it's fine. We don't ask for anything else. The Empress still needs him." Feng Yun waved her hand and said. All the higher-ups of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan nodded their heads. They didn't expect young Master Wang to be able to help them too much. All they wanted was to be safe. Their Empress still needed young Master Wang's help. Wang Xian wasn't too surprised by the attitude of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan towards him. He sat at the position of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's information department and checked all the resources. Information was imprinted into his mind one by one. This gave him a detailed understanding of this war. This war was no longer an ordinary battle. It involved a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers and involved billions of people. After all, this was a battle between the top forces under the Transcendent Continent Empire. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had deep financial resources. At present, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had always been at a disadvantage. With the addition of the Holy Fire clan, the situation had eased up a lot. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop didn't want to become mortal enemies with the Holy Fire clan. The Holy Fire clan didn't want to bear the name of being ungrateful, so they only sent a few people to brush it off. As the situation eased up, it turned into sneak attacks and assassinations, which were no more harmful than large-scale direct collisions. This also caused the major factions to treat this place as a training ground for their disciples. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop even evaluated and rewarded their disciples based on the number of Fire Lark disciples they had killed. After reading through these basic information, Wang Xian went through all the information on the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop again. In his heart, he had a detailed understanding of the following actions. "Young Master Wang, you've been watching for more than 10 hours. Do you want to eat something?" When Wang Xian got up and walked out, Elder Huguduo walked over and asked, "There's no need. I'll make a trip to the city." "All right, Elder Huguduo, find me a place to stay. After I come back, I'll go straight to my place," Wang Xian said to her. "All right, young Master Wang. The third cave on the mountain peak is where you'll be staying. There's a maid at the entrance while I'm next door. If you need anything, just let the maid call me." Elder Huguduo pointed to a spot and said to Wang Xian, "Okay." Wang Xian nodded and flew straight into the city. Looking at the entire huge city, most of the people inside were filled with killing intent. Wang Xian walked towards the exit. At the entrance of the city, some people were forming teams while others were looking for teammates. There were dozens of people who went out of the city to hunt for enemies. Outside the city, there was a hunting battlefield with a radius of a few thousand kilometers. The members of the Fire Lark tribe and the forces that were affiliated with the Fire Lark could also obtain huge rewards for killing enemies. Let's improve my strength first. Wuxia walked out of the city gate and looked ahead. A forest appeared in his line of sight. The forest was a fiery red tree. It was known as the Fire Cloud Forest. The Fire Cloud Forest covered an area of 3,000 kilometers. There were fiery beasts living in it. This place was originally the backyard garden of the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe. There were many spiritual herbs planted in it. Now that the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had attacked this place had become the main battlefield. Let's go. Wuxia moved his body and flew straight to the front. He flew straight to the void that was tens of thousands of meters away. He concealed himself and dashed forward at a fast speed. For the time being, Wuxia didn't plan to mobilize all the strange beasts. He wanted to enter the city of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to obtain some information. According to the information of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the city more than 3,000 kilometers away was a base of the two major forces. If the people from the two major forces wanted to attack the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, they would have to stop here. Now, that place had become their supply station. As a supply station on the battlefield, the number of elixirs there had definitely reached an extremely high level. Wuxia wanted to get his hands on those resources. He would plunder the resources in the early stages to increase his and the strange demon's strength. After that, he would have a good time playing with them. Wuxia looked down at the front with a hint of coldness on his face. Are we almost there? Looking at the huge city in front of him, the corner of Wuxia's mouth curled up slightly. Issuing missions and recruiting mercenary groups to hunt members of the Fire Lark tribe could reduce the loss of his own personnel. However, there was also a disadvantage. That was that it was difficult to manage. There were many people entering and exiting the city gates. Wuxia walked in without any scruples. He went in alone. Walk out of the city. Yesterday, we killed more than 10 members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Haha, this is awesome. I heard that the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan has a helper, a member of the Sacred Fire clan. We have to be careful in the near future. We have already received news that the patriarch of the Sacred Fire clan did not come. The strongest one is at level 9 of the Profound Void tier. However, experts at level 9 of the Profound Void tier have experts from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to deal with them. The peerless prodigy of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Zhang Xingho, who is a dragon among men, heard that he has already killed more than 200 members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. He even killed more than 10 Void Interpretation Stage experts. He is simply too strong. Shui Liani and Shui Lianhuan from the Life and Death Pill Workshop, the Twin Pearls, killed the prodigy of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, Huomingyu, yesterday. He is one of the most outstanding prodigies of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan in the current generation. As soon as he stepped into the city, voices of discussion could be heard. Wuxia raised his eyebrows and scanned his surroundings. All of them were young, middle-aged, and old men who were filled with killing intent. Most of them had bloodthirsty excitement in their eyes. The war between the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe had thoroughly angered the two major factions. They did not hesitate to pay a huge sum of money to issue missions. This had caused many people who loved to fight to rush over and join in the war to participate in the hunting of the Fire Lark tribe members. Wuxia looked over and a cold expression appeared in his eyes. A strange ray of light shot out from his eyes. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements were opened instantly. He scanned his surroundings and could sense the strength of the people around him. In a city with a population of over 10 million, the weakest among them was at least at Transcendent Level 7 and above, and those at the Profound Void tier could be seen everywhere. His gaze swept over the buildings on both sides, one on the left and one on the right. Both rows were filled with shops of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Each of these two shops was thousands of meters long. High-level medicinal pills could be seen everywhere in the shops. If they were placed in the flowing sea area, it would make everyone go crazy. War was what the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Biological Pill Workshop wanted to see the most. The reason why they dared to pay such a high price to hire various mercenary groups and assassins was because they needed elixirs and weapons for mercenary groups to fight. If they bought elixirs and weapons from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, the income of the two forces would also increase. In this way, they did not have to pay too much of a price. Every shop has a level 5 insightful void martial artist guarding it. There are also level 7 and 8 insightful void martial artists among them. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the area and continued walking forward. There are level 9 insightful void martial artists there, and there's more than one of them. That should be the center. There are 5 experts who are half a step away from longevity. This entire city is terrifyingly powerful. If it wasn't for the Fire Lark tribe holding them back, the Dragon Phoenix Empire would have been destroyed long ago. Wang Xian quickly walked to the center of the city. He was slightly shocked as he checked the strength of the entire city. Once his identity was exposed, he would definitely not be able to walk out of this city. Although there were no longevity experts around, there were at least 5 people who were half a step away from longevity. If I plunder the elixirs here and escape immediately, the corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. As long as there were no longevity realm experts around, everything would be fine. The current him could teleport twice without a break. One time would be 20 kilometers and 2 times would be 40 kilometers. If he escaped 40 kilometers, even a half-step longevity realm expert wouldn't be able to catch him. This was especially so since all the elixir stores were located near the city gates. Wang Xian returned to the original route and arrived at the top floor of a restaurant near the city gates. His gaze swept across the area below. There are a total of 50 elixir stores. Some are big and some are small. There is only one place with an expert at level 8 of the see-through realm guarding it. There are 50 at level 5 of the see-through realm and 2 at level 7 of the see-through realm. With 500 strange demons attacking at the same time, they can take away all the elixirs from the 50 elixir stores in an instant. Then they will fly over and enter the storage spiritual bag. They will leave in an instant. Wang Xian sipped his tea gently. He sat there quietly and watched as he pondered in his heart. It's only a distance of 2,000 meters. There is absolutely no chance of failure. Wang Xian thought to himself. Ha, young Master Jiang Xingho, please come in, please come in. Young Master Jiang is simply too strong. He fought against more than a dozen experts of the Fire Lark clan alone. Impressive, impressive. At this moment, more than a dozen young men walked over from the stairway. They were laughing and conversing with each other. Jiang Xingho, the peerless prodigy of the Holy Item Forging Workshop, the dragon among men, Jiang Xingho. Now he has the strength of a 5th-level void interpretation. He has shown brilliantly in this war. Is he Jiang Xingho? I heard that he is an outstanding disciple of the current generation of the Jiang clan of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. In the restaurant, some people also looked over with curious faces. Haha, it's the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's trash that is too weak. If it wasn't for their Fire Cloud Sparrow experts coming over, I would have been able to kill them all. The corners of Jiang Xingho's mouth curled up slightly as he sat on the table with a face full of confidence. That's not right. Young Master Jiang, your strength is too strong. In this war, young Master Jiang, you have the demeanor of a great general. May I ask how many contemporary disciples have the demeanor of a great general like you? A few young men at the side fawned over him. Haha. Serve the wine in dishes. His figure was tall and sturdy. The young man holding a heavy hammer in his hand waved his hand arrogantly. Now that I've killed 19 Fire Cloud Sparrow Cave Void Realm experts, I'm still lacking one more to be able to give a follow-up evaluation of Jiang Xingho. I want to earn the title of the strongest heaven's favorite in the Jiang family's current generation. Haha, that's right, that's right. The disciple who performed the best in this war will be able to obtain a huge reward. I think this reward belongs to young Master Jiang Xingho. Voices of unbridled conversation rang out. Some of the people around didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Xingho was the current heaven's favorite of the Jiang family in the Holy Item Forging Workshop. He was the disciple of the dragon among men. A 5th-level insightful emptiness realm expert. Each title could suppress many people. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the group of people who were chatting freely and smiled faintly. Let's move out. He looked out of the window and had a thought. In the storage spirit bag in his hand, illusory shadows flew directly towards the elixir store below. 500 strange demons were moving out at the same time. The weakest among them could assassinate an expert at level 6 of the see-through realm. There were a total of 500 of them. This force was extremely terrifying even in this war. A group of strange demons flew over at an extremely fast speed. Out of the 50 elixir stores, 1 out of 10 strange demons entered. 5 of them attempted to assassinate and the other 5 took all the elixirs away. How long would this take? Just a few seconds. At this moment, Wuxia stood up slowly and walked towards the table of Jiang Xingho and the rest in the middle. He was holding a wine cup in his hand with a smile on his face. I have long heard of young Master Zhang's great name. Let me toast you. Wuxia walked over and raised his wine cup towards them. Jiang Xingho looked over and raised his eyebrows slightly. Who are you? What right do you have to toast young Master Zhang? The group of young men on the table stared at Wuxia and said in disdain, Walala. However, the moment they finished speaking, they saw the young man in front of them pouring his wine onto the ground. Everyone was stunned. Time's up. You can die now. Pa! Under the astonished gazes of everyone on the top floor of the restaurant, the wine in the unfamiliar young man's hand fell to the ground. Following that, the porcelain cup in his hand also fell to the ground. A crisp sound and cold words rang out, causing everyone in the restaurant to be slightly stunned. Buzz. Wuxia waved his arm and a wave of destructive energy directly attacked everyone in the restaurant. What? Who are you? In the restaurant, Jiang Xingho and the rest felt Wuxia's terrifying attack. Their faces were filled with horror and terror. However, Wuxia did not pay any attention to them. He stood there without saying a word and looked at everyone with an expressionless face. Run! Jiang Xingho stood up hurriedly with a face full of horror. However, at this moment, a terrifying attack covered the entire top floor of the restaurant. His face was filled with horror as he froze. Wuxia waved his arm and the corpses of more than 30 people on the top floor were directly stored into his interspatial ring. What heaven's pride! What dragon among men! In front of him, he was just a weakling. As the saying goes, before everyone's peerless heaven's pride, and dragon among men had matured, they were all trash. In the world of the strong, there were only the strong. Murder! At this moment, sounds of exclamations could be heard from outside. Wuxia stood there and looked down with a smile on his face. In his line of sight, numerous strange demons were flying towards him at a terrifying speed. They entered Wuxia's acceptance spirit pouch directly. Dragon King, it's a success. Everyone is here. Ao Yao's voice rang in Wuxia's ears. Let's go. Wuxia swept a glance at the terrifying aura that surged from the center and revealed a cold smile on his face. His figure flashed and appeared 20 kilometers away in an instant. After completely fusing with the Heart of Darkness, he would also possess all of Ao Yao's abilities. As long as it was not an attack formation that was controlled by humans, the other defensive formations would have no effect on him. After 2 flashes, his figure appeared 40 kilometers away. Wuxia flew further away based on the memories in his mind. Who did it? Who did it? Reporting to Grand Elder, all the members in the 50 shops of our Life and Death Elixir Workshop have disappeared. All the elixirs have also disappeared. Less than 3 seconds after Wuxia left, figures with a terrifying aura flew over. An old man with the words Life and Death embroidered on his clothes roared angrily. His body trembled when he heard the report from his subordinates. What did you say? All the members have disappeared and all the elixirs have disappeared. The old man scanned his surroundings furiously. With a wave of his hand, he attacked the tallest tower in the city. Wang! A terrifying energy directly surrounded the entire city, and the city was directly sealed. What's going on? What happened? Why is the city closed? That seems to be the Grand Elder of the Life and Death Pill Workshop. It seems like the Life and Death Pill Workshop has been ransacked. All the people have disappeared. How is this possible? Every pill workshop has a 5th-level profound void martial artist guarding it. There are a total of 55th level profound void martial artists. When everyone in the entire city saw the formation seal, their faces revealed a shocked expression as they discussed in succession. How is it possible to raid 50 of your shops in an instant? This is absolutely not something that one person can accomplish. Each shop has an expert guarding it. This requires at least 100 6th rank void interpretation experts to be able to do it. However, even if there are 100 experts at the 6th level of the void interpretation realm, they wouldn't be able to move so fast. Where are they now? The expert from the Holy Item Forging Workshop scanned his surroundings. With a wave of his arm, one one-eyed crow after another flew over from the center of the city. There were over a dozen cyan crows that were more than 10 meters in size. They had a single eye between their brows and they looked somewhat terrifying. Eye crows, check if there are any suspicious people. The expert from the Holy Item Forging Workshop said directly. It's the Grand Elder. The dozen cyan crows spoke in human language and hovered in the sky above the city. Their huge eyes coldly swept over everyone. Under the eye crow's eyes, no one who was suspicious could hide. Even half a step to longevity can't do it in just a few seconds. A supreme elder of the Holy Item Forging Workshop frowned. Fortunately, it wasn't their Holy Item Forging Workshop that was robbed this time. But even so, at this moment, it made them a little nervous. Our Life and Death Pill Workshop put tens of thousands of insightful Void Tier pills here. There are also hundreds of thousands of pills below insightful Void Tier. There are also 50 experts above the 5th rank of the Profound Void Tier. It must be the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. It must be their doing. An angry voice was spat out from the mouths of the two Grand Elders of the Life and Death Pill Workshop. They directly floated in the sky as they swept their surroundings with dense expressions. So many medicinal pills. This was an incomparably huge blow to their Life and Death Pill Workshop. It was no exaggeration to say that 1/10 of the medicinal pills in their entire Life and Death Pill Workshop were here. It was even more than the losses from the previous war with the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan shouldn't have this ability. Could it be that they found some helpers? The Supreme Elder of the Holy Item Forging Workshop frowned. Facing such a terrifying clan like the Fire Cloud Sparrow, they were filled with fear everywhere. After all, that was once the personal guard race of the #1 Empress of the continent. Damn it! Damn it! Search for me. Search the entire area. The two half-step longevity experts from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop roared furiously. Everyone in the city was filled with shock. It seems that half-step longevity is not as powerful as I thought. Wang Xian flew in the sky with a smile on his face. In fact, the gap between Wang Xian and half-step longevity was not huge. Half-step longevity meant that they could teleport after comprehending the 9th level of the domain. They could use their domain to suppress their enemies. However, the distance of their teleportation was about the same as the distance of Wang Xian's current teleportation. The only difference was that they had one more domain to attack. Although there was a gap between Wang Xian and them, the gap was not too big. There are so many elixirs here. Taking out a quarter of them is enough to raise Ao Yao's level. Wang Xian looked at the elixirs in his interspatial ring and smiled. He came to a safe place in the sky and swallowed all the elixirs. One by one, the pills were converted into dragon energy. Tens of thousands of insightful void-level pills were swallowed. Under hundreds of thousands of insightful void-level pills, the top-tier pills among transcendents were swallowed. Following that, Wang Xian transferred the dragon energy to Ao Yao's body. A 7th-level insightful void-level dragon species, fighting 2 levels above it. It's the right decision to come here. I can kill without any scruples and plunder without any scruples. Looking at Ao Yao's improvement in strength, Wang Xian revealed a smile. In the vast region, unless he destroyed the 3 superpowers, it was impossible for him to obtain so many resources. However, he could obtain them easily here, killing people and plundering goods. War was the fastest way to make a fortune. Wang Xian continued to fly into the distance. He took a look at his attributes and realized that he still needed half of the resources needed to level up. I'll be able to level up with a few tens of thousands of elixirs above the insightful void realm. Wang Xian thought to himself. After all, his current strength was only at the 4th level of the insightful Void Realm. Even if he needed a huge amount of Dragon Chi to level up, a few tens of thousands of elixirs at the insightful Void Realm would still be able to increase his strength. Profound Void Tier medicinal pills were considered relatively precious items in the Central Continent region. My next target is one of the 2 great medicinal pill holy lands of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, the Heavenly Medicine Valley. As the Life and Death Pill Workshop that had stood tall for 70 to 80,000 years in the entire Transcendence continent, their foundations were extremely terrifying. They were able to open the medicinal pill workshop all over the Transcendence continent. Most importantly, they possessed 2 paradises. One was the Life and Death Medicinal Garden. The other was the Heavenly Medicine Valley. Among them, the Life and Death Medicinal Garden was the main headquarters of the Life and Death Medicinal Garden. At its core, there were longevity experts who guarded it all year round. Once the longevity experts left, the array formation would be activated. It would be very difficult for the longevity experts to enter, and the importance of the Heavenly Medicine Valley was slightly lower than the Life and Death Medicinal Garden. However, it also had the protection of a longevity-level array formation. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break in. According to the records of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan regarding the Life and Death Elixir Workshop, the Divine Herb Valley is guarded by half-step longevity-level powerhouses all year round. However, during this war, the strength of the guards over there should be reduced by more than half. Most of them rely on the formation to protect them. The defensive formation is useless to me. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Knowing oneself, knowing one's enemy, and winning every battle. He had come here to help the Firelark tribe. What he valued the most was the corpses of the experts and the elixirs from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. The corpses of the experts could be placed in the Dragon Pool to increase the strength of the Dragon Palace. The elixirs were self-evident. As long as I can obtain the elixirs and spiritual herbs in the Heaven Herb Valley, even if I get a portion of them, it will be enough for me to increase my strength by 1 level. Once I increase my strength by 1 level, I will be equivalent to the strongest person under the longevity realm. Next, in this war, I will be able to go all out. Wang Xian thought to himself. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he flew rapidly towards the Heaven Herb Valley. It would take a long time for Wang Xian to fly a distance of 50,000 kilometers. Along the way, he passed by some cities. Some of them belonged to the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. However, Wang Xian did not make a move. He was prepared to have a big fight. After walking and stopping, Wang Xian spent a day to arrive at the Heaven Herb Valley of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. It is said that these mountains are the founders of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. With great power, they moved the mountains over and formed a valley. Every mountain peak is filled with powerful formations. If one wishes to barge in under the age of 10,000 years, they can be destroyed immediately. Even if one is at level 1 or level 2 of the Longevity Elixir Workshop, it would be very difficult to enter. Wang Xian looked at the valley surrounded by 40 to 50 mountains of 6 to 7,000 meters in front of him. His eyes were flashing with madness. Opening his dragon eyes of yin and yang and the 5 elements, Wang Xian scanned the surrounding area of 100 kilometers vigilantly. Within the radius of 100 kilometers, every trace was within his sight. Wang Xian concealed his figure. His ability to conceal himself was not any weaker than Ao Yaoyao's. Flying up to a height of 10,000 meters, Wang Xian looked down. I can't even penetrate the formation, as expected of a formation that can withstand a longevity expert. Wang Xian looked down and realized that the dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements were unable to penetrate the formation. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. He hesitated for a moment and slowly descended. Buzz. Without the slightest fluctuation, Wang Xian easily penetrated the formation and floated in the sky above the entire Heaven Herb Valley. What a terrifying spiritual energy, what a terrifying medicinal fragrance. The moment he entered the formation, an extremely dense spiritual energy rushed over directly. At the same time, a powerful spiritual medicinal fragrance rushed over. Just taking a deep breath made one feel refreshed. The spiritual energy and the fragrance of the herbs here are comparable to the Dragon Palace, as expected of a force on the mainland. They really have a deep foundation. Wang Xian floated in the sky in amazement. Cultivating here was comparable to the Dragon Palace. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Of course, it was impossible for the Life and Death Elixir Workshop to let people cultivate here. This was because cultivating here would destroy the spiritual herbs here. The spiritual herbs here. Hiss. When Wang Xian looked down, he revealed an extremely shocked expression. The spiritual herbs were divided into 9 domains based on the formation. Each domain contained spiritual herbs and spiritual trees of various attributes. Every domain had a radius of 10 kilometers. The entire Heaven's Herb Valley covered an area of more than 50 kilometers. However, within this 50-kilometer area, there were hundreds of millions of spirit herbs and spirit trees planted. At the very center, a 20-meter-tall spirit tree with luxuriant branches stood there quietly. The entire spirit tree was emitting a fiery red light. The light covered an area of 200 meters, creating a space of its own. On top of it, there were many fruits. One of the fruit trees was so red that it was purple. It was emitting a gentle flame, while the others were somewhat green. A longevity-level spirit tree and a longevity-level spirit fruit. As expected of a force on the mainland, there are even spirit trees of this level. Wang Xian was extremely shocked. He gulped and looked around. Half-step longevity level, 9th level, and 8th level spirit herbs and spirit trees were everywhere. However, many of the spirit herbs and spirit trees were not fully ripe yet. Plucking the spirit herbs before they fully matured would cause great losses. As the Heaven's Medicine Valley of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, they would only pluck these spirit herbs and spirit trees when they matured. They had been planting these spirit herbs and spirit trees for tens of thousands of years. This is their foundation. Even if the Fire Cloud Sparrow can completely defeat the Life and Death Pill Workshop in this war, they won't fall in an instant. As long as the Heaven Herb Valley is around, there is still a high chance for them to rise up, not to mention their base camp, the Life and Death Elixir Garden. The foundation of some factions was really terrifying. 3 people who are half-step to longevity, 15 people who are at the 9th level of the Void Interpretation stage, and 30 people who are at the 8th level of the Void Interpretation stage. This is the power of protection. This is also the hidden power of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze downwards. With such a strong power, once he appeared, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. However, the entire valley is divided into 9 places by the formation. Only 3 places are guarded by a half-step to longevity expert. The rest of the places are not guarded. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. If he could obtain all the spiritual herbs in the entire Heaven Herb Valley, he would be able to advance by at least 2 or even 3 levels consecutively. In the dark and light herb garden that is covered by the formation, the defense is the weakest. Let's go to these 2 places first. Wang Xian scanned the area below him with his dragon eyes that seemed to be able to see through the void and the netherworld. He tried his best to conceal his figure and slowly flew towards the dark herb garden below. Perhaps it was because no one had infiltrated the Celestial Herb Valley in the past tens of thousands of years. Although there seemed to be many powerhouses in the entire valley, no one had discovered him. Wang Xian came to the sky above the dark herb garden. He moved his body and entered directly. The moment he entered, Wang Xian saw 5 figures inside. 5 old men dressed in Life and Death Elixir Workshop uniforms were refining elixirs. They did not notice Wang Xian who had entered. Buzz. He waved his arm and a wave of destructive energy engulfed the 5 of them. The 5 powerhouses at the 8th level of the see-through void tier were instantly killed. Even if it's the smallest dark herb garden, there are at least 1 million spiritual herbs in there. Wang Xian looked at the herb garden with a burning look in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he threw all the elixirs into the storage spiritual bag. He didn't spare even the low-level spiritual herbs. 5 minutes later, Wang Xian passed through the formation and entered the herb garden of light. There were more experts in the protection of light than in the herb garden of darkness. However, they were also some experts at level 8 of the see-through realm. Wang Xian waved his arm and continued to wipe them out. Then, he began to plunder the herb garden in a frenzy. There are experts at level 9 of the see-through realm guarding the herb garden of wind attribute. However, with Ao Yao and myself around, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Following the same method, Wang Xian released Ao Yao and the two of them sneaked into the herb garden of wind attribute. Now that Wang Xian possessed an assassination technique that was no weaker than Ao Yao, he easily worked together with Ao Yao to eliminate the two 9th-level profound void martial stage cultivators in the wind attribute herb garden. Just like that, there was no commotion at all. Wang Xian brought Ao Yao into the 6 herb gardens of light, dark, wind, thunder, water, and earth. There are half-step longevity experts in the remaining 3 herb gardens. It's impossible for me to assassinate them. Standing in the earth attribute herb garden, Wang Xian looked at the other 3 areas. The other 3 areas were the largest areas in the entire herb garden. The level and quantity of the spiritual herbs there were much higher than the spiritual herbs he obtained. There's no rush. After I absorb the spiritual herbs in my hands, I will have invincible strength below longevity. When the time comes, I can completely crush these 3 half-step longevity masters with my powerful strength. Wang Xian thought to himself. His heart was burning with passion. If he could obtain the resources of the entire herb garden, wouldn't he be able to fight against longevity? I will be discovered if I make a breakthrough here. I still have to go out and make a breakthrough. Wang Xian thought to himself. His eyes were burning as he looked at the longevity-level spiritual tree in the center. After hesitating for a moment, he resisted the temptation and flew out. A longevity-level spirit tree could be called a demigod tree. This type of spirit tree had its own domain and possessed spirituality. Even the divine tree above the longevity level possessed extremely terrifying combat strength. It was comparable to the godly state and was extremely heaven-defying. If he wanted to pick fruits from this type of spirit tree, it would definitely cause a commotion. Bear with it for a while. The situation in the other 6 herb gardens will not be discovered. Wang Xian moved his body and flew out of the Heaven Herb Valley without causing any ripples. After flying out of the valley, he arrived 40 kilometers away in 2 flashes. He took out the spiritual herbs from his storage spiritual bag. There were tens of millions of spiritual herbs. Among them, there were hundreds of thousands of spiritual herbs at the void interpretation level. However, there were only about 100,000 spiritual herbs that were fully matured. The rest of the spiritual herbs were not mature yet. However, this was enough. Wang Xian threw the spiritual herbs into his mouth one by one and quickly swallowed them. The dragon energy in his body was increasing at a terrifying speed. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in your level. As you have comprehended the strongest aspect of the 5 elements, the great grinding of the 5 elements has further strengthened your body and strengthened your dragon tail. Ding! Congratulations to host for comprehending the aspect. Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Ding! 5 elements grinding strengthened Dragon Claw, Dragon Head, Dragon Body, Dragon Tail. Strengthen the whole body. Complete Man-Dragon Unity. Name Wang Xian. Race. Yin-Yang Dragon of 5 elements. Man and Dragon in 1. Level, Hollow 5, Dragon Transformation, 3rd Transformation. Dragoglass, 31, 233.11, 276.4 billion / 10, 000 billion. Avatar, rules the water tribe below its level. Devourer of life to extract dragonglass. Control the 5 elements. Kung Fu. Dragon Transformation. Supernatural power. Soul, Spirit, Yin and Yang 5 elements Dragon Eyes. Facsimile. 5 elements Big Mill, Palm Dragon Country. Dragon Head World. 10,000 Dragon Body. Yin and Yang Poles. Yin and Yang 5 elements Bowl, Dragon Tail. Dragon Palace. Level 3. Members of Dragon Palace. 20003. Ka. A powerful force washed over Wang Xian's body. His entire dragon body doubled in size, reaching a height of 300 meters. 5 colored rays of light circulated around his body. The power of light and darkness enveloped the surrounding space. A powerful and invincible aura was emitted from his body. Phew, I've made a breakthrough. After this breakthrough, I'm one step closer to the peak of the supernatural continent. Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes. A powerful pressure spread out in the surroundings. He moved his body and transformed into his human form to feel his body. A smile appeared on his face. The breakthrough this time was no surprise. His dragon tail had become stronger. What surprised him was that he had become one with the dragon. On his attribute panel, he could transform into a human and become one with the dragon. This meant that even if Wang Xian didn't transform into a divine dragon, he would have the combat strength of a half-step to the peak of longevity. There was no difference between the human form and the divine dragon form. When he raised his arm, he could immediately transform into a dragon claw that was a few kilometers in size. When he opened his mouth, he could transform into a dragon head that was a few kilometers in size. This was the human-dragon unity. Every upgrade is a qualitative change. Next, it will be the entire Heaven Herb Valley. Wang Xian immediately turned his head and looked into the Heaven Herb Valley. His face was filled with excitement. Boom! Just as Wang Xian was about to enter the Heaven Herb Valley again, a raging fire suddenly rose in the valley ahead. The fire directly shot tens of thousands of meters into the sky. The entire Heaven Herb Valley was like a terrifying furnace. What's going on? Is the formation activated? Wang Xian's expression changed slightly as he looked at the terrifying flames. The blazing flames dyed the entire sky red. The air was burning and a wave of heat surged over. They discovered the disappearance of the spiritual herbs in the 6 herb gardens. They activated the formation immediately. Wang Xian's pupils constricted slightly. This kind of attack and defense formation was one. Once it was activated, it would be surrounded by a forbidden area. Under such circumstances, even if he could ignore the formation, he wouldn't be able to enter it. The heavens are really unfair. I can't believe I was discovered so quickly. If I can still enter. Wang Xian was a little unwilling. If he could enter, his strength would be able to increase by 1 level. At that time, his combat strength that was comparable to the longevity realm would be able to fight head-on with Feng Yun and the other 2 forces. What? All the spiritual herbs in the 6 attribute herb gardens in the Heaven Herb Valley have disappeared. Who did this? Who is targeting our life and death pill workshop? The pills in Heaven City were stolen. Now, a quarter of the pills in the Heaven Herb Valley have been stolen. How can they not know who the opponent is? How is this possible? Our Heaven Herb Valley is protected by a longevity level array formation. 3 half-step longevity level Grand Elders are guarding it. How can a quarter of it be stolen? In a huge grassland, the valley and the plateau were fluctuating. Many powerful demon beasts were running on it. In a flower garden beside a huge river, when the senior executives of the Life and Death Pill Workshop received the news from the Heavens Medicine Valley, their faces revealed extremely ugly expressions. In Fengtian City, their Life and Death Pill Workshop had suffered heavy losses. However, they didn't expect that something had actually happened in the Heavens Medicine Valley. The loss of the Heaven Medicine Valley made them feel anger and fear. The Heaven Medicine Valley was where their foundation lay. If they lost one point, it would be the loss of their own foundation. However, from the beginning to the end, they did not know who their opponent was. Now, the Medicine Master has personally gone to the Life and Death Medicinal Pill Workshop. Those who can barge into our Heaven Medicine Mountain are at least half-step longevity experts. An old man said with a somewhat grave expression, "It must be the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. It must be them." An old man dressed in white clothes growled with an ice-cold expression. Even if it wasn't them who did it, it has a great relationship with them. Now that they've invited the Sacred Fire Clan to come and help them, it's very likely that they've also invited other experts that we don't know of. In the center, a thin and weak old man holding a resplendent bamboo said faintly, "The Sacred Fire Clan clearly doesn't want to go all out, but their deterrent force is still there. Some of the Phoenix Dynasty's mercenary groups and some experts have withdrawn a lot." An old woman frowned slightly. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is indeed powerful. They were once the Empress's personal guard group, but our Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop aren't doing it for nothing. If they can invite people, we can too. The water tribe leader of the life and death pill workshop who was holding the bamboo said faintly. Oh? Tribe leader, we have helpers too. The old woman was slightly taken aback as she hurriedly asked. It's not like we are asking others to risk their lives for us. Naturally, there will be people who are willing to take action, especially those who are battle-hungry. The water tribe leader who was holding the bamboo smiled. Those who are battle-hungry, are they from the Nine-God Empire's demon god tribe? The old woman was slightly stunned and quickly asked. The demon god of the Nine Gods. The chief of the water tribe with the green bamboo in his hand revealed a hint of coldness in his eyes. He's gone. He's gone. At this moment, at a location 50 kilometers away from the Heaven Herb Valley. He had been squatting here for 2 days. The moment he saw the space tremble slightly, he hurriedly fled into the distance. A Wancho master had arrived. What a pity! Tu Wuxian, who appeared 100 kilometers away in a flash, sighed. He wanted to wait for the attack of the formation to stop. Now that a Wancho master had appeared, it would be troublesome if he wanted to enter the formation. When my strength reaches Wancho, I must destroy the Life and Death Elixir workshop and make a trip to the Life and Death Elixir garden. Wuxian thought to himself as he flew in the direction of the Firelark clan. He was already very satisfied with his gains this time around. If his strength increased by 1 level, he would be invincible under 10,000 years old. Next, he would bring the strange demon clan to massacre everyone. It was time to enter the battlefield between the Firelark clan and the two major forces. Wuxian flew at high speed and headed straight for the battlefield. The increase in his strength had increased his speed by about 5 times. Previously, his speed was 2,000 meters per second. Now it was 10,000 meters per second. The range of teleportation had also increased to 50 kilometers. Boom! 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 Just as Wuxian was flying, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the left. A fiery red figure was approaching at a terrifying speed. A ferocious beast. Wuxian looked over and revealed a curious expression. Kiki Kiki, catch the flaming soul and it. I didn't expect our luck to be so good to meet a flaming soul. Then, at this moment, sounds of excitement could be heard from behind the flaming soul. 5 figures were flying over at a terrifying speed. Their target was the flaming soul. Wuxian's gaze swept across them and finally landed on the fiery soul they were talking about. What pure fiery energy! This is similar to the soul of darkness. Looking at the fiery soul, Wuxian's face was filled with astonishment. The soul of darkness was formed from strong dark energy. This fiery soul was formed from fiery energy. Wuxian could make the 5 elements grind to absorb this energy. Roar! When the soul of fire saw Wuxian, who was right in front of him, his eyes revealed a look of panic and anger. He spat out flames from his mouth and attacked from a distance of 10,000 meters away. There's someone in front. Kiki, there's an unlucky fellow. He can help us defend for 1 second. Strange cries came from behind. 5 figures were approaching quickly. My luck is really good. Wuxian looked at the flaming soul of the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. A yin-yang tai chi pattern appeared around his body. When the flames landed on it, they were easily blocked. Wuxian waved his arm and transformed it into a dragon claw. He clawed at the flaming soul. Confine! He let out a soft cry. The gray energy trapped the flaming soul directly. The dragon claw, which was more than 10 meters in size, grabbed the flaming soul directly. Roar! Roar! The flaming soul looked at Wuxian with a look of horror in its eyes. What? How is this possible? Exclamations came out from the mouths of the 5 elders. They widened their eyes and revealed a hint of shock and fear on their faces. He was able to grab the flaming soul of the 9th level of the see-through realm in 1 move? Such strength! What a pure flame! A fire phoenix dragon seed of the 1st level of the see-through realm can absorb it and reach the 8th level of the see-through realm in 1 leap. Wuxian ignored the 5 elders. He looked at the flame soul in his hand and revealed a look of surprise. This senior, we are from the demon god tribe of the 9-god empire. The flame soul in your hand is our prey. The 5 elders saw that Wuxian ignored them. They looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and said indignantly, This flaming soul was a priceless treasure. I caught it now. Wuxia grabbed the flaming soul and glanced at it indifferently. We are the demon god tribe. Please give us some face, senior. The 5 old men's faces changed. With a dark expression, they took out their names again. One of the 9 gods, the demon god. You talk too much nonsense. Wuxia waved his arm and 5 grayish hand seals attacked them directly. What? You dare to attack us? The 5 of them had a drastic change in expression. Bang! However, before he could resist, the palm landed on their bodies. The powerful force caused them to fly backward at an even faster speed. Fresh blood flew out from their mouths. Noisy! Wuxia looked at the 5 ninth-level profound void martial artists who were flying at a speed of at least 5 to 6,000 meters per second and said indifferently. He looked at the flaming soul in his hand and revealed a smile. His body moved and he continued flying towards the direction of the battlefield. He did not have the slightest fear towards the experts from the 9 gods' empire. However, he didn't kill them on the spot. After all, it wouldn't be good if he offended a longevity-level expert. Wuxia had some understanding of the 9 god empire. The 9 god empire was formed by 9 tribes. Legend had it that it was an empire formed by 9 gods. In the current 9 god empire, every tribe had a longevity-level expert. In other words, there were at least a few longevity-level experts in the 9 god empire. The demon god of the 9 gods was the demon god tribe of the 9 god empire. This tribe was extremely belligerent and was ranked in the middle of the 9 god empire. Wuxia's figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. However, at this moment, the 5 elders of the demon god of the 9 gods tribe, who were at level 9 of the see-through realm, spat out fresh blood as they flew backward. Each of their faces were filled with shock. The elders of our tribe are back. Hiss, our elders are so fast. The fire soul must have been obtained by the elders. The fire soul of the 9th level of the void interpretation is simply a treasure for fire attribute experts. In the sky 50 kilometers behind them, more than 1,000 youths and middle-aged men were flying rapidly. When they saw the figures of the 5 elders, shock and excitement appeared on their faces. Just now, when they were flying in the sky, they unexpectedly found a fire soul. This was simply an opportunity that had fallen from the sky. The 5 elders immediately gave chase. Now that they saw the elders returning, they would definitely return triumphantly. That's not right. That is. Just as the 5 figures approached, everyone could not help but be slightly stunned. That's not right. Why were the 5 elders flying backwards? Flying backwards? What kind of divine ability was this? The 5 elders are injured. Quickly catch them. Quick, quick! When the few profound void tier 8 experts standing in front saw the 5 elders spitting out blood and flying backwards, their faces were filled with shock, and they hurriedly shouted, "Catch, catch!" Instantly, over a dozen profound void tier 8 experts immediately went up to the elders and caught their bodies. Hoo-hoo! The 5 elders of the demon god tribe steadied their bodies and panted heavily. Their faces were extremely pale. What terrifying strength! With a casual wave of his hand, he actually sent us flying 50 kilometers. If that expert were serious, he would be able to instantly kill us in one move. The 5 elders looked at each other with palpitations on their faces as they said with extremely embarrassed expressions, "What? Elder? An expert attacked you?" The surrounding demon god tribe members surrounded them with faces full of shock. He looks very young. He must have consumed some kind of medicinal pill. However, his strength is really terrifying. He has the strength of a half-step Wuxia. I didn't expect that his luck would be so bad this time. He actually met an expert of half-step Wuxia. Damn it! If our tribe's half-step Wuxia expert came, how could the flame soul benefit that guy? The 5 elders revealed unwilling expressions. However, they were completely convinced by the strength of that seemingly young man. Fortunately, the other party was afraid of their background. Otherwise, let's go. We are recuperating at the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. The elders of the demonic god tribe took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face, "Let's go." The group of people didn't dare to ask further when they saw the silence of the elders. They quickly flew towards Fengtian City. It seems that Fengtian City has been completely sealed off. I wonder if I can fight against the 5 half-step longevity experts with my own strength. A few hours later, Fengtian City appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. He looked at Fengtian City, which was completely sealed off, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. When he returned again, this city could no longer give him too much pressure. Of course, it was impossible for him to charge into the city directly. After witnessing the foundation of the life and death pill workshop, Wang Xian reckoned that he wouldn't be able to get out if he charged in. With the strength of the Fire Lark tribe, they can't withstand the desperate attack of the two forces. I can't infuriate them completely either. Since that's the case, I might as well make a move on those people who are courting death, kill them and accumulate resources at the same time. Only when I can fight against longevity will I have the right to be arrogant. Wang Xian thought to himself. With a move of his body, he flew towards the center of the fire cloud forest. Floating in the sky, the dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements scanned the area below. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, everyone appeared in his sight. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The storage spirit bag vibrated and numerous shadows appeared in the sky. Why are there so few people? Within a radius of 100 kilometers, there are only over 2,000 people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. There are only over 100 Void Interpretation experts, and 2 of them are at the 9th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Let's do it. Wang Xian transmitted all the enemies within a radius of 100 kilometers into the minds of the strange demons. His figure moved and he flew towards the north. There were 2 people at level 9 of the insightful void stage in the entire battlefield. One of them was in the south while the other was in the north. The other direction was left to Ao Yao to deal with. He would deal with the one in the north. A person at level 9 of the insightful void stage would be considered a top-notch upper echelon in front of a faction like the Firelark. It would be heartbreaking if one of these factions were to die. Within 5 seconds, he was rapidly approaching the level 9 insightful void martial artist. Oh no, there's a half-step longevity expert approaching. However, when Wang Xian approached the level 9 insightful void martial artist, his expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he immediately fled in the direction of Fengtian City. A half-step longevity expert from the Fire Cloud Sparrow has appeared. The moment he turned around and fled, he shouted at the same time. His voice instantly covered an area of over 1,000 kilometers. Eh? You can actually sense my arrival? Wang Xian was slightly shocked. Looking at the level 9 see-through void martial artist who was 50 kilometers away, his figure flashed. Damn it! The Fire Lark clan actually sent out a half-step Wanshou martial artist at this time. The escaping level 9 see-through void martial artist had a gloomy expression. Today he was frustrated and prepared to go out and hunt some enemies. However, he did not expect to encounter a half-step Wanshou. Fortunately, he had a sensing formation on him and had managed to escape in time. The distance of 50 kilometers was enough for him to avoid the pursuit of Wanshou. Pong! However, just as he was deep in thought, a palm landed on his body, causing his body to freeze. This! He widened his eyes, his expression filled with shock. However, in the next second, his corpse was kept into his interspatial ring. Is it a sensing formation? Wang Xian was holding a formation compass in his hand as he sized it up curiously. There are experts from our Fire Lark tribe nearby. I wonder which tribe elder it is. This is a little boring. Sister Hualuor, the moment your tribe elder appears, some of the weaker ones will dodge in advance. How are we going to kill the enemy? Just as Wang Xian was studying the induction compass in his hand, a voice came from the back. Huh? There's someone there. Clang. 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 Whoosh. 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 At this moment, more than 20 figures surrounded him quickly. A murderous aura was condensed. There's no sign of the Fire Lark clan. They're enemies. Haha. I didn't expect to meet a stray fish. Cold murderous aura and arrogant expression charged at Wang Xian. Waves of aura locked onto him completely. Each of them was an expert at the see-through level. The weakest was at level 1 of the see-through level, while the strongest was at level 5 of the see-through level. They were all young men. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. He turned around and looked at everyone around him. They were dressed in white, and there was a fiery red flame on their chests. Each of them had an arrogant look on their faces. Among them, there were 5 to 6 young men and women dressed in fiery red clothes. In the middle of the room stood 2 to 3 young men dressed in white and a young girl dressed in fiery red clothes. Seeing that they were surrounding him, Wang Xian smiled faintly. "I'm not the enemy," Wang Xian said faintly. "If a cunning person wants to live, he won't say that he's our enemy because he wants to live." A young man in the center stared at Wang Xian with an indifferent expression. "Do it," he ordered faintly. "Haha, I'll take his head." A young man moved and slashed at Wang Xian. "Eh? Wait. Suddenly, the young girl standing in the middle widened her eyes and shouted loudly while staring at Wang Xian in astonishment. "Big brother Wang Xian, it's you? Big brother Wang Xian." Just as Wang Xian was about to leave, a soft voice was heard. "Big brother? Only a child or a little Lolita would call him that, right? Why would someone call him that?" He paused and looked at the young girl with a whip as he sized her up. "Felt familiar. Be careful." At this moment, the young girl shouted out loud again. Beside Wang Xian, the young man at the first level of the see-through realm was thrusting his flaming longsword at him. Wang Xian took a glance at him, and an illusory Taiji diagram appeared around him. When the young man's attack landed on it, it was as though he had stabbed an indestructible rock. "You are a little lowly?" At this moment, Wang Xian recalled the face of the Fire Lark Queen. He looked at the young girl and shouted. The princess of the Fire Lark clan had this little lowly when she first met Feng Wan. At that time, the little lowly had yet to reach adulthood. Now, nearly 4 years had passed, and the little lowly had actually grown into a young girl. It was really true. A girl would change 18 times as she grew up. "It's really you, big brother Wang Xian." When Huoluo saw that Wang Xian recognized her, her face was filled with smiles. She immediately walked over to him. The young man who was attacking Wang Xian at the side was embarrassed. His attack was completely blocked, and the flaming longsword landed on it without leaving a single trace. When he saw that the young man knew the little princess of the Fire Lark clan, he withdrew the flaming longsword in embarrassment. "Huoluo, you know him?" The young man standing beside Huoluo raised his eyebrows slightly and walked over immediately. His gaze was fixed on Wang Xian. "I know him," Huoluo replied casually and walked to Wang Xian's side with a smile on her face. "Brother Wang Xian, when did you come to our Fire Lark clan?" Huoluo asked with a face full of surprise and joy. "I've been here for a few days. I didn't expect the little lowly at that time to have grown so big now." Wang Xian patted her head and said with a smile, "I've grown up, yet you still pat my head." Huoluo glared at him and said coquettishly. When Huoluo saw Wang Xian, she indeed felt very friendly because she was with the Empress. A few years ago, she was still very dependent on the Empress. That's right. She has grown up and is now on the battlefield. Wang Xian sighed slightly. The innocent little lowly, who was not even aware that she was being used by others back then, was now on the battlefield. "That's right. I have killed quite a few enemies." Huoluo nodded her head heavily. "Huoluo, who is he?" At this moment, the young man beside her asked with an unpleasant expression. "Oh, this is a good friend of one of my elder sisters." Huoluo was slightly taken aback before she replied. She knew that she could not tell anyone about the Empress. "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing Huoluo's words, the young man beside her smiled. "I am Lai Hanhan from the Sacred Fire Tribe." Lai Hanhan looked at Wang Xian indifferently and said proudly. In his opinion, Huoluo didn't have a biological sister, so she could only be a sister in the clan. The friends of those people should be the disciples of the subsidiary forces of the Fire Lark clan. He didn't need to take a disciple of a subsidiary force to heart. "Okay." Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. "Okay." However, Lai Hanhan frowned slightly when he saw Wang Xian's attitude. A hint of displeasure appeared on his face. "Brother Wang Xian, are you alone?" Then, come with us. We will go and kill the enemies together. At this moment, Huoluor said to Wang Xian, "Come with us. We are the most elite disciples of the Sacred Flame Clan, especially our young master Lai Hanshan. He is a dragon among men and has the strength of a 5th-level void interpretation. When the time comes, we can bring you to kill more enemies and obtain some rewards." A young man from the Sacred Flame Clan looked at Lai Hanshan and said proudly, "Follow our words and follow our orders. We can bring you along." When Lai Hanshan heard the disciple's words, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said condescendingly, "He, a dragon among men? There's no need. Little lowly, I will act on my own. I will not follow you." Wang Xian glanced at them and landed on Huoluor. "How can we do that? It's so dangerous here." That voice just now was an enemy at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. "Follow us. We have a detection array so we can know the opponent's strength in advance." Huoluor looked at him and said immediately. Lai Hanshan's face turned cold when he heard his words. "Huoluor, since he doesn't appreciate your kindness, let him act on his own. In this battlefield, he might not even know how he died." A young man from the Sacred Flame Clan glanced at Wang Xian and said, "You guys can come together. I'm going to act now. Be careful." Huoluor wanted to say something but was interrupted by Wang Xian. He patted her head. "Brother Wang Xian, give me the contact details of the communication stone plate. I'll contact you when I get back," Huoluor said immediately. "All right." Wang Xian nodded and gave her the contact details. He waved his hand at her and left. "Huoluor, is he very strong?" Lai Hanshan saw Wang Xian leaving. He squinted his eyes and asked Huoluor. "He should be very strong," Huoluor said with uncertainty. "A peerless heaven's favorite? A dragon among men? At such a young age, how can he be as strong as our young master Lai Hanshan?" A young man asked Huoluor. Huoluor shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. However, in the eyes of the rest, it was a different answer. It was better. Hee. Lai Hanshan smiled coldly. "Let's continue. I heard that we have a hunting ranking here. I want to climb up this ranking," he said to the surrounding people with a proud face, his face full of confidence. As the son of a founding general family of an empire, he had the right to be proud. Even if he ran into the core disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Is it all settled? After Wang Xian left Huoluor's place, he came to the center. Soon, many strange demons appeared around him. Reporting to Dragon King, all of them have been eliminated. "AOU said respectfully. Next, stop the assassination of the disciples of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Focus on killing those mercenaries and those who received the mission." Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before giving an order to AOU and the rest. When he made his move just now, the other party was able to discover him in advance and gave Wang Xian a warning. If he were to kill the disciples of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop in a frenzy now, it would definitely attract the attention of the 2 major forces. When that happened, there would be 2 scenarios. One would be for the other party to send experts over to investigate. The second was to forbid the disciples from entering the battlefield. This wasn't a good thing for him. Therefore, he planned to use a gentle method to boil frogs in warm water. First, he would kill those mercenary groups and the people who accepted the mission. These unspecialized people, even after they died, wouldn't attract the attention of the 2 major forces. Even if they eventually found out that these unspecialized people were killed, it would still have a deterrent effect. Those who still wanted to join the battlefield for pills, spirit stones, and weapons would have to consider their own lives. "It's the Dragon King." The group of strange monsters nodded immediately. Wang Xian waved his arm and allowed them to move freely on the battlefield. He hid in the surroundings and scanned the surroundings with his yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes. Once he encountered some powerful mercenary groups, he would take action immediately. The battlefield, with a radius of several thousand kilometers, was already very large. The entire battlefield was filled with silence and bloodshed. It was extremely quiet. Assassinations and sneak attacks were constantly being carried out here. However, the participation of the strange demon clan completely changed the entire situation. Haha, there are finally a few fish that have taken the bait. The harvest this time is not bad. I want to change to a third-level void interpretation weapon, haha. In a corner of the fire cloud forest, a group of over 10 people looked at the corpses on the ground with grim expressions. Their faces were filled with excitement. The path of cultivation did not lack people who dared to risk their lives. And if one wanted to become stronger and stronger, there was only one way, and that was to fight. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had attracted millions of people from the central continent with generous rewards. Many of them were experts. The Profound Void tier was not uncommon. For the sake of those incomparably generous pills and weapons, as long as they killed a few Profound Void tier experts, it was equivalent to them killing dozens of Profound Void tier fierce beasts and demonic beasts. Cut off their heads. A burly middle-aged man ordered his subordinates with a smile on his face. Yes, leader. Everyone immediately walked over and prepared to cut off the heads of these people. PFFF. PFF. PFF. Suddenly, a piercing sound was heard. There were no corpses on the ground, but these people had already disappeared. In the air, a drop of fresh blood dripped slowly. The assassination was ongoing. 500 strange demons could assassinate a powerhouse at level 6 of the Void Interpretation realm. Such strength was extremely terrifying in the battlefield. Come back. 10 hours later, Wang Xian recalled all the strange demons. How is it? Wang Xian looked at the 500 strange demons with a smile on his face. Ao Yao swept his gaze across all his clansmen and counted the number. Dragon King, you have killed more than 20,000 people. Among them, there are more than 700 above the see-through realm. A few minutes later, Ao Yao reported directly after he finished counting. That's right. Let's go back. We will come back a day later. Wang Xian said directly. It's the Dragon King. After waiting for more people to appear on the battlefield, they would continue to kill. This was like a storage pond. When there was too much water in the pond, the water would be pumped again. His figure moved and he flew directly to the location of the Fire Cloud Mountain. After entering the city with the token, Wang Xian returned to his residence. Young Master Wang, sorry to disturb you. Just as Wang Xian entered the room, a voice was suddenly heard. Senior Fengyun, please come in. Wang Xian sensed the figure outside the door. A smile appeared on his face as he said immediately. Young Master Wang, were the elixirs from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop in Fengtian City taken away by you? Fengyun entered the room and asked directly. That's right. Wang Xian nodded without hiding anything. Young Master Wang is really skilled. Fengyun sighed slightly. When the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan learned about what happened in Fengtian City, they were also shocked. They couldn't rob the Life and Death Elixir Workshop in Fengtian City unless Fengyun personally took action. Thinking of how Wang Xian had just arrived and something had happened in Fengtian City, the higher-ups of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan were somewhat suspicious. Fengyun could not help but come over to confirm it directly. Oh right, Senior Fengyun, I have some weapons in my hands. Can you change the weapons into elixirs? Wang Xian thought of the weapons in his interspatial ring and asked. All the weapons in his hands were obtained by assassinating those people. There were more than 20,000 people, and there were more than 500 void interpretation weapons. There were more than 20,000 weapons that were above Transcendent Level 7. If these were converted into elixirs, it would be a substantial income. Furthermore, he had obtained a substantial amount of elixirs from these people's interspatial rings. All right, leave this to our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Fengyun nodded. As one of the top clans under the Empire, they had their own channels. Some of the weapons were very easy to handle. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head and threw over a dozen interspatial rings to her. Looking at the weapons in the interspatial rings, Fengyun was slightly surprised, especially the more than a dozen weapons of the 9th level of the see-through realm, which surprised her. However, she didn't ask any more questions and took her leave immediately. A golden belt for killing and arson. With this speed, I might be able to level up in a few months. Wang Xian watched Fengyun leave and thought to himself, Brother Wang Xian, Brother Wang Xian. Before Wang Xian could rest, Hualuo's voice came from outside half an hour later. Come in. Wang Xian smiled and waved his arm to open the door. Brother Wang Xian, I heard from my clansmen that you are here, so I came over to take a look. Huoluor walked in and said with a smile. What's the matter? Wang Xian asked with a smile. I'm asking about the Empress. Huoluor came over and asked with a smile. Your Empress is doing very well now. In a year or two at most, the two of you will be able to meet again. Wang Xian said to her. Is that so? When Sister Empress returns, she will definitely be able to shake the world and destroy the trash like the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Huoluor clenched her fists and continued. Brother Wang Xian, it would be great if you came earlier. I can bring you to some fun places in the Fire Lark. Now, we only have 2 cities. However, there are some fun places in the Volcano City. Let me bring you there. Huoluor said to him. This is the lava lake in Volcano City. The lava is very mild. The center is the podium. How is it? Isn't it beautiful? In Volcano City, Wang Xian was strolling around the city with Huoluor. The little loli brought him to the scenic spots in Volcano City and bought him some special food. It was obvious that the host was entertaining the guests. Wang Xian followed the little loli around with great interest. Princess, a group of heaven's favorites from the Sacred Flame clan sent me to look for you. They said that they have something important to discuss with you. Just as Wang Xian and Huoluor were strolling around the city for more than 2 hours, a young man suddenly walked over and said to Huoluor, What's the matter? Huoluor frowned slightly and asked the young man. Princess, it should have happened yesterday. The young man also frowned slightly and replied, Don't tell me they really want to set up an arena in the Fire Cloud Forest? Huoluor's expression was a little ugly and angry. Set up an arena? What's going on? Wang Xian heard their words and asked curiously. Big Brother Wang Xian, yesterday, we met a group of Heaven's Pride disciples from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Saint Item Forging Workshop on the battlefield. At that time, the strength of both parties were about the same. The Sacred Fire clan was unwilling to make a move at that time. Apparently, the other party was also a little afraid of the Sacred Fire clan and didn't make a move. After that, they said a few words about putting up an arena for the life and death battle. I didn't expect them to really put up an arena on the battlefield. I can see that they are not here to help us with their full strength. They are here to test themselves and gain fame. Huoluor said with a displeased expression. Setting up a life and death arena? Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard Huoluor's displeasure. He shook his head in amusement. A life and death arena was set up for a fight between 2 superpowers. It was child's play. However, if it was a life and death battle, it was acceptable. Brother Wang Xian, let's go and take a look, Huoluor said as she held Wang Xian's arm and gestured to the young man. The 2 of them came to a luxurious manor. When they entered, they saw about 1,000 young men from the Sacred Flame clan gathered together and conversing. Princess Huoluor, you're here. Seeing Huoluor's arrival, Lai Han and the other youths immediately walked over with smiles on their faces. Lai Han, why did you call me here? Huoluor asked them with a smile. Regarding the battle, we've already made an agreement with the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Sacred Item Forging Workshops Jiang Xingkong, Life and Death Pill Workshops Shui Lianyi, Shui Lianhun, and the others to have a life and death battle in the arena. Those under the age of 100 can enter the arena and fight to the death. How about it? Call on the elites of your Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and we will kill their prestige together. Lai Han said to Huoluor with a smile on his face. That's not too good. Huoluor frowned slightly and said, How is it not too good? In the arena, a life and death battle can show their true strength. Lai Han said confidently. That's right. If we annihilate Breeze, it will also be a big blow to their morale. Some of the Sacred Fire clan's youths in the surroundings echoed. When their Sacred Fire clan came here, everyone was very clear that they would leave after half a year. However, they still had to participate in the war. Now that the arena was being held, not only would they be able to perfunctorily deal with the war, they would also be able to make a name for themselves after killing the enemy. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. We have already told the elders of your Fire Cloud Sparrow clan about this matter. They have agreed to this matter. For this arena battle, our Holy Fire clan will set up the formation at the side. Hualuo, you can call on the heavens favorites of your fire cloud sparrow clan. Killing the enemy on the arena is also killing the enemy. At this moment, an old man walked over. His gaze paused on Wang Xian for a moment before he spoke. He had a deep impression of Wang Xian. When they first entered the territory of the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe, the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe directly ignored them. Instead, they received a young man. Later on, based on their guesses, the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe deliberately humiliated them. This was their dissatisfaction. This made them slightly angry. However, they didn't say anything. This matter was their sacred fire clan's fault. However, they had already decided that they could leave directly after passing through the half a year's time that the patriarch had mentioned. This time, they would treat the arena as training for their sacred fire clan's disciples. All right, then I'll inform our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's heaven's chosen experts when the arena battle will begin. Hualuo could only nod her head and ask. Tomorrow, we've already agreed on a time. Tomorrow's battle? Lai Hanshan looked at Hualuo. Tomorrow? I'll let Sister Hualuo see my true strength. We also want to see the strength of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Saint Item Forging Workshop's Heaven's Pride expert. Around them, some of the Sacred Fire Clan's youths said proudly. As the family of the founding general of an empire, they would definitely enter the army. If they could become famous on this battlefield, it would be an honor for them. Yes, I believe that Lai Hanshan will be able to massacre everyone. Hualuo nodded at him and left with Wang Xian. Princess, do you want me to inform all the heaven's favorites in our younger generation? After walking out of the manor, the young man who followed them said to Hualuo, Tell Brother Su Xingzan and Brother Hua Mingtu about this matter. They will organize it. Hualuo instructed the young man. Yes, Princess. I will inform the two young masters immediately. The young man nodded and walked in another direction immediately. Sister Hualuo, are you going to participate in the arena battle tomorrow? Wang Xian looked at Hualuo, who had matured a little earlier, and asked. Compared to the naive and ignorant Hualuo from 3 years ago, she had changed too much. Perhaps it was because of this battle that she matured a lot earlier. Of course, I have to go and kill the enemy as well. I'm a powerhouse at the second level of the void interpretation stage now. Very few people of the same level are my match. Hualuo said with determination in her eyes. My two brothers were killed in this war. I want to avenge them. Wang Xian looked at her determined expression. When he heard her words, his heart was slightly moved. He didn't expect that the two sons of the Fire Lark Queen had actually died in this war. Little sister Hualuo, come. Follow me. Wang Xian patted her head and brought her to his residence. Eh? Brother Wang Xian, why are you bringing me there? Hualuo looked at him and asked curiously. To help you improve your strength. You are still too weak at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Wang Xian said faintly. Eh? You want to increase my strength? Hualuo followed Wang Xian to his residence with a face full of curiosity. She looked at him in puzzlement. Brother Wang Xian, my strength has just increased not long ago. Mother said that I want to increase my strength. Unless I strengthen my cultivation base, forcefully using resources to increase my strength will harm my bloodline. She continued to speak to Wang Xian. I know. Sit on the ground. Wang Xian nodded. He opened his mouth slightly and the 5 elements millstone flew out. On the 5 elements millstone, there was a ball of extremely terrifying flames. Fire Soul. This ball of Fire Soul was being absorbed by the 5 elements millstone. Currently, the Fire Soul of the 9th level of the See-Through realm had been reduced to the 8th level of the See-Through realm. But that's enough. What is this? Fire Spirit. Fire Lola slightly cross-legged on the ground, slightly wide-eyed, staring at the 5 elements mill above the terrible flame. Close your eyes and feel the fire. Wang Xian's voice rang in her ear. Lord closed her eyes at once. The 5 elements grind. Run. With a wave of Wang Xian's arm, the 5 elements grind into the size of 2 meters, above the 5 dragon operation. The energy of the fire divine dragons was rapidly enhanced. Under the circulation of the 5 elements millstone, the flaming soul turned into wisps of pure flames that slowly flowed towards Hualuo. Flame envelopment. Wang Xian shouted softly. A streak of flame fell from the 5 elements millstone and enveloped Huoluor. The terrifying flames in the flaming soul quickly entered Huoluor's body. Boom! The moment the pure flames landed on Huoluor's body, her profound void tier 2 strength immediately broke through. Following that, the flames intensified, and the fire divine dragon on the 5 elements millstone swayed its body, directly entering Huoluor's body. The fire divine dragon entered her body, helping her stabilize her foundation and circulate the flames. Boom! In less than 5 minutes, the aura within Huoluor's body rose once again. 4th level of the see-through realm. Huoluo already possessed the peak bloodline of the Fire Lark clan. She could directly cultivate to the half-step longevity realm. Now, Wang Xian was using the Fire Soul as energy and the 5 elements Great Grinding Gang to temper his body. There were no hidden dangers at all. Boom! More than 10 minutes later, another powerful aura burst out from her body. 5th level of the see-through realm. The rapidly increasing aura did not stop. If this was placed outside even in the central continent region, it would still be extremely terrifying if others knew about such a terrifying growth rate. Half an hour later, the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. 1 hour later, the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage. 3 hours later, the 8th level of the Void Interpretation stage. The energy of the flaming soul was depleted. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the 5 elements grinding mill. A smile appeared on his face. Although the strength of the 8th level of the see-through realm was not very safe in the upcoming battle, it was much better than before. I. At this moment, Huoluor slowly opened her eyes. Her pure eyes were filled with shock. Brother Wang Xian, my strength has actually reached the 8th level of the Void Interpretation stage. How is this possible? She stood up slowly and felt the strong strength in her body. She stared at Wang Xian with her eyes wide open in disbelief. From the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage to the 8th level of the Void Interpretation stage in a total of more than 3 hours. This was simply shocking. Even though the Fire Lark tribe was one of the top races on the continent, they did not dare to imagine such a thing. Get used to your own strength. Call me when you go tomorrow, Wang Xian said directly to Huoluor. Brother Wang Xian, I'll get used to it first. Huoluor felt a little absent-minded. Looking at Wang Xian, who was in front of her, she nodded her head excitedly. She walked out. When she reached the door, she couldn't help but turn her head. Brother Wang Xian, thank you. You're welcome. Wang Xian smiled and poured himself a cup of tea. The current state of the Fire Lark makes me feel a little constrained. He leaned against the chair and raised his eyebrows slightly. There were 2 longevity experts on the other party's side and only one on his side. If the other party were to really go all out, the Fire Lark clan would definitely suffer a huge loss. Let's take it slow and raise my strength to the longevity realm as soon as possible, Wang Xian thought to himself. Brother Wang Xian. The next morning, Huoluor's voice sounded from outside. Wang Xian opened his eyes and opened the door. Have we set off? Everyone is gathered at the entrance. Let's go over. Huoluo looked at Wang Xian with a smile. All right, let's go and take a look. Today, we shall watch our little beauty Huoluor slaughter everyone. Wang Xian smiled and instantly came to her side. Hee brother. No one knows that you helped me to improve my strength. Today, I want to kill those damned guys. Huoluo held his arm affectionately and said excitedly. The little loli from back then has grown up. Wang Xian stroked her head. After helping Huoluo improve her strength yesterday, she had become even more affectionate to him today. Huoluo smiled and grabbed Wang Xian's arm as they walked towards the city gate. Who is that young man? Why is our little princess so intimate with him? I don't know. I've never seen that young man before. Is he a disciple of the Song sect or the Fire sect? I hope this fellow has some powerful treasures, our little princess. As they walked on the road, the people in Volcano City were all shocked when they saw their little princess holding onto the arm of a young man so intimately. When Huoluor, Wang Xian, and the rest arrived at the city gate, the young disciples of the Sacred Fire Clan and the Fire Lark Clan looked over. Upon seeing this scene, many people were shocked. Lai Hanshan raised his eyebrows. This made him, who had a good impression of the fire lark, a little unhappy. Sister Hualuoer. Sister Hualuoer. Two young men walked up and looked at Wang Xian. Brother Su Xingzan. Brother Hua Mingtu. Hualuo immediately greeted the two young men with a smile. This is. The two young men looked at Wang Xian and asked Hualuo curiously. This is Brother Wang Xian. He's from another place. Hualuo introduced him. Hello, brother. I'm Su Xingzan. I'm Hua Mingtu. The two of them cupped their hands and greeted Wang Xian. Wang Xian. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the two of them. Both of them were at the 5th level of the see-through realm. They should be the leading figures among the younger generation of the Fire Lark clan. Princess Hualuo is here. Let's go. The voice of the Holy Fire clan could be heard from the front. Let's go. Everyone nodded and immediately flew towards the center of the battlefield. Brother Wang Xian. Su Xingzan is the most outstanding disciple of our Fire Lark Song sect. His father died in this war. Huaming Tu is the most outstanding disciple of our Fire Lark clan. He is a disciple of our Fire sect. A few Heaven's Pride disciples were assassinated by masked assassins. A group of over 3,000 people flew towards the location of the battlefield. At the back, some people who had received the news followed behind. There were over 20,000 people, and there were also quite a number of experts at the 7th or 8th level of the see-through realm. Hualuo introduced the outstanding disciples of the Fire Lark to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly at the side. The entire Fire Lark clan had suffered heavy losses in this war. Many Heaven's favorites and experts had fallen. The number of deaths at the insightful emptiness realm had reached 1 to 2,000. In the past, there were more than 20 cities attached to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Now, there were only 2 remaining. The number of deaths had reached more than 100 million. This was the terrifying aspect of a war between powerful factions. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. There were only 2 level 9 insightful emptiness realm experts from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan who had followed them. This time, there was no need for the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to send any experts to follow them in the arena that was agreed upon between the Holy Fire clan and the 2 major factions. It was entirely the Holy Fire clan that was in charge. The 2 major factions were somewhat fearful of the Holy Fire clan. Hence, there was an 80% chance that nothing else would happen in this arena. This was because the 2 major factions did not dare to completely infuriate the Holy Fire clan. They were afraid that they would really join forces. At that time, it wouldn't be of much benefit to the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Therefore, even if it was a life and death battle, it wouldn't erupt into a large-scale battle. Not many experts from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan came. This time's arena battle is a tacit understanding. It's completely a competition between disciples. If we use this opportunity to make a move, isn't it? However, at this moment in Fengtian City, thousands of kilometers away, an old man from the Holy Item Forging Workshop frowned and said to the people in front of him, "War is always cruel. If the people of the Demon God tribe didn't come, we naturally wouldn't dare to do so. However, now that they have arrived, we will let the Demon God tribe pin down the Sacred Fire tribe. We will use any means to deal with the people of the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe. The winner is the king," a supreme elder of the Life and Death Pill Workshop said coldly. "I agree too. Do the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe really think that we will be afraid of them if we call on the Sacred Fire tribe? They can find people. We have stood for 70,000 to 80,000 years. Naturally, we can find help." A supreme elder of the Holy Item Forging Workshop nodded in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "They have a detection array in their hands, so it's not convenient for us to take action. We can't send too many profound void tier 9 experts, so we can only let the masked assassin organization take action." An elder from the Life and Death Pill Workshop said in a deep voice. "Sure. But we have to inform the people of the Demon God tribe in advance." The Supreme Elder from the Holy Item Forging Workshop said, "Leave this matter to us. Let them wait for a while." Hee. The 2 Grand Elders of the Life and Death Pill Workshop revealed killing intent in their eyes. In the past few days, their Life and Death Pill Workshop had suffered heavy losses, and the enemy was the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe. They naturally had to return an eye for an eye and blood for blood. The so-called arena battle was built on the foundation that both sides were equal in strength. The two major forces were wary of the sacred fire tribe. However, with the demon god tribe, they could definitely fight against them. A cold expression appeared on the faces of the experts from the life and death pill workshop and the biological forging workshop. The corners of their lips curled up slightly. Wang Xian, Huoluo, and the rest flew towards the center of the battlefield. Soon, they arrived at the center. When they arrived, there were already people from the life and death pill workshop and the holy item forging workshop. There were around 30,000 to 40,000 people standing in the opposite position. When they saw them arriving, a ferocious smile appeared on their faces. There are 5 experts at level 9 of the Void Interpretation stage and 13 experts at level 8 of the Void Interpretation stage. Huoluo took out the detection compass in her hand and her voice entered Wang Xian's ears. Haha, Jiang Xingkong, Shualiani, Shualianhuan. You guys are still keeping your promise. Lai Hanshan's loud laughter rang out. His gaze swept towards the 2 young men at the forefront of the 2 major factions, and a proud expression appeared on their faces. A confrontation between heaven's favorites? No one would submit to anyone? Hehe, Lai Han, your sacred flame clan getting involved in this muddy water is not a choice that you know very well. In the center, a handsome young man with a compass in his hand stared coldly at Lai Hanshan as he spoke in a dense tone. Jiang Xingkong, don't be so arrogant. I, Su Xingzan, have already killed 29 profound void martial experts from your life and death pill workshop and holy item forging workshop. Today, I will use you to gather 30. Su Xingzan stared at Lai Hanshan with a face full of hatred as he roared in a low voice. Life and Death Pill Workshop, Holy Item Forging Workshop, prepare to die. Furious voices came from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan one after another. Hehe, you want us to die? The ones who deserve to die are all of you. In the life and death arena, I, Shualiani, will go up. Who dares to come up? A beautiful woman with delicate features flew directly towards the center. With a wave of his arm, an array formation instantly rose. An array formation was a scouting array formation. Anyone under the age of 100 could enter the array formation. In the Battle of the Chosen, they had already made an agreement with the Sacred Fire Clan to fight anyone under the age of 100. I'll do it, Xue Lian Yi. Even if you're a woman, I'll still behead you today. Hua Mingtu saw the most outstanding disciple of the Life and Death Pill Workshop appear. He didn't show the slightest fear and directly rushed over. Kill him. Kill this bitch of the Life and Death Pill Workshop. Goddess Xue Lianyi, kill that damned fellow. Let the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan know the consequences of offending us. Kill him. Hua Mingtu entered the arena, and angry shouts rang out from the surroundings. The distance between the 2 sides was 3,000 meters, and waves of killing intent flooded towards the other side. They looked at the peerless genius of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the genius of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, and all of them shouted loudly. Now, the 2 factions had entered a life and death situation. Kill! Both of them were at the 5th level of the Profound Void Martial stage. Without the slightest hesitation, they charged forward. Every move was fatal. It was a life and death battle. Brother Huamingtu, you can do it. Huoluo, who was at the side, cheered with a nervous expression. Life and Death Pill Workshop, Holy Item Forging Workshop, come and accept your death. At this moment, a young man from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan flew to the center, and the aura of a rank 3 profound void martial artist exploded out. It's Hua Mingshan, the core disciple of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. I'll kill you. With an angry shout, a rank 3 profound void martial artist disciple from the Holy Item Forging Workshop flew over and attacked Hua Mingshan. Holy Fire Clan. Rank 4 profound void martial artist. Lai Hanling, who will die? A disciple from the Holy Fire Clan flew out and shouted arrogantly. The disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan and the Holy Fire Clan rushed over one by one. Instantly, killing intent condensed. The area within 3 kilometers of the center became the battlefield of the life and death arena. Ha 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 ha, Holy Fire Clan, leave it to us. At this moment, a wild laughter came from the back. This made the Fire Lark Clan and the Sacred Fire Clan all slightly surprised. Bang bang bang. A group of more than 1,000 people were led by two young men dressed in black. The two of them held a huge hammer in their hands, and their faces were filled with wanton smiles. The group of people flew directly to the side of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, proudly glancing at everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the Holy Fire clan across from them. Who are they? They are from the Nine God Empire. They are from the Nine God Empire's Demon God tribe. Hiss, why are the people from the Demon God tribe here? What are they trying to do? Could it be that the Demon God tribe is helping the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop? Looking at the more than 1,000 people who were filled with an invincible aura and arrogance, everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow's side had a huge change in expression. Even the Sacred Fire Clan's people had solemn expressions on their faces. Why did the Nine God Empire's Demon God tribe suddenly participate in this war? What did they mean by this? Haha, a fourth-level void interpretation fellow. Which disciple of our Demon God tribe killed him? The 1,000-plus people's gazes swept across the surroundings. The black-clothed youth with long hair who stood at the front laughed loudly as he looked at Lai Hanliang and shouted loudly, "Senior brother, leave the fourth level of the profound void to me." A youth standing at the front moved and directly flew towards Lai Hanliang. He also held a huge black hammer in his hand as a violent aura was instantly unleashed. From the moment he came up to the moment he attacked, it had only been 2 seconds. He did not hesitate at all and was extremely domineering. Two young masters of the Mayuan clan, you came quite quickly. Shui Lianhuan looked at the two youths leading the Devil God tribe and greeted them with a smile. Haha, since I have nothing to do, I came early. The two youths from the Devil God tribe laughed and said indifferently, Devil Yuan General, Devil Yuan Bei, will the Sacred Fire tribe be handed over to you? Lai Hanshan looked at the two and asked with a trace of fear in his eyes. The Sacred Flame tribe will be handed over to us. We from the Demon God tribe want to see how powerful the disciples of the founding general of the Phoenix dynasty are. Hehe. A strong battle intent was revealed from General Mo Yuan's body. With the strength of the two brothers, the Sacred Flame tribe is probably not your match. Lai Hanshan smiled and looked at the position opposite him. Oh no, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop actually invited people from the Demon God tribe. General Mo Yuan Bei, two of the top 5 disciples of the Demon God tribe. Tens of thousands of people from the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe came to watch. When they saw the people from the Demon God tribe, their faces were filled with embarrassment and solemnity. Now that they were here, it meant that they would help the two big battles to fight against them. These were people from the Demon God tribe of the 9 gods. They were a terrifying force that was not weaker than the Sacred Fire tribe. They were even more powerful than the Sacred Fire tribe. To a certain extent, they even represented the 9 God Empire. This was because the 9 gods were united. I never expected the two major factions to invite the Demon God tribe. Next, the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe will be in even more trouble. If they invite the tribe leader of the Demon God tribe to act, the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe might be exterminated. Everyone from the Sacred Fire tribe had ugly expressions. The two major factions might be afraid of the Sacred Fire tribe, but the 9 God Empire's Demonic God tribe would definitely not be afraid of them. I never expected our patriarch to invite the experts of the Demonic God tribe. Is the Demonic God tribe going to join the battlefield to help us kill the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe? Haha. If they can invite helpers, our Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop can also invite helpers. The experts of the Demonic God tribe are able to deal with the Sacred Fire clan, and we will be able to crush the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan once again. Compared to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, who had an ugly and solemn expression, the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop had excited expressions on their faces. With the help of the Demonic God tribe, it was only a matter of time before they annihilated the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Disciples of the Sacred Fire clan, come out and face your death. At this moment, more than 10 disciples of the Demonic God tribe flew out and stared at the Sacred Fire tribe members with battle intent. Compete with the disciples of the Demonic God tribe. An elder of the Sacred Fire tribe standing at the front frowned and said indifferently, It's an elder. Some disciples of the Sacred Fire tribe immediately nodded and went up to welcome him. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from the front of the arena. Everyone looked over. Oh no! Our elite disciple of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan has been killed. Hiss, that guy from the Sacred Item Forging Workshop actually has a full set of insightful void tier equipment, and his weapon is even higher than his own realm. Haha, good kill. The beasts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan will be killed one by one. Lai Ching is awesome. An embarrassed voice came from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, while the other side cheered excitedly. Haha, trash of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Come on, let's continue. Who wants to fight me? Jiang Xingkong. In front of the Holy Item Forging Workshop, a burly young man stepped forward and stared at Su Xingzan, obviously indicating his opinion. I'll do it. Su Xingzan stepped forward, exuding an indomitable aura. Hee. It's my turn now. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan seems to be empty. Su Xingzan rushed forward. The Life and Death Pill Workshop's Shui Lianhuan walked forward with a face full of smiles. Haha. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is empty. No one is a match for our Miss Shui Lianhuan. Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's trash, our Miss Shui Lianhuan makes a move. Do you dare to have anyone fight against us? We've killed quite a few of the Fire Cloud Sparrow's heaven's favorites. There's almost none left, haha. The people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop mocked loudly. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's people looked at Shui Lianhuan, who was walking forward, and when they heard their mockery, their expressions became somewhat unsightly. Some of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's people looked in the direction of the Sacred Fire clan, asking their people to make a move. Let me. Lai Hanshan stared at Shui Lianhuan and said coldly. Lai Hanshan of the Sacred Fire clan, right? I told you, your Sacred Fire clan will be taken over by our demonic god tribe. Mo Yuan locked his gaze on Lai Hanshan and said coldly. This caused Lai Hanshan, Fire Skylark, and the others' expressions to change slightly. Hee, don't tell me that your Fire Skylark clan has no one under 100 years old? If one isn't enough, then you can have a few more. Shui Lianhuan stood in the air and stared provocatively at everyone in the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Below 100 years old, there are only 2 5th-level void interpretation cultivators, Young Master Su Xingzan and Young Master Hua Mingtu. They are being harassed by Jiang Xingkong and Shui Liani. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan members looked at each other, their expressions ugly. In terms of overall strength, they were slightly weaker than the two great factions. I want to kill you. At this moment, Hua Luor's figure moved, directly flying forward. What? Princess, you can't. Princess, you're not her match. When the Fire Cloud Sparrow saw Hua Luo flying over, everyone's faces were filled with shock and they hurriedly shouted out. The Fire Cloud Sparrow's 2 profound Void Tier 8 experts' expressions changed slightly, wanting to directly block her. However, Hua Luor's speed caused the 2 of them to be slightly stunned. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's newly matured princess, haha, do you know how your 2 elder brothers died? Seeing Hua Luo rushing over, Shui Lianhuan revealed a mocking expression and laughed mockingly. Princess Hua Luo, come back quickly. Behind them, the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan roared with extremely ugly expressions. If their princess was killed here, it would be a huge blow to the morale of their Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Princess, retreat. In the center of the battle, Su Xingzan shouted loudly. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Opposite him, Jiang Xingkong shouted coldly and smashed the huge hammer in his hand. After I kill you, all those under 100 years old from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop can come and challenge me. Hearing the exclamations of her clansmen, Hua Luo didn't waver at all. There was even a hint of excitement on her small face. You still wet behind the ears, little girl, die? Hearing Hua Luo's words, a hint of contempt appeared on Shui Lianhuan's face. She moved and directly attacked. The target was pointed at her head. Haha, the princess of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is going to be killed in an instant. I found that the princess and prince of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan are all idiots. Once this princess dies, all the princesses and princes will die. Haha. Seeing Shui Lianhuan make his move, everyone in the Life and Death Pill Workshop revealed excited expressions. Shui Lianhuan was one of the most outstanding disciples of their life and death pill workshop. Wasn't he instantly killed when he fought against a little princess who was still wet behind the ears? Boom! Huoluor looked at Shui Lianhuan, who was charging over. She held a magic staff that looked like a phoenix in her hand and gently waved it forward. A flame appeared out of thin air around this most outstanding female disciple of the life and death pill workshop. What? Shui Lianhuan's expression changed slightly as he felt the terrifying flames around him. Blue light surged around his body and the sound of raging waves churned within his body. Boom! However, the flames directly covered him. This is impossible. Shui Lianyi screamed in terror and despair as she felt her body being rapidly melted. Bang bang! A broken staff and a charred corpse landed on the ground and collided. What? How is this possible? Her strength? How? How can our princess's strength be so strong? Shocked voices came from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. The people of the Demon God tribe also looked at Huoluo, their eyes filled with shock. Even the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe could not believe it. Their princess had just come of age, and her strength had reached the second rank of the insightful Void Realm. She was already at the top of the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe. But now she had killed a 5th-rank insightful Void Realm expert in one move. Her strength was at the 6th rank of the insightful Void Realm? How did their princess suddenly advance to the 6th rank of the insightful Void Realm? She has just come of age and is already at the 6th rank of the insightful Void Realm? Even the geniuses of the Empire are only SOSO. Mo Yuanbei frowned, staring at Huoluo with a face full of surprise as he sighed. Life and Death Pill Workshop, Holy Item Forging Workshop, all of you young disciples, come at me together. Today, I will kill all of you. Huoluo held her staff tightly, her gaze revealing a chill as she spoke to the two great factions. Her somewhat tender face and voice caused people to feel somewhat dazed. Damn it! Why is this Huoluo's strength suddenly so terrifying? The elders of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop looked at each other with slightly embarrassed expressions. They had thought that with the demonic god tribe resisting the sacred Fire clan, the disciples of the two forces would be able to easily suppress the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. They had not expected that a monstrous princess would suddenly appear. Attack! The elders of the two major factions made a decision in their hearts and nodded slowly. An elder slowly raised his arm and released a special signal. Princess! At that moment, an elder from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan flew directly towards Huoluo's position. Elder Xianhua. Seeing the elder fly over, Huoluo's face was filled with smiles as she narrowed her eyes. She was like a good student waiting for her parents to praise her. Eh? Elder Xianhua is also here. Who is he? At the Fire Lark clan's location, some people showed a hint of doubt on their faces. Wang Xian, who had been standing there the whole time, raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the old man flying over. A strange light immediately flashed in his eyes. Hee, all of you must die. On the opposite side, a few elders from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop who saw this scene showed a sinister expression on their faces. Some disciples from the two major forces held their weapons in their hands. Following that, the battle was about to break out. Princess Huoluo, you're simply too awesome. Elder Xianhua flew over with an amiable smile on his face. That's because of Brother Wang Xian. It's him. Go to hell, little princess. Huoluo did not sense that something was wrong at all. She spoke with a smile on her face. However, before she could finish her words, Xianhua's long and amiable voice interrupted her. At the same time, a dagger was stabbed towards Huoluo. This caused Huoluo to be slightly stunned. While she was in a daze, fear appeared in her eyes. Masked assassin organization? However, at this moment, a sound that penetrated through flesh and blood could be heard. Wang Xian's figure appeared behind Elder Xianhua in an instant and asked calmly, Ahoy! All of a sudden, a scream came from the position of the Fire Lark clan. Attack! Kill everyone from the Fire Lark clan. In an instant, the scene changed. The roar of an elder from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop spread across hundreds of kilometers. What? How dare you attack? Damn it! You went back on your words and sent assassins to ambush us. Aren't you afraid that our Sacred Fire clan will fight to the death with you? Everyone from the Sacred Fire clan had a drastic change in expression as they roared furiously. This life and death arena battle had been agreed upon by their Sacred Fire clan and the two major factions. Now, the other party was actually using this place to ambush them. The masked assassin organization had already entered the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and killed over 1,000 people in an instant. Ha ha, leave the Sacred Fire clan to our demonic god tribe. At this moment, a loud laugh came from behind. 5 black figures flew over quickly. 5 rank 9 profound void martial experts from the demonic god tribe. All disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, be careful. There are masked assassins among us. At this moment, the elders of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan shouted with an extremely ugly expression. They had never expected that the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop would set up an ambush in this arena. When the demonic god tribe appeared, we should have thought of this. The 2 elders of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan shouted with an ugly expression. The sudden riot caused everyone to not notice Princess Huoluo's side in the middle. Not good, we're in trouble. We have people from the masked assassin organization. The sudden attack of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop and the appearance of the masked assassin caused the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to fall into chaos. Before the Demon God Tribe's 5 rank 9 void interpretation experts arrived, the difference in strength between the two sides was not completely overwhelming. However, due to the existence of the masked assassin organization, the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe's formation could not be organized. If the clansmen beside him were from the masked assassin organization, he could be ambushed at any time. Now that the Demon God Tribe's experts had arrived and restrained the Sacred Fire Tribe, the Fire Cloud Sparrow Tribe did not have the strength to resist. This was because the main force this time was the Sacred Fire Tribe. Demon God Tribe, are you guys going to participate in this war? The Fire Cloud Sparrow Tribe elder's expression was incomparably ugly as he shouted at the 5 insightful Void Realm experts of the Demon God Tribe who were flying over. Haha, what does our Demon God Tribe want to do? There's no need to explain to you guys. We are participating in this war, so what? The Demon God Tribe elder in the middle shouted arrogantly. He did not put the Fire Cloud Sparrow Tribe in his eyes at all. Not to mention the others, just the strength of their Demon God Tribe wasn't weaker than the Fire Cloud Sparrow Tribe. Naturally, they wouldn't show any weakness. Prepare to retreat. The 4 rank 9 profound Void Realm experts of the Sacred Fire Tribe looked around with extremely unsightly expressions and said to all the disciples, "Retreat? Can you retreat?" The experts of the Demon God Tribe laughed loudly. Not a single member of the Fire Cloud Sparrow Tribe is left alive. Cold killing intent could be heard from both sides. Figures quickly flew over. Although none of these people were too strong, there were around 500 to 600 people at the profound Void Realm on the left and right sides. Seeing the 20,000 people charging over from the sides, the faces of the Fire Cloud Sparrow Tribe members were filled with despair. The detection array could detect people who were stronger than them, but the people coming from the flanks were not that strong. The detection array was extremely precious to begin with, and only a small number of people had it. The people of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan who were at the 8th or 9th level of the Profound Void tier held the detection array, so they would not be on guard against them. Because the other party did not have an expert who was half a step away from longevity. This resulted in the current situation. Ha 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 ha. I'll exterminate you all today. It won't be long before your Fire Cloud Sparrow clan disappears from the transcendental continent. The elders of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop held weapons in their hands, and their faces revealed savage expressions. They had invited the demonic god tribe in order to exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan as soon as possible. It's over. Their people are many times more than ours. Oh no, will our Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe's experts come to rescue us? This group of despicable fellows, they are actually ambushing us. Furious and despairing expressions were emitted from the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe's mouths. They scanned their surroundings warily and shouted loudly. Fight! The 2 Fire Cloud Sparrow elders looked at each other. They gritted their teeth and roared loudly. Kill! Even if we have to die, we have to kill one. Killing one is worth it. Killing two is a profit. Everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan clenched their fists tightly and prepared to die. Everyone from the masked assassin organization wait for my order and immediately attack. Haha. At this moment, the elder from the Life and Death Elixir workshop laughed out loud. To be able to kill more than 20,000 members of the Fire Lark clan this time was a great morale boost for them. Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Life and Death Elixir workshop, everyone from the Fire Lark clan looked extremely embarrassed. They didn't know if they were teammates or assassins. Brother Wuxia. At this moment, Huoluor widened her eyes as she stared blankly at Elder Xianhua, who was pierced through by Wang Xian's arm and the enemies around her. She shouted softly. Wang Xian stood in the sky. The face of Elder Xianhua, who was pierced through, began to change. Clearly, it was the change of the masked assassin organization. He scanned his surroundings and saw that the enemies on both sides and in front of him had already rushed over. A smile appeared on his face. Come, little sister Huoluor. Today, I will let you see what instant kill is. Wang Xian gently pushed away the corpse of the masked killer in front of him and said to Huoluor calmly. Huoluor looked at Wang Xian in a daze. 5 elemental grindstone. Wang Xian touched her head and his body shook. His Dharma idol 5 elemental grindstone was instantly unleashed. With his human dragon unity, he could unleash the terrifying strength of a half-step into the realm of longevity even in his human form. Buzz. At the same time, he opened his mouth and his weapon, the 5 elements millstone, flew into the sky instantly. Boom! 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 In an instant, a terrifying pressure spread out in a radius of 100 kilometers. The entire sky turned dark in an instant. A voice that sounded like a millstone was heard in the sky. What's going on? Are the half-step longevity realm experts of the Life and Death Forging Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop also hiding around? As they felt the changes in the world, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Shocked and terrified voices came from the Fire Lark clan. 2 gray millstones of the 5 elements floated in the sky. Each of them had a terrifying radius of 20 kilometers. The 2 millstones covered an area of 40 kilometers. The sky couldn't be seen at all. All the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan were in despair. However, this sudden change also stunned everyone in the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. The elders of the 2 large forces looked at the terrifying millstones that had suddenly appeared in a daze, and their faces were filled with shock. It seemed that there were no half-step longevity experts from their 2 forces. Who is it? Someone from the 2 large factions? Everyone's gazes, including the Demon God Tribe's 5 rank 9 profound Void Realm experts that had just flown over, all looked over in shock. Oh, that is? Everyone saw Huoluor and a youth standing together in the middle of the sky. A terrifying energy connected the terrifying millstone in the sky to that youth. It seems to be one of our people. Su Xingsan and Huimingtu of the Fire Lark tribe looked at the young man beside Huoluo in shock and muttered, "That is." However, at this moment, the 5 experts of the Demon God tribe who were hovering in the sky recognized Wang Xian instantly. It's him, this. The 5 elders of the Demon God tribe revealed a hint of fear in their eyes. A few days ago, when they were chasing after the flaming soul, they were sent flying 50 kilometers away by this figure and were severely injured. They took 2 days to recover from their injuries. Originally, they had followed the disciples of the Demon God tribe here today. It was because their injuries had yet to fully recover that they were a little late. But they had just recovered, and they met this person again? Life and Death Pill Workshop, Holy Item Workshop, Demon God Tribe, all of you are courting death. Wang Xian, who was floating in the sky, looked at everyone around him. His calm voice fell into everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the Life and Death Workshop and Holy Item Workshop changed completely. Especially the elders of the 2 big forces. Their faces changed dramatically, full of disbelief. Who are you? There is no one like you in the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Moreover, how could you escape the detection of the detection array? The elder of the Holy Item Forging Workshop gulped and asked with a terrified face. He is a member of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. How can this young man be so terrifying and cover the entire sky? Is he an expert at the half-step longevity realm? The disciples from the two major factions also shouted in a low voice, their faces filled with fear. They had already succeeded in ambushing the fire cloud sparrow race, but they had never expected such an expert to suddenly appear. This senior, the people of our demonic god tribe have no enmity with you. We are willing to leave immediately. Yes, yes, senior. We are willing to leave immediately. We apologize to you. At this moment, the 5 elders of the demon god tribe suddenly begged for mercy. Everyone was shocked again. The 5 experts of the demon god tribe actually surrendered so humbly. They were people of the 9 god empire, elders of the demon god tribe. Even if they were to meet a half-step longevity expert, it shouldn't be like this, right? So your demon god tribe is here to help the life and death elixir workshop and the holy item forging workshop. If I had known earlier, I would have killed all of you the last time I met you. Wuxia looked at the 5 of them and said faintly. If he knew that they were enemies, Wuxia would have killed them immediately. But it's not too late now. As he spoke, the 2 5-elemental millstones in the sky began to operate. A grayish destructive force of the 5 elements was directed downwards. It covered the entire area of 40 kilometers. You killed us. If you dare to kill us, our demon god tribe will not let you off. The 5 elders of the demon god tribe had a drastic change in expression as they shouted in horror. Even the 5 elders of the demon god tribe are so afraid of him. Last time, could it be that the flame soul was stolen by this person, and our 5 elders were injured by him? Below them, the faces of everyone from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, as well as the disciples of the Demon God Tribe, changed drastically. They felt the dusky power, and their bodies trembled slightly. Defend! Defend! Run! Run now! The elders of the 2 large factions immediately shouted. The malevolence and excitement on their faces had completely turned into fear and despair. Run! Run! Under the orders of the 2 elders, everyone immediately fled into the distance in fear. The absolute geniuses of the 2 large factions. The elite disciples of the 2 large factions. This was especially so for Jiang Xingkong and Shui Lianyi. They were the peerless prodigies of the central continent. In the future, they might become the forefathers of a region at the longevity level. However, right now, they were fleeing with faces full of fear. Awe! When the grayish attack landed, the sound of a miserable scream instantly rang out. With Wuxia's current strength, he could fight against 3 to 4 half-step to longevity level experts and kill more than 40,000 people around him with ease. Boom! A destructive sound rang out. Everyone, including more than a dozen experts at level 9 of the see-through realm, widened their eyes in fear. One move and they would all die. One move and he would be killed instantly. It didn't matter if you were a powerful expert at level 9 of the see-through realm. It didn't matter if you were a peerless Heaven's Pride disciple with a strong background and powerful strength in the continent. With one move, all of them turned into dust. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the corpses fell to the ground and let out a muffled sound. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at the figure in the sky in astonishment. With just one move, he had killed all the people from the 3 major forces. Tens of thousands of people were no match for one move. There were more than 1,000 insightful void martial artists. This, Brother Wuxia, you are so powerful. Huoluor looked at Wuxia in a daze. Her face was filled with shock and excitement. She held on to Wuxia's arm happily. Her little face was flushed with excitement. She had already expected Wuxia to be very strong, but she didn't expect him to be so terrifying. He killed tens of thousands of people in one move. With such strength, she felt that even her mother was much weaker than him. My God, who is this young master? My God, half-step longevity. He is definitely a half-step longevity. Moreover, he is not an ordinary half-step longevity. He's too strong. Is he the hidden powerhouse of our Fire Lark clan? Below them, the 10,000 to 20,000 members of the Fire Lark clan trembled as they stared at Wuxia with a crazed expression. The sudden attack of this mysterious powerhouse instantly killed everyone on the other side. This was simply too shocking. If not for him, they would have a narrow escape. Young master, thank you for your help. The two elders of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan looked at each other with flushed faces. They immediately flew over and said respectfully. In the past few days, they had also received news that a person of high status had come to their Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The matriarch and the patriarch of the clan had personally welcomed him. They were not qualified to know who the other party was. However, after seeing Wang Xian's terrifying strength and his close relationship with Huoluor, they could vaguely guess. The honorable person might be the young man in front of them. We are on the same side, Wang Xian said to them calmly. The words "we are on the same side" instantly warmed the hearts of the two elders and the people from the fire lark below. This was what it meant to be on the same side. Next, you guys from the masked assassin organization should die too. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Wang Xian swept his gaze downwards and clawed with his arm. One gray dragon claw after another instantly grabbed the necks of the 200 people below. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Sir, we are members of the Fire Lark tribe. We are not. The moment the miniature dragon claw grabbed the 200 people below, the pupils of the 200 people contracted slightly. They hurriedly cried for help. Crack. However, at this moment, Wang Xian clenched his palm gently. Bang. 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 More than 200 people were killed instantly. One by one, they fell to the ground. Everyone in the surroundings was horrified. When they saw the changes in the faces of the people who fell to the ground, all of them inhaled a mouthful of cold air. This, sir, is so terrifying. He actually saw through everyone in the masked assassin organization with a single glance. Oh my God! The masked assassin organization was killed with a wave of his hand. It's too strong, too strong. Sir, where did you come from? Why haven't we seen you before? Everyone from the Fire Lark clan looked at this scene in awe. They were all shocked and mumbled to themselves. Everyone from the Holy Fire clan looked at Wang Xian in astonishment as they sized him up. However, the faces of the young men from Lai Hanshan turned from white to red and from red to green. But also looked down on this young. Buzz. Let's go. Wang Xian, who was floating in the sky, waved his arm. All the corpses were stored in his interspatial ring. He let out a soft shout and spoke to everyone from the Fire Lark clan. Now that he had killed a group of core disciples from the 3 major forces and more than 10 powerhouses at level 9 of the see-through void tier, the other party would definitely take revenge in less than 2 days. However, Wang Xian was very happy to see this scene. Yes, sir. Everyone, return to Volcano City immediately. The 2 elders of the Firecloud Sparrow clan immediately responded respectfully and said to all the disciples, let's go back. Everyone didn't dare to hesitate and immediately flew towards the direction of Volcano City. What a powerful strength. He is probably at the peak of the half-step longevity realm. The 4 level 9 see-through void martial artists of the Holy Fire clan looked at Wang Xian's figure in shock and exchanged a glance. Everyone from the Holy Fire clan had ugly expressions on their faces. They were the ones who initiated this life and death arena battle. In the end, the 2 major factions had set up an ambush here. This was a slap to their Holy Fire clan's face. However, they had to swallow their anger. Since the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were able to summon the Demon God tribe, they were no longer afraid of the Holy Fire clan. If it wasn't for the mysterious young man who suddenly appeared today, it was uncertain how many of the Holy Fire tribe members would have escaped. This made all of them look extremely embarrassed. Let's go. We have to be fast. I didn't expect the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to make a move on this life and death arena. Don't tell me they are not afraid of the anger of the Holy Fire tribe's patriarch. When Wang Xian and the rest approached Volcano City, a voice filled with anger and coldness suddenly came from the front. Eh? 5 figures flew over at a terrifying speed. When they saw Wang Xian and the rest, they were obviously stunned. Clan Elder. Clan Elder. The group of people looked at the 5 figures and stopped to call out respectfully. Phew, are you all right? The elder in the middle looked at all of them and heaved a sigh of relief. When they received the distress signal earlier, it gave the Fire Lark clan elders a fright. Although there were not many people in the arena battle this time, They were all strong practitioners of the younger generation of the Fire Lark clan. If they were ambushed, it would be a huge loss to the entire Fire Lark clan. Eh? Young Master Wang. At this moment, one of the clan elders noticed Wang Xian's figure and was slightly stunned. He quickly shouted at Wang Xian, "Young Master Wang." The other 4 clan elders hurriedly greeted Wang Xian. "Yes." Wang Xian nodded at them. "Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, it's all thanks to brother Wang Xian. Otherwise, we would be in danger." Huoluoer, who was standing beside Wang Xian, looked at the 5 clan elders and said with a smile, "Oh, so it was young Master Wang." The 5 clan elders nodded their heads slowly. It seemed that young Master Wang had gotten rid of the distress call just now. Yes, brother Wang Xian is amazing. He wiped out tens of thousands of people from the 3 major forces in one move. More than a dozen experts at level 9 of the Void Interpretation Realm were also killed in one move. Huoluoer nodded her head heavily and kept on talking. "The 3 major forces? Luoer, your strength has increased a lot." A clan elder revealed a puzzled expression when he heard her words. However, at this moment, another old woman was sizing up Huoluoer and suddenly asked in surprise, "Hee, great-grandma. I'm now an expert at the 8th level of the see-through realm." Huoluoer's somewhat boastful figure moved and came directly to the old woman's side. She said with some pride, "8th level of the Void Interpretation Realm? How is this possible?" When the 5 clan elders heard her words, they all fixed their gazes on Huoluoer. The strength of an 8th level of the Void Interpretation Realm was not enough to shock them, but Huoluoer had reached the 8th level of the Void Interpretation Realm. This was somewhat inconceivable. One had to know that she had just matured. She was only at the Profound Void Tier 2 a few days ago. How could it be possible for her to be at the Profound Void Tier 8 now? Profound Void Tier 8? This? Then, at the back, all the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan heard Huoluoer's words and their faces were filled with shock. This made them think of how Huoluoer had instantly killed the peerless prodigy of the life and death pill workshop, Shui Lianhan. At that time, everyone was extremely shocked. It was just that the outbreak of war had caused them to temporarily focus their attention on other places. Now that they thought about it, Huoluoer's strength was indeed a little terrifying. Brother Wang Xian used the Flame Soul to help me raise my strength to a level 8 see-through void martial artist. In the future, I will also be an expert of the Fire Lark tribe. Huoluoer raised her head and said excitedly, "Young Master Wang? Fire Soul." The 5 clan elders were stunned for a moment before they looked at Wang Xian. When they thought of the person in front of them, who had reached half-step longevity from the Transcendence Realm, they pursed their lips. It was indeed possible for Huoluoer to raise her strength. "The few of us clan elders have some respect for Lord Wang. There is a little and we all address him as young Master Wang." He was actually able to raise Princess Huoluoer's strength to the 8th level of the see-through realm. How terrifying! What is this Lord Wang's identity? What is his relationship with U.S. Fire Cloud Sparrow clan? Voices of doubt rang out. Everyone in the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was filled with curiosity towards Wang Xian. He had destroyed tens of thousands of people with a single move. He was respected by their elders and saved their lives. No matter what, they could boast about this for a long time. At that time, the higher-ups of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan came to welcome us personally. They didn't mean to embarrass us. The 4 experts of the Holy Fire clan, who were at level 9 of the see-through realm, looked at each other and thought to themselves, "Let's go." Wang Xian smiled faintly and said to the 5 of them without saying anything else, Yes. The 5 elders of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan nodded immediately. The group of them flew quickly into the Fire Cloud City. "Where is Senior Fengyun?" After entering the Fire Cloud City, Wang Xian asked the 5 elders, "Young Master Wang wants to see the Patriarch? Let us bring you there." The 5 of them nodded and said to Wang Xian immediately, "All right." Wang Xian nodded and followed them to the Fire Cloud mountain range ahead. "Patriarch, young Master Wang wishes to see you. We have something important to report." The 6 of them spent more than 10 minutes before an elder shouted into the mountain range, "Come in." Fengyun's voice was heard. Wang Xian and the rest immediately entered the mountain range. "Patriarch, An old woman walked over and recounted what had happened. What? The demon god tribe of the nine-god empire actually joined two major forces. On the way here, the five elders had already understood everything. When they learned that the demon god tribe had sent people to support the two large factions, their expressions changed drastically. Feng Yun similarly frowned and sighed slightly. It looks like these two large factions want to kill us. Feng Yun sat there, thinking non-stop. Senior Feng Yun, if the longevity experts from the three forces join forces to attack us, will the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe be able to withstand them? Wang Xian sat at the side and said in a low voice, if the three forces join forces, our Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe will not be able to withstand them. Feng Yun shook her head bitterly. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Medicine Master of the Holy Item Forging Workshop joined forces to attack us. I have the confidence to withstand them. However, with the Demon God tribe, we are definitely not their match. That is the Demon God of the Nine-God Empire. They have at least one longevity or even more. Wang Xian frowned slowly. With the appearance of the Demon God tribe, the two forces are clearly no longer afraid of the Holy Fire tribe. In that case, we can only go all out. The room fell silent. Feng Yun and the five clan elders sat there with unpleasant expressions. Fight? Young Master Wang. The problem is that we can't win even if we fight. One of the clan elders said with a bitter expression. Young Master Wang, do you have any ideas? Feng Yun looked at Wang Xian and asked after a moment of hesitation. We can still fight. As long as my strength breaks through and I reach longevity, the two major forces wouldn't be enough. Wang Xian said with a twinkle in his eyes. As long as he could achieve a breakthrough once, he would be able to resolve the current predicament of the Fire Lark tribe. Young Master Wang, you have achieved a breakthrough? Feng Yun was slightly taken aback as she looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. When she met Wang Xian a few years ago, he was merely at the extraordinary realm. However, in less than 4 years, he actually said that he wanted to achieve a breakthrough and attain longevity. This made her feel incredulous. Young Master Wang, do you need any help to break through? Feng Yun asked directly. Pills, a large number of pills. There are at least 5,000 pills at the level of the 9th level void interpretation. Wang Xian did not hide anything and said directly. 5,000 pills at the level of the 9th level void interpretation. This. Feng Yun and the five elders took a deep breath and frowned. Even if we take out all the savings of our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, we can only take out 1,000 level 9 void interpretation pills. One of the elders said, regarding the issue of resources, I will think of a way myself. From now on, I will act without any scruples. If the patriarchs of the three major forces come, we can only prepare to escape. Wang Xian looked at Feng Yun and said, let's do it. As the personal guard of the Empress, it won't be easy for anyone to break into our Fire Cloud Mountain. If worst comes to worst, I will lead everyone into the Nirvana Cave. Feng Yun nodded his head heavily. His eyes were filled with coldness. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Senior Feng Yun, I will leave first. He stood up, nodded his head and left immediately. I hope the demon god from the demon god tribe doesn't make a move, or else. Seeing Wang Xian leave, an elder said weakly. Let's go to Fengtian City. Wang Xian flew out of the Fire Cloud City and headed towards Fengtian City. Since the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe was forced to such a state, there was no need for him to be afraid of anything. The dragon spike could be used to assassinate anyone without fear this time. After entering the Fire Cloud Forest, Wang Xian activated his yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes. He used the power of light and darkness to hide his aura. Under his extreme concealment, even the detection formation could not detect his existence. Fengtian City is completely sealed. The news of the annihilation of the people from the three major forces must have spread to Fengtian City. Wang Xian thought to himself. He looked at the one-eyed bird that was circling around the city. He hid himself and entered the city. He glanced at the center of the city and smiled. 5 experts in the longevity realm were gathered there. More than 20 elders at level 9 of the see-through realm were also there. He moved and arrived at a restaurant in the center of the city. The people of the demon god tribe have just arrived, but they were all exterminated. My God! The Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe is too violent. All the Heaven's favorites and outstanding disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were also killed. This time, the younger generation of the two major forces was almost exterminated. It's such a good arena battle, but the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe actually set up an ambush. How despicable! The Fire Yunk tribe is now completely provoked. We have to be more careful when we go out. The Fire Yunk tribe is now accelerating their own death. The people they killed are the elite core disciples of the Demon God tribe. That is the Demon God tribe of the Nine God Empire. When Wuxia entered the restaurant, he heard voices of discussion. He narrowed his eyes slightly and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. An ambush by the Fire Lark clan? Waiter, please serve some good tea and dishes. Wuxia sat in a corner and said to the waiter beside him. All right, sir. Please wait a moment. Plop. Sir Demon God, this matter is our fault. We didn't know that they had a half-step Wancho master hiding there. All the elite disciples of our Life and Death Elixir Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop were also killed. However, at this moment, in the center of the city, more than 20 old men were kneeling on the ground, their faces covered in cold sweat. 5 of the old men in the center had similarly unsightly and shocked expressions. In front of them was an image. In the image, a black-robed old man with golden stripes embroidered on his body sat in the center. The old man's eyes were a little cloudy, but there was a willful, unruly, and arrogant charm. Beside the old man, one was wearing a white robe with a spirit tree on it. The other old man was wearing a fiery red soft armor that emitted a mysterious energy. The white-robed old man was the medicine master of the Life and Death Pill Workshop. The soft-armored old man was the tool master of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. These two were the top experts of the continent who had lived for 7,000 to 8,000 years. And the identity of the person who could sit in the middle in front of them was obvious. The demon god of the Nine God Empire. And a new demon god. Even the medicine master and weapon master looked at the demon god beside them with some trepidation. This demon god was the newly risen demon god of the demon god tribe. He had just risen up, but he had already suppressed the old demon god and almost killed him. He was wild, overbearing, and crazy. No one in the demon god tribe dared to refute his words. Logically speaking, there was no need for the 5 half-step Wancho experts from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to kneel down when they saw a Wancho expert. However, in front of this crazy demon god, they could only tremble in fear. Kiki, the people of our demon god tribe were killed as soon as we went over. I really don't know whether I should say that the people of our demon god tribe are trash, or that the two major forces are trash. The demon god smiled coldly and said. With that, the expressions of Medicine Master and Weapon Master became slightly awkward. As expected of the craziest demon god. The two of them looked at each other and their hearts trembled slightly. Demon God, this matter is the fault of our two great forces. We cannot absolve ourselves of the responsibility for causing the death of the Demon God tribe's disciples. We are willing to compensate them. The Weapon Master said to the Demon God. Why are you looking for me? Do you want me to help you exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe? The Demon God suddenly changed the topic and asked them. The Weapon Master and the Medicine Master were slightly stunned. They could not keep up with the brain circuits of this demon god. Yes, we want to invite the demon god to help us. A few days ago, we visited Sacred Fire Ancestor. He clearly stated that he would not help the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The Weapon Master directly said, the Fire Cloud Sparrow race is a loyal race. I still remember when I saw the Empress's grace and the glory of the Fire Cloud personal guards. The demon god changed the topic again and replied with a smile on his face. The Empress has already fallen, and the glory of the Fire Cloud personal guards is no longer there. The Medicine Master said indifferently from the side. That's right, but the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is really not loyal enough. Since the Empress has fallen, then they should follow the Empress. The demon god said with a cold smile. Our Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop are helping them follow the Empress's path. The Medicine Master pursed his lips and took over the demon god's words as he said indifferently. Demon god, just say it. Ask the demon god tribe to act. What price will they have to pay? The medicine master could not keep up with the demon god's thoughts and did not want to be entangled with him. He asked directly, Kiki, our demon god tribe now has 2 long lifespans. Tell me, what price do I have to pay for inviting you to kill the Phoenix dynasty? The demon god smiled and looked at the medicine master and weapon master beside him. The medicine master and weapon master were stunned once again. Exterminate the fire cloud sparrow tribe. Demon god, you won't suffer too much loss. With me and the medicine master as support, help us kill that Feng Yun fellow. The weapon master pondered for a moment before continuing. Demon god, you can state your conditions. Our life and death pill workshop and the holy item forging workshop have always had a good relationship with your demon god tribe. Pills. I need a large number of pills. I also need some pills so that my strength can increase. When the time comes, I will become the master of the 9 gods. TSK, TSK, TSK. The demon god laughed willfully. His face was filled with excitement as if the position of the master of the 9 gods was within his reach. The medicine master and tool master trembled slightly when they heard the demon god's words. They felt their hearts palpitate at the demon god's madness. This fellow was simply a madman. However, a madman who could cultivate to the longevity realm was the most terrifying. Moreover, he only needed some medicinal pills to increase his strength. After reaching the longevity realm, it was extremely difficult to increase each realm. This newly promoted demonic god was actually about to break through. He might really fight for the position of the 9 gods master in the future. Our 2 great factions will help you advance to the 2nd rank of the longevity realm, but we want the resources of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The medicine master gritted his teeth and said directly, Kiki, good. Let me know when you will make a move. Send the guest out. The demon god laughed wildly and waved his hand as he said to the medicine master and the weapon master. Good. The weapon master and the medicine master stood up and looked at each other with satisfied expressions. Although the price of inviting the demon god tribe was extremely high, as long as they could exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the loss would be worth it no matter how much they lost. When dealing with people like the demon god, although they could not keep up with his brain circuits, they were easy to come in contact with and would not be too calculative. The 2 of them waved their arms and the mirror in front of them was put away. Farewell. When the time is ripe, we will invite the demon god. The weapon master and the medicine master cupped their hands towards the demon god and left. Jie, farewell. The demon god sat there and cupped his hands as he said with a laugh. Oh, helping them destroy a Fire Cloud Sparrow clan will allow my strength to break through again. Awesome, Jie. With that heart of mine, it allowed me to comprehend darkness. I feel that I have a very high chance of becoming a god in the future. Jie. Seeing medicine master and weapon master leave, the demon god laughed maniacally. 1,000 years of ups and downs in exchange for his current strength and potential, it was worth it. This demon god is really terrifying. I heard that a year ago, this demon god who had left for more than 1,000 years returned and directly challenged the current demon god, defeating him. Later, the old demon god refused to accept the challenge and nearly died. The 2 clans that supported the old demon god were all killed. The old demon god is already old, and the new demon god's methods are very cruel. The old demon god completely abdicated his position and became the clan leader of the demon god tribe. Even our Lord Medicine Master is afraid of this demonic god. After all, he is the demonic god of the 9 god empire, a true top faction on the continent. At this moment in Fengtian City, the experts from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the scene disappear. They slowly stood up. They looked at each other and said with some shock. However, with the addition of this demon god, we can finally eradicate the Fire Lark clan easily. That's right. For the past 4 to 5 years, the Fire Lark clan has been opposing us everywhere. It won't be long before they disappear from the stage of the continent. The experts from the 2 major forces revealed excited expressions. Wuxia and the Fire Lark tribe were unaware of all of this. The crisis of extermination had quietly arrived. Wuxia sat in the restaurant. His dragon eyes of the yin-yang and five elements scanned every corner of the city. After lunch, he slowly walked towards a small courtyard. In the campus, a member of a mercenary group lived here. They were here to kill the members of the Firecloud Sparrow clan for a high reward. As a mercenary group that roamed the central continent, they had 5 insightful void martial experts. Their strength was extraordinary, and they had a wealth of experience. This time, they came to kill the members of the Firecloud Sparrow clan. With their wealth of experience, they gained a lot. Let's go. It won't be long before a great war between the Firecloud Sparrow and the 2 major forces breaks out. We have to retreat in time, the experienced mercenary group leader said to everyone. Ever since he had obtained the half-step longevity of the Firecloud Sparrow clan and killed all the elite disciples and core disciples of the 3 major forces, he had a premonition that a war might be coming. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and immediately led the members of the mercenary group to leave. Okay, we'll listen to the leader. Haha. Our gains this time are already very good, and there's almost no loss. Dozens of members of the mercenary group laughed out loud as they packed up their things and prepared to leave. Oh no, there's a kill. At this moment, shadows appeared behind them one after another. The expressions of everyone in the mercenary group changed drastically. We're already here, yet you still want to leave safely. Next, it's time for the strange demon to perform. Wang Xian walked over slowly. He took a glance at the disappearing corpse with an expressionless face and walked in. This is the base. As Wang Xian spoke, the figures of strange demons appeared in front of him. 500 strange demons stood there without any expression on their faces. They did not have the slightest intention to kill. With their concealment techniques and their current strength, only experts at level 8 or above of the see-through void could detect them. With Ao Yao and I would like to see how many people I can kill. A hint of coldness appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. Let's go. As he spoke, his figure slowly disappeared. The target was all the insightful Emptiness Realm experts. According to Wang Xian's investigation with his Yin-Yang 5 elemental dragon eyes, there were more than 7,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts in Fengtian City. Among them, there were only 5 experts who were half a step away from longevity. Wang Xian walked out of the courtyard and scanned his surroundings. There are 2 experts at level 9 of the Insightful Emptiness Realm and 15 experts at level 8 of the Insightful Emptiness Realm within a radius of 10 kilometers. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings with his dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements. He immediately detected all the experts within the 10-kilometer radius. Ao Yao, I'll leave level 8 of the Void Interpretation stage to you. The rest will be assassinated within the 10-kilometer radius. Wang Xian's voice was heard by Ao Yao and the rest. His body moved and he walked towards the 2 level 9 of the Void Interpretation stage experts. It's the Dragon King. Upon hearing his command, the group of strange demons immediately spread out in all directions. The entire city was their enemy. They could assassinate anyone. However, Wang Xian would first focus on the insightful Emptiness Realm experts. 490 strange demons could assassinate experts below level 6 of the insightful Emptiness Realm. 9 strange demons could assassinate experts below level 7 of the insightful Emptiness Realm. In addition to Ao Yao, other than half a step to longevity, there was nothing in the entire city that they could not kill. Moreover, in Fengtian City, there were only around 600 to 700 people above level 6 of the Profound Void tier and including experts at level 6 of the Profound Void tier. The rest were all below level 6 of the Profound Void tier. Those below level 6 of the Profound Void tier could be easily killed by a group of strange demons. I wonder when our Lord Medicine Master plans to completely exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan? I reckon it will be soon. After exterminating the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, we won't have to stay in this damned place every day. The 2 old men who had just walked out from the center of the city returned to a luxurious courtyard, their faces carrying excited smiles. Obviously, the scene they had seen just now made them extremely happy. Pooh-pooh. It's not certain who will exterminate who. A sudden sound was heard. The 2 experts who were walking happily a moment ago did not have any reaction and fell to the ground immediately. With a wave of Wang Xian's arm, the corpse disappeared immediately. Let's go and see if there are any resources. Wang Xian thought to himself as he scanned the entire luxurious manor with the dragon eyes of the yin-yang 5 elements. A few spiritual herbs and they are all at the 9th level of the void interpretation realm. Not bad, not bad. With a move, Wang Xian came to the back. Looking at the spiritual herbs planted, he took them away immediately. Just now, he took a look at the interspatial rings of the two of them. In each of the elders' interspatial rings, there were dozens of pills at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. As the experts in the life and death pill workshop, they were also master alchemists. It was not strange for them to have dozens of pills at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. If I can kill hundreds of level 9 void interpretation masters, I have a chance of leveling up myself. It's a pity that there aren't so many level 9 void interpretation masters in the entire life and death pill workshop. I wonder how many high-grade pills those longevity realm experts have in their interspatial rings. There must be quite a number of them, Wang Xian thought to himself. At the same time, in this Fengtian city where the sun was shining brightly, 500 strange demons were roaming around the city rapidly. As long as they found someone alone, they would immediately assassinate anyone who was at the insightful void tier. Where are they? Where are the people on the 3rd floor? Did they fucking escape from the window? They didn't pay for their meals. When the waiter arrived on the 3rd floor of a restaurant, there was no one on the 3rd floor that was full just a moment ago. The waiter's face was filled with astonishment when he suddenly disappeared. He cursed. The person was gone. He had definitely flown away from the window. He rarely encountered such a thing. The waiter hurriedly reported to the shopkeeper. Leader, we're back. In the Sky Glory mercenary group, a huge plaque was hanging in front of a manor. More than 10 youths walked into the manor with smiles on their faces as they shouted loudly. The Sky Glory mercenary group was a mercenary group that belonged to the Holy Item Forging Workshop. In the entire Fengtian city, it could be ranked in the top 3. There were more than 30 insightful void tier experts. The leader had the strength of a 7th level insightful void tier expert. It was definitely a large-scale mercenary group. Where are the leader and the rest? Why is there not a single person in the entire mercenary group? When more than a dozen of them entered, they realized that there was no one in the entire manor. This caused them to frown and their faces were filled with curiosity. Where were the people? Dragon King, there are 530 insightful void stage powerhouses. Finish them all off. There are more than 2,000 transcendents. 20 minutes later, all the strange demons gathered in the courtyard and reported to Wang Xian. Let's go, continue. Wang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. With a move, the group of strange demons entered the storage spiritual bag. With a flash, he arrived at the top of a 6-story building on the street. An elder who was inside was slightly stunned. You are. You don't need to know who I am. We are the ones who are going to kill you. Wang Xian mumbled as one by one the strange demons came out from the storage bag. Take care of everyone within a 10-kilometer radius and return here. Wang Xian said to them as he flew out. The group of strange demons hid themselves and spread out in all directions vigilantly. They didn't have the strength of Wang Xian. In the entire Fengtian city, no one was able to discover his figure. With ease, Wang Xian casually killed all the experts at level 9 of the see-through realm. Around half an hour later, the strange demons returned one by one. Dragon King, over 700 experts of the see-through realm were assassinated. Ao Yao reported. Let's go, let's continue. You must be careful during the assassination. It's best not to be discovered. Wang Xian gave a reminder and continued flying to the next location. With his teleportation, the entire city that was more than 200 kilometers was not considered to be very big. They had assassinated more than 2,000 insightful emptiness realm experts at a distance of 10 kilometers and 10 kilometers. Before the sun set, they had assassinated more than 2,000 insightful emptiness realm experts. More than 2,000 people. This was a huge number. However, during this period of time, the place where Wang Xian and the rest had assassinated caused a commotion. What's going on? Where's the leader of the Tianwei mercenary group? Did we agree to go out tonight? Where's Jiang Beiyuan's artifact master? He's going to the artifact refining workshop tonight. Where's he? Where did the commander of the city guards go? Why haven't we found him yet? In the whole afternoon, more than 10,000 people had disappeared from Fengtian City. As more and more people disappeared, the commotion became bigger and bigger. Some people didn't pay attention to their disappearance at first, thinking that they might have gone to other places. But as time passed and they saw that some people had also disappeared, they began to suspect, especially the disciples, deacons, and even elders of the forging workshop and the holy item forging workshop who had disappeared. In the evening, when this matter was reported to the elders of the two major forces, all of them revealed astonished expressions. What's going on? We can't contact the 5 elders of our holy item forging workshop. We can't contact 3 elders of our life and death pill workshop. We can't find more than a dozen deacons either. In the center of the city, the 5 elders were sitting in 5 courtyards. When they heard the news from their disciples, they all had solemn expressions on their faces. Clan elder, not only that, many experts of the mercenary group and some families affiliated with our 2 big forces have also gone missing. We can't find them at all. 3 middle-aged men reported to the 5 clan elders from the front. What? The 5 men immediately stood up and looked at each other. Gather the disciples of our life and death pill workshop and holy item forging workshop immediately. A clan elder directly ordered the middle-aged man. Yes, clan elder. The 2 middle-aged men immediately nodded and walked out. Go! The 5 elders were somewhat worried. Their bodies moved and directly floated in the air. The 5 of them looked at their surrounding positions, and their eyes revealed rays of bright light. All disciples of the Life and Death Forging Workshop, Holy Item Forging Workshop, gather here. All disciples of the Life and Death Forging Workshop, gather here. With 2 shouts, a middle-aged man moved forward and a middle-aged man moved backward. Their voices instantly covered the entire Fengtian city. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have a bad premonition? What happened? It seems that many experts went missing in the afternoon. Everyone in Fengtian City was slightly shocked when they heard the 2 middle-aged men's cries. They began to discuss among themselves. Oh no, are we going to be alerted? Wang Xian heard 2 cries near the city gate. He frowned slightly when he saw the 5 half-step Wanshou powerhouses floating in the air. Let's do it. This is the shop of the Holy Item Forging Workshop and the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. There are more than 1,000 void interpretation powerhouses gathered here. There are also 5 or 6 void interpretation 9th level powerhouses. Wang Xian thought to himself as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Since the other party is alert, let's end this quickly. Ao Yao, let's do it as soon as possible. It doesn't matter even if we are discovered. As Wang Xian spoke, his figure flashed and appeared in front of the 2 level 9 insightful emptiness realm experts. Under the astonished expressions of the 2 of them, Wang Xian waved his arm and instantly killed them. At the same time, he dashed towards the other few level 9 see-through realm experts. Who is it? As Wang Xian did not hide anything, he was immediately discovered when he arrived in front of a level 9 see-through realm expert. Boom. However, Wang Xian waved his arm and the gray energy hit his body directly. Ah, there's an assassin, there's an assassin. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from not far away. Pft, pft, pft. Following that, a series of sounds of assassinations were heard. Continue. Wang Xian glanced at the center. Due to the distance being too far away, the 5 half-step Wanshou masters did not notice him. His figure shuttled rapidly. Without the strength of a 5th level void interpretation stage or above, one could not see his shadow at all. Pft, pft, pft. Under the massacre by Wang Xian, the noble see-through realm experts were slaughtered like pigs and dogs. Clan Elder, there's an assassin. There's an assassin. In less than 5 minutes, an earth-shattering voice suddenly sounded. The voice was filled with panic and resounded throughout Fengtian City. Strange demon, come back. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and immediately sent a voice transmission to AOU and the rest. It's the Dragon King. One by one, the figures flew rapidly towards Wang Xian's location. Let's go. After keeping the spiritual storage pouch, he concealed himself and teleported to the highest restaurant in Fengtian City. His gaze swept across the insightful emptiness realm expert in the room. Before he could react, he had already killed him. What? Which faction dares to commit a crime in our Fontian city? In the center, 5 half-step longevity realm experts heard the distress call from the east gate, and their expressions changed slightly. The 5 figures moved, and like a violent sun, they quickly flew toward the east gate. Clan elders, there are killers, there are killers. They can actually hide in the void. Several deacons were instantly killed, and their corpses were taken away. A middle-aged man saw the 5 clan elders flying over and hurriedly flew into the air to welcome them. His face was filled with fear as he spoke. When they heard the clan elders' summons, they immediately rushed towards the center. In the end, more than 10 figures instantly appeared behind them. Other than him, everyone else was instantly killed. When he saw this scene, he was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. His back was instantly covered with cold sweat as he hurriedly shouted. Even when he saw the 5 clan elders flying over, his face was still in shock. What's going on? All the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop's Holy Item Forging Workshop immediately flew over and directly flew into the air. A clan elder looked at the middle-aged man who was still in shock. His face instantly became gloomy as he shouted loudly. It's the clan elder. Below, the disciples of the 2 big forces hurriedly flew into the sky. 1, 2. Where are the deacon disciples? Where are the disciples above the profound void tier? However, very quickly, when the 5 clan elders saw the disciples flying up one by one, there were very few profound void tier disciples. Their expressions changed drastically as they roared loudly. Their voices resounded throughout the sky. More than 100, why are there only 100? Aren't there 1,000 or so profound void tier disciple elders guarding this place? Where are they? Where are they now? A clan elder swept his gaze over the tens of thousands of people floating below. His pupils constricted slightly as he growled in a low voice. After the Life and Death Medicinal Pill Workshop's medicinal pills were mysteriously snatched away last time, they had sent even more disciples to guard this place. However, there were only 100 or so profound void martial disciples now. Where were the remaining people? What assassin assassinated all of you? A clan elder took a deep breath and asked the disciple who had called for help. I don't know, clan elder. I didn't see it clearly either. I only saw a white shadow, and then they died. It's too terrifying. This group of assassins is simply too terrifying. The middle-aged man said with a face full of fear, but the fear on his face did not disappear. Just a white shadow? Trash. Seeing a 5th-level profound void martial disciple actually look so terrified. The faces of the 5 clan elders turned black, and their faces were extremely unsightly as they cursed. Assassin. An assassin actually entered our Fengtian city. Today, it seems that many experts and mercenary groups directly disappeared. Could it be that the assassin did it? How is this possible? There are so many experts in our Fengtian city. How could the assassin assassinate them so easily? Didn't you see the frightened look of the deacon of the Holy Item Forging Workshop? He is a 5th-level void interpretation expert. In the Fengtian city below, exclamations could be heard. The mercenary groups and the forces attached to the holy items were all filled with fear. All disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop come to the East Gate and fly straight here. The voice of a clan elder once again resounded throughout the entire Fengtian city. Yes. In the distance, the disciples of the 2 major forces responded. At this point in time, the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had already realized the seriousness of the problem. They flew over quickly one by one. Soon, all the disciples of the 2 major forces in Fengtian City had gathered. Meanwhile, the people from the other forces were approaching in surprise and bewilderment. Slowly, millions of people gathered in the surrounding areas. All insightful emptiness realm experts, come to the front. Seeing the disciples flying over one by one, the 5 clan elders' faces became more and more unsightly, even with a trace of fear. Yes. One by one, the insightful emptiness realm experts flew towards a single spot. Oh? Why are there so few? Our 2 great factions should have around 4,000 insightful emptiness realm experts. Why are there only around 2,000 now? What on earth is going on? Could it be that? At this time, everyone's faces revealed an embarrassed and frightened expression. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had at least 4,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts in Fengtian City. However, there were only 2,000 of them now. What about 2,000? Could it be that they assassinated 2,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts in such a short period of time? What kind of killer is this? How did they do it? Everyone in the surroundings looked at this scene in disbelief. Half of the insightful Emptiness Realm experts were actually assassinated, and actually half of them were assassinated. The bodies of the 5 clan elders trembled slightly. The insightful Emptiness Realm experts of their 2 great factions each only numbered around 5,000. Adding them together, it was only around 10,000, but now it was actually less than 1/5. This was simply a huge blow to them. Our elders also seemed to have decreased by a lot. Could it be that our elders were also assassinated? They are all insightful Emptiness Realm level 9 experts. To be able to assassinate an elder at the 9th rank of the Profound Void tier, what kind of assassin is this? Could it be that the Underworld Assassin organization took action? The Profound Void tier experts from the 2 major factions looked at each other and said in a low voice, "Clan Elder, the elders of our Zhao clan have also disappeared. Clan Elder, please stand up for us. Our Lientian sect's sect master and elders have also disappeared. Our sect master is an expert at the 9th rank of the Profound Void tier. 5 elders, the experts of our mercenary group and a group of more than 20 people have also disappeared." At this time, a young man below spoke to the 5 half-step Wansho experts with a fearful expression. Immediately after, several middle-aged young men spoke loudly. Among these people, a portion of them were sects and clans that relied on the 2 great powers, and a portion of them were mercenary groups that were attracted by the rewards. Now, many experts had disappeared. The expressions of the 5 half-step Wansho experts changed drastically. Open the array formation and report this matter to the Medicine Master and Weapon Master. An elder of the Life and Death Pill Workshop took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's do our best to search first." The 5 people nodded and flew toward the 4 directions and the center respectively. There were 5 towers in the 4 directions and the center respectively. These towers were used to build arrays. The 5 of them came to the top of the tower and took out an array compass that was emitting divine light with a solemn expression. Ka ka ka. The array compass was placed inside and emitted a ka ka sound. Wang! In an instant, a fiery red light covered the entire city. Boom! Following that, monstrous flames rose up. The entire city was like a terrifying volcano, erupting with flames. A 10,000-year-old defensive formation. Even a 10,000-year-old first-rank expert wouldn't be able to break in. Hiss, this kind of formation has actually been activated. This formation could have been specially set up to prevent the Fire Cloud Sparrow Patriarch from attacking. Sounds of shock rang out from within Fengtian City. Everyone take a position and search with all your might. Don't miss a single place. A clan elder roared. One-eyed demonic beast, search. Caw, caw, caw. In the center, dozens of one-eyed demonic beasts soared into the air. An incomparably huge pupil was monitoring the entire city. The eyes of the clan elders shot out rays of light as they scanned the entire city. The assassins haven't left our Fengtian City yet. We must capture them. Otherwise, this will be too terrifying. How long has it been? They've killed over 2,000 insightful void martial artists. Not just 2,000. These 2,000 are only disciples of the 2 major forces. There are also forces and mercenary groups. There might be 3,000 to 4,000. The entire Fengtian City was in a panic. Everyone looked around vigilantly. As long as the Wansho masters don't come, it's impossible for them to discover me. Wang Xian stood in a room at the highest point of the restaurant. He held a teacup in his hand and looked at the panicking city and the 5 half-step Wansho masters who were furiously searching for the killer. They would never imagine how terrifying their enemies would be. Currently, the strange demons were only second to the most powerful races in the universe, and there were less than 10 of them. In this extraordinary continent, no one at the same level was their match. Time slowly passed. The 5 half-step Wanshou experts searched the entire Fengtian city, but they still couldn't find any clues. This made the 5 half-step Wanshou experts' expressions become more and more unsightly. They can't be found? Could it be the masked assassin group? How could it be the masked assassin group? The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop hired the masked assassin group. Although they are very strong, they aren't as terrifying as this group of mysterious assassins. It's not just terrifying. They clearly haven't escaped the city yet. But the 5 peerless experts couldn't find their figures. They won't assassinate again, right? The sky had completely darkened, but the entire Fengtian city was illuminated by the array formation. Everyone was discussing in fear. If the assassins couldn't be found, would they continue to assassinate? Even a profound void tier 9 powerhouse could disappear without a sound, let alone them? Everyone was extremely afraid. If we knew, we wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Fuck, what kind of terrifying killer organization did the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan hire? Some of the mercenary group members revealed regretful expressions. All disciples gather at the center. Don't spread out. Wait for news. The 5 half-step longevity experts ordered with an ugly expression. All the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop immediately gathered at the center. More than 100,000 people gathered together. 2 half-step longevity experts stood guard at the side. Report this matter to the Medicine Master and the Weapon Master. The other 3 clan elders showed a trace of fatigue on their faces and directly entered the room. A terrifying assassin organization suddenly appeared and actually made the 2 forces helpless. What should we do when the disciples of the 2 major forces gather together? Yeah, what should we do? These killers are not just targeting the people of the 2 major forces. When the people outside the 2 major forces saw that they had gathered together and were guarded by a half-step Wanshou expert, panic appeared on their faces. If we knew it would be like this, we wouldn't have come. It's all our fault for being too greedy. If the assassins are targeting us, then we're close to the positions of the 2 major factions. We're gathering around them. Some mercenary groups revealed regretful expressions on their faces. One by one, they hurriedly approached the positions near the 2 major factions. The sudden appearance of the assassins and the disappearance of 3,000 to 4,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts completely caused them to panic. These were 3,000 to 4,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Just the thought of half of the experts in the entire city disappearing just like that made them feel terrified. Weapon Master, Medicine Master. In a meeting room in the manor in the center of the city, the elders of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop stood respectfully in front of a mirror and said to the person in the mirror, "What's the matter? Why do you need to make such an urgent report?" The Medicine Master asked expressionlessly. Medicine Master, we, a group of mysterious killers, entered Fengtian City and assassinated more than 2,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts of our 2 major forces in a short period of time. And according to our estimation, at least 3,000 to 4,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts were assassinated in Fengtian City. The half-step Wanshou clan elder of the Life and Death Pill Workshop lowered his head and said with an unsightly expression, "What?" The expressionless face of the Medicine Master in the mirror was moved and revealed an unsightly expression. Assassins? What kind of assassins are capable of such an unscrupulous assassination in Fengtian City? The Medicine Master asked with a gloomy face. 3,000 to 4,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts had been killed or injured. Even the Medicine Master's breathing became slightly hurried when he heard this number. I don't know. We searched the entire Fengtian City, but we didn't find any clues. Now we've even opened the Imperial Sky Array. But the elder of the Life and Death Pill Workshop revealed a bitter expression. Our pills and spiritual herbs were stolen without a sound, and now we've assassinated so many people. Dark World? No, Dark World belongs to the assassination organization of the Draconid Empire. What kind of helper did the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan find? The Medicine Master muttered to himself with a solemn face, his eyes flashing with a cold luster. It seems that we have to exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan as soon as possible. Otherwise, the losses will increase. After more than 10 seconds of silence, the Medicine Master's voice sounded again. All of you, Maintain the highest level of vigilance. After the medicine master finished speaking, the image in the mirror disappeared. The old man bowed and slowly stood up. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. I hope that the medicine master and the others can exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan as soon as possible. Let's get ready. The medicine master and the medicine master should soon give the order to attack. The elder of the Life and Death Forging Workshop walked over and said, I hope this day will come as soon as possible. A hint of viciousness appeared on their faces. It will be troublesome if we want to assassinate them next. At the highest level of a restaurant, Wuxia looked down at the position in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. Since that's the case, let's clean up those mercenaries. Wuxia thought to himself. There were more than 10 million people in P28 City. It was impossible for all of them to gather in the center. Since that was the case, he could kill the people outside the center without any restraint. Ao Yao, lead the strange demons to clear out the people around. This time, kill anyone below the insightful void realm. Wuxia ordered Ao Yao and the rest expressionlessly. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded and the 500 strange demons immediately dispersed to the surroundings. Most of the experts were gathered at the center. How could the people around them withstand the assassination attempts of the strange demons? Especially those experts below the insightful emptiness realm. They were like mowing grass. They could kill over 100 of them in a minute. Time passed slowly. Everyone in P28 City was decreasing at a terrifying speed. As all the corpses were kept into the interspatial ring, the blood and corpses did not appear in the city for a while. This made many people unaware that a few hundred people would disappear every second. Although most of them were experts at the extraordinary realm, a few hundred people every second was absolutely terrifying. If this went on for an hour, hundreds of thousands of people would be assassinated. Just as Wuxia had estimated, the entire P28 City was like a huge wheat field that was being harvested rapidly. Why does it feel like our P28 City is so quiet this morning? That's right. It's much quieter than usual, especially around here. The night passed very quickly. When the sun rose again, the sunny weather made everyone's solemn mood ease a little. However, when they heaved a sigh of relief and were about to eat something, they suddenly felt that the entire city had become much more peaceful. It was as if there was no sound coming from all directions. The strange atmosphere shocked everyone in the center. Everyone looked at each other. Their gazes once again landed in the direction of the outskirts of the city. We city guards will go and take a look. A city guard of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop formed a city guard army. A city guard of the 7th rank of the Profound Void tier hovered in the sky as he spoke to the dozen or so subordinates beside him. Yes, the dozen or so people nodded. They did not dare to walk over. Instead, they directly flew in the sky, flying in the direction of the outskirts. When they flew about 20 kilometers, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no one, not a single person. The entire area was like a dead city, and everything was silent. Where are the people around here? There are over 10 million people in our P28 City. Where are the people here? The city guard at the 7th level of the Profound Void tier trembled, and a frightened expression slowly appeared on his face. Captain, they couldn't have all been assassinated, right? A middle-aged man gulped and said in horror, How is this possible? We have more than 10 million people in P28 City, and there are at least 2 to 3 million people around us. This is impossible. An old man shook his head hard. As he spoke, even he himself couldn't believe it. If they were still alive, where did they go? Go to the other 3 directions and take a look. The city guard captain gritted his teeth and immediately flew to the left. There was no one. However, the entire outer area of the city was like a land of death. There was not a single person. Gulp, in one night, millions of people were assassinated. This. After patrolling 4 directions, a group of more than 10 people flew over in a daze. Their pupils were filled with fear. Their scalps were numb. Their scalps went numb. When the city guards passed the news to the elders and elders, even the experts at the 9th level of the Profound Void tier felt their scalps go numb. Over 10 million people in P28 City, had gathered in the center due to the assassination yesterday. However, it was impossible for all 10 million people to gather in the center. There were still many brave ones who stayed in their own residences. However, in just one night, these people had all disappeared. These were millions of people. Moreover, most of them were martial artists above the transcendent 7th rank. If they were placed in a city, they could be considered as experts. In a small family, they were considered elites. It was these millions of elite experts who had all disappeared in one night. These are several million people. How long will it take to assassinate each and every one of them? What kind of fucking assassin organization is this? How can it be so terrifying? A night has passed and not even a scream has occurred. Now I want to know how many assassins are hiding in our Fengtian city. The group of elders swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered. They were afraid. They were truly afraid. If the disappearance of 3,000 to 4,000 insightful emptiness realm experts in the afternoon had caused them to feel fear, then the disappearance of several million people in the surroundings of the city overnight had caused them to be completely afraid. Was this an assassin or a devil? In the entire continent, the most powerful assassin organization, the Dark Nether, should not be so terrifying, right? One had to know that the entire city's longevity-level defensive array had been activated. The one-eyed demon beasts were patrolling in the sky. Even so, this group of incomparably mysterious assassins was able to make 1 million people disappear in a single night. They were truly demons. Reporting to the elders and elders, there's a mercenary group of experts asking us to open the city gates. They want to leave this place. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man flew over with some fear in his eyes and reported loudly. What? Inside the room, the expressions of the elders and clan elders of the two major forces changed. Their bodies moved and they flew out directly. Experts of the Life and Death Pill Workshop's Holy Item Forging Workshop, we want to leave Fengtian City. Please open the city gates. We want to leave this place. The assassins in Fengtian City are too terrifying. Millions of people disappeared overnight. We don't want to stay here anymore. That's right. We have to leave this place. When we accepted the mission, it said that we could leave freely. The 5 elders and the group of elders had just walked out when several thousand people gathered outside and said loudly. The 5 half-step longevity experts' faces darkened and they took a deep breath. The longevity level array has been activated. Our medicine master and weapon master will arrive soon. Don't be anxious, everyone. A half-step longevity expert shook his arm and said in a deep voice, Sir, may I know when the medicine master and weapon master will arrive? Who knows what will happen if they are 2 days late? That's right. Unless you can catch the killer hiding in Fengtian City, we don't know when we will be assassinated. As soon as the half-step longevity expert finished speaking, a few elders couldn't help but speak out. Please let us leave this place. Please open the city gates. Lords, we want to leave. Shouts rang out one after another, causing the elders and elders of the two great forces to float in the air with unsightly expressions. This group of people had accepted their mission to come here. The two major forces couldn't order them, nor could they force them to do anything. In fact, they didn't even dare to make a move. Once they made a move, which mercenary group would accept the missions of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop in the future? Not good. The people in that area have disappeared. The people in that area have actually disappeared. Oh my God. Those killers are on the move again. We have to get out of here. At this moment, a terrified voice came from a distance. The faces of the people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop changed drastically. How is this possible? They are still making a move at this time. A half-step Wancho expert flew toward the direction of the voice with a furious look on his face. There were over 10,000 people on the street just now. In just 10 seconds, they've all disappeared. This is too terrifying. This is too terrifying. I want to leave this place. I want to leave this place. The half-step Wancho expert had just flown over when a series of terrified voices sounded. One by one, figures flew towards the center. Fengtian City forbade flying, but at this moment, that group of people completely disregarded it. The old man floated in the air and looked towards the empty street, sniffing. An extremely faint smell of blood spread out, causing his body to tremble. His icy cold gaze carefully scanned his surroundings, but he didn't find any traces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Elder Jiang, did you find anything? At this moment, two figures flew over and asked the old man. No. They assassinated more than 10,000 people on this street in an instant. How powerful are they? And how many assassins are there? The old man sighed and looked towards the center. It was chaotic. The entire Fontian city was in complete chaos. Those who had come because of the reward directly floated in the sky, wanting to leave. The city guards of the two major factions could only appease them. After all, these were people on their side. What could they do? We can be sure that there are half-step longevity experts among this group of killers. Let us report to the medicine master and weapon master again. The other two half-step longevity experts said helplessly. Everyone, wait here for a few minutes. We will report to the medicine master immediately. We will try our best to ensure your safety. The three of them flew toward the center of the crowd. Looking at the chaotic crowd, they said in a deep voice as they entered the manor below. Hee, the more chaotic it is, the easier it will be for us to attack. At this moment, in a room not far away, Wuxia was watching everything with a smile on his face. The more chaotic Fontian City was, the easier it would be for them to make a move. Once there was a hidden location, he would make a move together with the 500 strange demons. More than 10,000 people would be instantly killed. After all, among the 10,000 people, there were only a dozen or so insightful void martial artists. It was too easy to kill them. Retreat. Everyone, retreat from Fontian City. All the disciples of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop gather all the items and prepare to leave. All the disciples of the Holy Item Forging Workshop gather all the items and prepare to leave. At this moment, orders were sent one after another, causing Wuxia to be slightly stunned. They escaped? They actually escaped? This? Wuxia was a little speechless. This was the base of the two major factions before the battle. What did he mean by leaving now? Admit defeat? However, if he admitted defeat, how could he attack the Fire Lark clan with this retreat? Let's go. Let's go. Let's bring all the items. Phew, we can finally leave this godforsaken place. What kind of fucking assassin organization is this? How can it be so terrifying? Let's go, let's go. We won't come again. We definitely won't make enemies with the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan in the future. They are simply too terrifying. I wonder where the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan found this assassin organization. Hiss. Hearing the orders of the experts from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, countless people in Fontian City heaved a heavy sigh of relief. They hurriedly flew out, wanting to leave this damned place as soon as possible. Even the disciples of the two great factions had their hearts set at ease. An assassin group had annihilated more than 4,000 profound Void Realm experts of Fontian City, and more than 2,000 profound Void Realm experts of the two major factions within a short day. This was the first time they had heard of such a terrifying assassination method. In history, only the Underworld Assassin Group had such a terrifying assassination record. But in their opinion, even the Underworld was not as terrifying as this mysterious assassin group. At the very least, the Dark World's assassination was carried out at night, and this group of assassins could make people disappear silently during the day. After everyone packed up their things, they immediately flew in the opposite direction of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. It was a vast and mighty force, 5 to 6 million people. All the experts from the two major factions floated in the sky, their expressions unsightly as they swept their gaze over everyone below. They turned their heads to look behind them and took a deep breath. Although we don't know what assassin organization the Fire Lark clan has invited, don't be complacent. The next time we come, it will be your time to die. The 5 half-step Wancho experts had gloomy expressions as they guarded the team of 1 million people. The evacuation of 5 to 6 million people in the entire city caused a huge commotion within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In the central continent region, there were 5 invincible empires. Other than these 5 empires, there were only 7 to 8 second-tier powers. In the past 1 to 2 years, the battle between the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the Life and Death Pill Workshop had attracted the attention of all the powers. Even the 5 great empires were paying attention to this battle. When these powers learned that the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Workshop had abandoned the city and left, all the powers were dumbfounded. What's going on? Aren't the two major forces in an advantageous position now? Why did they run away? Go and find out what happened. Logically speaking, the war has already reached such a stage. The two major forces have paid so many resources. It's impossible for them to leave just like that. The powerful forces immediately issued orders to find out why the two major forces had directly retreated. The Rufus 9 Division city is up ahead. Let's go. Let's go to the 9 Division city to rest for a few days. The army of 5 to 6 million people arrived at the nearest city after traveling for 5 to 6 hours. Some of the experts from the mercenary groups and family forces walked straight into the 9 Division city. All the disciples of the two forces continued to move forward and didn't stop there. However, even if the people of the two forces did not stay, there were still 3 to 4 million people rushing into 9 Dispatch City. This scared all the guards in 9 Dispatch City. A few million people. They thought that some force had come to attack them. After understanding the specific situation, the city guards of 9 Dispatch City let out a sigh of relief and opened the city gate. What's going on? Why did you leave Fengtian City directly? Did they make peace? The city guards couldn't help but ask curiously as they watched the mercenary groups and clans that were emitting murderous auras enter. Stop talking. If we stay in Fengtian City any longer, we'll probably be finished. It's too fucking terrifying. An assassin group infiltrated Fengtian City and actually assassinated over 4,000 insightful Void Realm experts. Don't you think it's terrifying? There are more than 10 million people in Fengtian City. 3 to 4 million people were discovered within a day. We only knew that it was an assassin organization, but we didn't even see the shadow of an assassin. Now, even the people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop have retreated. Many elders from the two major forces have been assassinated. The answers one by one were transmitted over, causing all the guards in 9 Dispatch City to be slightly stunned. Their faces revealed a shocked expression. What? Assassin organization? An assassin organization is so terrifying. Even the people from the two major factions have retreated? Is this the work of the underworld assassin organization? The city guards asked in disbelief. It shouldn't be the underworld assassin organization. It should be even more powerful than them. All right, I'm going to enter the city to rest. The people from Fengtian City said as they walked into the city. They left behind a group of shocked 9 Dispatch City guards. However, very quickly, this news spread throughout the entire 9 Dispatch City. The mysterious and terrifying assassin group. The Life and Death Pill Workshop's Holy Item Forging Workshop was forced to retreat. Each and every piece of information stunned everyone. Could it be that the two major forces are going to admit defeat? Some people said. They must have been intimidated by that terrifying assassin organization. Right now, the two major forces are at an advantage. If they retreat, it's possible that they really won't attack. Moreover, in the current situation, it's impossible for the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to counterattack. This war might end just like that. Some people replied. As a clan that was close to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, once Fengtian City decided to retreat, it was equivalent to leaving the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan more than 20,000 kilometers away. With such a long distance, it was no longer a battle. This, Patriarch, according to the news sent by our people hiding in Fengtian City, a mysterious assassin organization assassinated over 4,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts in one day. Apart from that, at least 3 to 4 million people disappeared overnight. It was all done by that mysterious and terrifying assassin organization. At this moment, in Fire Cloud Mountain, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan who had received the news hurriedly reported to Patriarch Feng Yun. Their faces were filled with shock. What? They retreated? Assassin organization. Patriarch Feng Yun looked at the information in his hand and his face was also filled with shock. This made her think of the young man she had met 3 years ago, and the strange demonic beast race following him. Patriarch, tell me, is this the assassin organization under young Master Wang? Several elders of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan asked in bewilderment. Besides young Master Wang, there won't be anyone else, Patriarch Feng Yun said with a sigh. His eyes revealed a trace of excitement, and he heaved a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. In Fengtian City, which has a longevity-grade array formation, they can assassinate several million people in a day. It's really hard to imagine that young Master Wang's assassin organization can almost compare to the underworld, an elder said in disbelief. If they are retreating, is this war already over? With young Master Wang and his assassin subordinates, no matter how many people come, they will still be assassinated. A powerful assassin organization would cause all the forces to be afraid, even to the point of being terrified. The former underworld assassin organization had assassinated more than 1,000 great demons of the 10,000 Fey Empire who were at the profound void tier in one night. Their reputation shook the entire Transcendence continent. They were known as the most powerful assassin organization. And now, the assassin organization under Wang Xian would definitely be famous throughout the entire Transcendence continent. The 500 assassin organizations that had the ability to assassinate a level 6 SCTHRUGH expert did indeed have such capabilities. Their voices shook the entire continent. If there were no other factions interfering, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop wouldn't dare to continue wasting their time with us. Feng Yun said in a deep voice. The news that the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan received was very accurate and timely. In Fengtian City, there were disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan disguised as a mercenary group and stayed there. From the information they received, they could clearly recognize the strength of this assassin organization. She could even tell that their Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples were filled with fear. At that time, they were hiding in Fengtian City. If they were unlucky, they might be among the assassins. With young Master Wang's assassin organization, we don't have any scruples even if they don't leave. A few clan elders said excitedly. Back when Wang Xian came, he had mentioned that he had an assassin organization. However, the high-level members of the Fire Lark clan didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they were facing an organization that was only inferior to an empire. However, when they saw this piece of information, they couldn't believe it. However, when they thought about how young Master Wang was able to raise Huoluor, who had just matured, to the 8th level of the see-through void tier, the surprise in their hearts lessened a little. This was a person who was full of miracles. Reporting to the Patriarch, young Master Wang is back. At this moment, an elder came in to report. Let's go and meet him. Feng Yun stood up and said directly, It's the Patriarch. Everyone nodded their heads and disappeared in an instant. Buzz. Senior Feng Yun. Come in. Wang Xian returned to the room and sensed the fluctuations in the surroundings. When he knew that Feng Yun and the rest had rushed over, he immediately said, Thank you, young Master Wang, for your help this time. Feng Yun led a group of high-ranking members of the Fire Lark clan over and said with a smile, Senior Feng Yun, you don't have to be so polite. Although the two major forces have left this time, it's still uncertain whether the other party will make a comeback. Wang Xian shook his head. No matter what, young Master Wang, your help has relieved us of a lot of pressure. The clan elder at the side said with a smile. Young Master Wang, I have a spirit fruit of the 1st level of longevity here. See if you can increase your strength. Feng Yun took out a fruit from her interspatial ring. The moment the fruit was taken out, the red glow that it emitted illuminated the entire room. One look and one could tell that it was extraordinary. Oh? Then thank you, Senior Feng Yun. When Wang Xian saw the fruit, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. He immediately took it. After a brief chat for more than 10 minutes, Feng Yun and the rest left. Wang Xian took a look at the fruit and consumed it immediately. From Fengtian City, Wang Xian's harvest could be said to be extremely rich. He had harvested tens of thousands of insightful void-level elixirs, 6,000 to 7,000 weapons, and many other resources. There were more than 4,000 corpses of insightful void-level powerhouses. As for the corpses of transcendence at level 7 and above, there were more than 3.7 million. Just these corpses alone could create more than 10 half-step longevity cultivators for the Dragon Palace. If I add these elixirs and the spiritual fruits given by Feng Yun, the energy required to level up should be able to reach 80%. Wang Xian thought to himself as he swallowed the elixirs and spiritual herbs one by one. As expected, there's still about 20% left. Wang Xian looked at his attributes and his face was full of smiles. It wouldn't be long before he could level up. At that time, throughout the entire central continent region, Wang Xian could be considered a big shot. Phew, I wonder what will happen next. If the two major factions really give up, I will lead Strange Demon and the rest to assassinate the people from the two major factions and visit their elixir store and weapons store. If they make a comeback, I will have to deal with them carefully. Wang Xian thought to himself as he looked into Volcano City. At this moment, there was a commotion in Volcano City. Everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had received the news that the two forces had left. This was undoubtedly a heavy sigh of relief for everyone. In the past year or so, the attacks from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had caused the entire Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to suffer heavy losses. Now, there were only two of those affiliated forces. Everyone in the entire Fire Cloud City was discussing that mysterious assassin organization, and they were all filled with excitement. The reason why the two major forces in Fengtian City had retreated was also quickly spread to the ears of the other forces in the central continent. When they heard that it was a mysterious assassin organization that had forced the two major forces to leave helplessly, everyone's faces revealed a shocked expression. Especially when they heard that they had killed more than 4,000 insightful void martial experts and several million people in a single day, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. They believed that someone was exaggerating the truth. Some powerful factions repeatedly confirmed this and sucked in a breath of cold air. A terrifying assassin organization was about to rise. The terror of an assassin organization possessed the ability to change a war. Some people compared this mysterious assassin organization to the underworld assassin organization, but many people also thought that this mysterious assassin organization might not be inferior to the underworld. Leader. A new assassin organization rose up on the main road. In one day, it assassinated more than 4,000 insightful void martial artists, 3 to 4 million people. At this moment, in the distant dark valley, a pitch-black, scale-covered humanoid demon beast entered a hall and reported to the leader in the darkness. "Let me see." The demonic beast in the darkness waved its arm and looked at the information on it. "Retreat." However, with just a glance, the paper turned into ashes and smoke. The voice in the darkness did not have the slightest fluctuation. It seemed that this was an extremely boring piece of information to him. It was not worth him looking at. The war between our Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is not over yet. We will destroy the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Our Holy Item Forging Workshop will not rest until we exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Just as everyone in the central continent was paying attention to the mysterious assassin organization, voices suddenly came from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. In the respective cities of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, all the disciples and all the experts were gathered in front of their public square. At the very front was a figure that was emitting a dazzling light. They stood in the air and looked at their subordinates as if they were gods. "We will not rest until the Fire Lark clan is destroyed," the two godlike figures coldly roared. Their oppressive voices resounded throughout the main cities of the two forces. Disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, attack. Target the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Disciples of the Sacred Item Forging Workshop, attack. Target the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. After the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Sacred Item Forging Workshop withdrew from Fengtian City for 2 days, the two main cities of the two forces gathered again. This time, it could be said that they had all gathered. Almost all the insightful Emptiness Realm experts of the two forces had left for battle. The Eternal Fire Lark clan won't give up. Kill them all. Furious roars came from the experts and disciples of the two forces, and their faces were filled with excitement and killing intent. They raised their heads and looked forward. The dazzling divine-like medicine master and weapon master floated in the sky. The strongest person of the two forces had personally led the two forces into battle. This time, the two forces were all out. "Let's go." The two forces that were second only to the Empire set off from their main cities and flew towards the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The two forces finally gathered at a location of 10,000 kilometers. A total of 200,000 people, over 10,000 insightful void rank experts. The remaining 190,000 people were all no less than rank 7 transcendents. This was the full strength of the two forces. This strength could easily rule a large area like this vast area. Now all the forces in the world think that our life and death pill workshop and holy item forging workshops retreat means that we admit defeat. What a joke! The weapon master, who was emitting terrifying fireworks all over his body, revealed a cold expression as he said indifferently to the medicine master. That mysterious assassin organization is indeed very strong. It has disrupted some of our plans. The medicine master's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. It is indeed a problem. If they were hired by the Firecloud Sparrow clan, it would be easier to deal with them. However, if they are from the Firecloud Sparrow clan, it would be a little troublesome. At that time, we will have to deal with them personally for a period of time. The weapon master nodded indifferently. A sudden appearance of an assassin organization completely disrupted their plans. They originally wanted to waste another half a year with the Firecloud Sparrow clan. After the Sacred Fire clan left, they would directly take action. However, the appearance of the mysterious assassin organization made the two grit their teeth and immediately decided to take action. Within these 2 days, after they dealt with the Sacred Fire clan and the Demon God tribe, they immediately led their disciples out in full force. However, they did not place too much importance on an assassin organization. At worst, they would personally take action and fight against this assassin organization. 2 longevity experts and an assassin organization would fight against each other. There were not many assassin organizations that could withstand this. The 2 legions of 200,000 mighty experts quickly flew directly in the direction of the Firecloud Sparrow clan. When the 2 top experts of the continent, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, announced that they would attack the Firecloud Sparrow clan. When they led their legions and left, all the forces on the continent were shocked. Didn't they just leave? Why did they suddenly leave? The Tool Master and the Medicine Master went out personally. It seems that they are ready to fight the Firecloud Sparrow clan this time. With the strength of the 2 forces, they will suffer heavy losses even if they destroy the Firecloud Sparrow clan. Right? All the forces of different sizes on the Transcendent Continent were surprised when they heard the news. However, when they thought about the battle between the 2 forces, they felt relieved. All the forces were paying attention to their battle. This included the losses of the 2 powerful factions. After a year of battle, the 2 factions had suffered heavy losses. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were merchants. They didn't want to see such losses. If this continued, it would be a constant loss for them. Perhaps this was their determination to go all out. Moreover, some large factions knew that currently no powerful faction would help the Firecloud Sparrow clan. Even the Sacred Fire clan wouldn't. 2 longevity experts against 1 longevity expert had a powerful advantage. All the factions could predict that a fierce battle would ensue. What? 2 large factions are rushing towards us. The news was quickly transmitted to the Firecloud Sparrow race. After receiving this news, all the Firecloud Sparrow clan members had solemn expressions on their faces. It's the Patriarch. The news has been confirmed. The 2 big forces are currently about 100,000 kilometers away from us. The Medicine Master and Weapon Master are personally leading the army. They are expected to rush over tomorrow morning. Within the Fire Cloud Mountain, all the Fire Cloud Sparrow upper echelons had gathered and reported to Patriarch Feng Yun. Are they the only 2 factions? Feng Yun frowned and asked with a solemn expression. According to our information, they are the only 2 factions. We haven't seen any other factions. There hasn't been any activity from the Fiend Celestial tribe. An elder said, Patriarch, the Fiend Celestial tribe was wiped out by young Master Wang with a single move. Could it be that the Fiend Celestial tribe is pressuring the 2 factions? Furthermore, they are afraid that young Master Wang's assassin organization will enter their lair and carry out assassinations. Queen Firecloud guessed. It's possible, but there's another possibility. The Fiend Celestial tribe has been invited by them. Patriarch Fengyan said as he prepared for the worst. The Fiend Celestial tribe is making a move? There's no need for the Fiend Celestial tribe to participate in this war, right? Their strength is comparable to the alliance between the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. A clan elder frowned and guessed. Under normal circumstances, if they don't have a deep grudge against our Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe, there's no need for them to make a move. Feng Yun nodded slowly. Order everyone to leave Volcano City and enter the Fire Cloud Mountain Range. Feng Yun continued to order. We have to make a final decision. Yes, Patriarch. The Fire Cloud Sparrow elders immediately nodded. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A rapid phoenix cry came from within the Fire Cloud Mountain Range. The Fire Cloud Sparrows that were more than 10 meters in size flapped their flaming wings and flew towards the Fire Cloud City. Within the Fire Cloud City, there were many clan elders standing. All Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples, listen up. Bring all your items and retreat to the Fire Cloud Mountain Range. Tomorrow morning, prepare for battle. A clan elder's voice enveloped the entire Volcano City, causing the entire city to be silent for 2 seconds. Disciples, listen up. Within the Volcano City, many insightful Void Tier experts were slightly shocked and immediately responded loudly. All disciples, take all your items and prepare to retreat. Retreat to the Fire Cloud Mountain Range, prepare to face the enemy tomorrow. The profound Void Martial experts immediately carried out their orders. At this moment, the faces of all the members of the Fiery Cloud Sparrow clan revealed a shocked expression. They listened to the orders one after another and were somewhat stunned. What's going on? Didn't the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop retreat? What's going on? Could it be that the two major forces are making a comeback? The entire Volcano City was in an uproar. Everyone started to pack up their items with solemn expressions and quickly retreated into the Flaming Cloud Mountain Range. Many people had already guessed the answer. If they retreated into the Fire Cloud Mountain Range, the two great factions would most likely attack them. It was very likely that the Weapon Master and Medicine Master would also attack this time. Elder Hui, the clan elder, has sent a message saying that the two great factions, Life and Death, and the Sacred Relic, will attack us in full force tomorrow morning. The clan elder has informed us not to leave for the time being and to wait for a suitable opportunity. When the time comes, we can immediately leave. In an incomparably luxurious manner in Volcano City, for elders were gathered in a room. An elder spoke. When the time comes, what time? An elder frowned slightly. They had come to support the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan this time. According to the clan's orders, they only needed to temper themselves. It was completely impossible for them to risk their lives for the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Now that the two great forces had come to kill them, it was impossible for them not to risk their lives at this time. The clan elder didn't say in detail. He only said that there would be an opportunity. When the time comes, we can just leave. It's possible. The Medicine Master, the Weapon Master, and our forefathers secretly said it. The elder hesitated for a moment and guessed. Since the clan elder has said so, then nothing will happen. Tomorrow morning, we will act according to the circumstances. I didn't expect that the two great factions would actually go all out and fight to the death with the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The four elders spoke in slight shock. Sacred Fire Clan members, please follow us and retreat to the Fire Cloud Mountain Range. We will have to trouble you for tomorrow's battle. An elder came to the Sacred Fire Clan's manor and directly shouted towards the inside. Haha, it's no trouble at all. We will immediately retreat with you. I believe that even if the two great factions attack tomorrow, we will be able to hold them back outside. An elder frowned when he heard the voices outside. However, he laughed out loud as he spoke. Everyone knew that the Sacred Fire Clan owed the Fire Lark Clan a favor. The reason why they came this time was also because of this favor. If they didn't return this favor, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of the Sacred Fire Clan. The title of being ungrateful would probably be placed on the Sacred Fire Clan. What happened? Wuxia stood at his residence in the Fire Cloud Mountain Range and looked at the city in front of him. When he heard the voice from there, he frowned slightly. Elder Huiguduo, Wuxia called out softly to the side. Young Master Wang, what are your orders? Soon, Elder Huiguduo appeared and asked Wuxia immediately. What happened? Wuxia pointed to the front and asked. Young Master Wang, The weapon master and the medicine master have led all the experts and disciples to attack us. They are expected to arrive here tomorrow morning. With the array formation of Volcano City, it is impossible to defend against them. Therefore, all the disciples have to retreat to the Fiery Cloud Mountain range. Elder Huiguduo said with a dark expression. The two longevity experts have personally led their subordinates to attack us. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. The last thing he wanted to see had happened. Currently, he was still some distance away from the realm of longevity. Now that the two major forces were attacking them, the Fiery Cloud Sparrow clan would definitely be at a disadvantage. They could only rely on the Fiery Cloud Mountain range to defend themselves. Why did the two major forces suddenly attack with all their might? Wang Xian frowned. His expression was a little ugly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Time passed slowly. When Wang Xian stood at the entrance for more than 10 minutes, towering flames rose from the Fire Cloud Mountain range. The terrifying flames formed a defensive circle. The top of the mountain peak was filled with the Fire Cloud Sparrow race's experts and disciples. The terrifying flames formed a natural barrier. These flames are equivalent to a natural formation. If the army wants to rush over, they must destroy these flames. Wang Xian looked at the flame barrier and thought to himself, tomorrow morning, the moment of life and death for us fire larks will come. The army of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, led by two longevity experts, will have a final battle with us. Our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is fearless. If they dare to come, we will kill them back. A voice filled with authority came from the center. Wang Xian looked over. Feng Yun, who was dressed in a fiery red robe and holding a phoenix staff, was standing there. Beside him, all the experts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan were standing around him. Each of their faces were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Some people say that we were the ones who clashed with the two great forces in the beginning. Some of these things as the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's oldest and strongest expert I can't say. But what I, Feng Yun, want to say is that the blood and lives of our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan today are for our faith. Tomorrow, regardless of whether we win or lose, we will fight to the death. We are the Fire Cloud personal guards who once commanded the winds and clouds. We are the famous fire cloud on the transcendent continent. Boom! Chirp, chirp. A terrifying aura shot up from Feng Yun's body towards the sky. The fire cloud was in the sky as the Fire Cloud Sparrow chirped. Her face was filled with determination. Remember, we are the famous Fire Cloud personal guards. We are the famous Fire Cloud. Tomorrow we will fight. Even if we die, we cannot lose our name. A clan elder raised the flaming broadsword in his hand and shouted loudly. Fight, even if we die, we cannot lose the prestige of our Fire Cloud. Kill, we are the Fire Cloud personal guards. We are the famous Fire Cloud. The heroes were furious. On the Fire Cloud Mountain range, there were more than 10 million experts and disciples standing there. They raised their hands with faces full of excitement. Their eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit and killing intent. They were the famous Fire Cloud Guards. They were the Fire Cloud Guards that accompanied the great Empress in establishing the empire. The Fire Cloud clan used to be so glorious. They fought for 1,000,000 miles and were famous. All the disciples of the Fire Cloud clan took pride in joining the Fire Cloud personal guards. Tomorrow they would fight for the word Fire Cloud. Even if they died, they could not let the prestige of the word be lost. All the experts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had made preparations. What did the two great factions have to fear? When the flames burned, they could burn the sky. The entire sky exploded. An unprecedented fighting spirit filled the Fire Cloud Mountain range. All the experts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow stood in the center, their eyes fixed on the front, not moving at all. On the surrounding mountain peaks, all the disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow also stood there quietly, holding their weapons tightly. They were waiting for the arrival of the enemy. TSK, the Empress has already fallen for almost 2,000 years. Do you really think that you are still the Fire Cloud's personal guards from back then? Hearing the Fire Cloud Sparrow ancestors' words that were filled with fighting spirit and looking at the Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples who were filled with fighting spirit, the members of the Sacred Fire clan curled their lips. A faint trace of disdain appeared on their faces. When the Empress was still around, your Fire Cloud Sparrow clans might shook the transcendent continent. However, the Empress was already dead, the Fire Cloud personal guards were removed, and you all withdrew from the Phoenix dynasty. How could you still have the grace of the past? Perhaps after tomorrow morning, the entire Fire Cloud Sparrow clan will become a thing of the past. The 4 sacred Fire Clan elders looked at each other and said in a low voice. Although the information they received was very vague, they vaguely guessed that this time the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan would be unable to escape. As expected of the personal guard of Feng Luan. Just this kind of spirit is rare and valuable. Wang Xian looked at the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan who was full of fighting spirit and felt a little touched. He moved his body and flew directly toward the center. All the experts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan were standing there. 9,000 void interpretation experts were guarding the Fire Cloud Patriarch and the elders. Huayun is soaring into the sky. The Huayun Sparrow clan is truly admirable. Wang Xian came in front of Feng Yun and said sincerely, Young Master Wang. Young Master Wang. Brother Wang Xian. When Feng Yun and the rest saw Wang Xian flying over, they immediately shouted. Hualuoi approached him and shouted softly as well. More than 10 million people on the surrounding mountains looked at Wang Xian. Some people immediately recognized him. He was a half-step Wanshou master who had instantly killed tens of thousands of people from the 2 major forces. He was the helper of the Fire Lark clan. Young Master Wang, there might be some danger tomorrow. You should leave immediately when the time comes. Feng Yun looked at Wang Xian and said directly. Senior Feng Yun, you don't have to worry about my matters. Don't worry. Wang Xian smiled and said directly. Around him, those Fire Sparrow clansmen who didn't know Wang Xian's identity were shocked when they heard his words. There were almost no people who spoke to their patriarch in such a manner. Young Master Wang Xian must be fine. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace even if I die. If there's any danger, young Master Wang, please leave immediately. Feng Yun shook her head and bowed to Wang Xian. Haha. Don't worry, Senior Feng Yun. There's no one on this continent that I, Wang Xian, am afraid of. Wang Xian laughed out loud. Show off. Let's see if you can put on a show when the Medicine Master and the Vessel Master arrive. The young men from Lai Hanshan said with an awkward expression. However, very soon everyone from the Sacred Flame clan raised their heads abruptly. Today, I, Wang Xian, will bring along the Dragon Spike to experience the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Forging Workshop of the Sacred Items. Wang Xian's voice continued to ring out. He waved his arm to the upper right. Buzz buzz buzz. Numerous illusory white shadows appeared in the void. 500 shadows flickered in the sky for a moment before slowly disappearing into the sky. After that, the experts standing within the Fire Cloud Mountain range and the Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples all saw the shadows that flashed past. This is that mysterious assassin organization. An exclamation sounded from the Sacred Fire Clan's elder. The 4 elders stared fixedly at the sky. They could vaguely see 400 to 500 figures disappearing into the surrounding space. Is this the assassin organization that assassinated over 4,000 insightful void martial experts and millions of people from the 2 major powers in a single night? Heavens, so the 2 major powers left because of Lord Wang. Just now, those phantoms appeared directly, and now they've completely disappeared. This is too terrifying. No wonder they were able to cause everyone in Fengtian City to leave in fear in a single day. So these are Lord Wang's subordinates. Heavens, I can't even discover them now. This is simply too terrifying. Shocked and excited voices came from the mouths of the Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples. Even the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan elders, deacons, and the other profound void martial experts looked at the white figure that had suddenly appeared with faces full of shock. Just now, they hadn't noticed that there was someone in the sky to their right. Even Feng Yun's eyes revealed a trace of shock. She didn't know how that group of white figures had appeared. With Lord Wang and that group of mysterious and powerful assassins, we'll definitely be able to withstand the attacks of the 2 great forces. Some of the Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples were filled with excitement. A powerful and mysterious assassin organization had indeed boosted their confidence. Everyone looked at Wang Xian with respect and gratitude. This was their Fire Lark clan's true friend. A friend who could be friends with life and death. Young Master Wang. All right, I have made up my mind. I know what I should do. Feng Yun's eyes revealed a look of gratitude. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wang Xian. A bitter smile appeared on Feng Yun's face. In this world, the Empress was the only one who dared to interrupt him in such a domineering manner. Now, this young man in front of her had the qualifications to do so. It was likely that even the Empress would not be able to stop him from making his decision. In that case, I, Feng Yun, on behalf of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, thank you, young Master Wang. Feng Yun bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. Thank you, young Master Wang. Thank you, young Master Wang. The elders and deacons of the clan immediately bowed. The rest of the disciples also thanked him hurriedly. Wang Xian did not speak. He looked at the spot in front of him quietly and waited for the enemy to arrive. The rest of the people slowly turned their gazes over. Face the enemy. Fight. Only the members of the Sacred Fire Clan looked towards Wang Xian from time to time. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Time passed slowly. It was already late at night. A few hours passed very quickly. The sun gradually broke. Everyone was brewing in their hearts and waiting. Boom! 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 When the sun completely tore through the darkness, a terrifying aura with a strong killing intent charged straight at them. It's coming! The hearts of all the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan members trembled. They gripped their weapons tightly and stared ahead. Before they arrived, a terrifying killing intent had already been transmitted over. I am the medicine master of the Life and Death Pill Workshop. I have led all the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop from the Life and Death Pill Garden to exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. I am the weapon master of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. I have led all the disciples of the Holy Item Forging Workshop to come from the Weapon Peak to exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. At this moment, two extremely domineering voices came from the front. A figure that looked like the sun and a figure that seemed to carry an ocean appeared in everyone's line of sight. Behind them were 200,000 experts. The sunlight shone, and it was as if a god was leading the heavenly troops and generals to descend from the sky. An invincible aura charged over. Scarlet flames covered the sky. Azure light intersected with each other. One on the left and one on the right, two longevity-level experts stepped on the light and appeared in front of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The two experts seemed to occupy half of the sky. The 200,000 experts behind each emitted an intense killing intent as they stared at the front with ferocious expressions. The domineering aura of the Medicine Master and the Weapon Master contained an unquestionable voice that resounded throughout the entire sky. Extinguishing the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The Medicine Master and the Weapon Master stared over with icy cold eyes. They floated in the sky above Volcano City as their gazes landed on Feng Yun, who was at the very center. Hee. If you want to exterminate my Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, you don't have the strength to do so. No matter how declining our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is, it's not something that can be easily exterminated by just a few people. Feng Yun's eyes emitted a scorching light as he slowly raised the phoenix staff in his hand. Feng Yun, in the past few years, you have been making enemies with our Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Do you think that we are easy to bully? Do you still think that you are the famous Fire Cloud personal guard from back then? The Medicine Master stared at Feng Yun as he coldly shouted from afar. Personal guard of Fire Cloud. How can you hide in the Fire Cloud mountain range and not dare to come out? Hee. The Weapon Master sneered and mocked. Today, I will make you disappear like the city under your feet on this continent. As the Weapon Master spoke, a fiery red giant hammer that was emitting light appeared in his hand. He gently hammered down. Boom! An invisible energy charged down, and streaks of fiery light seemed to cause an earthquake. Boom! 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 Following that, a terrifying tremor and the sound of collapsing could be heard. From afar, all the buildings within a 100-kilometer radius quickly collapsed. With a single strike, the entire city turned into nothingness. Hiss, what terrifying strength. Is this the Wansho Master? He's too powerful. He destroyed a city with a single strike. This This is simply too powerful. Everyone was shocked when they saw the weapon master destroying a city with a single strike. Even Wang Xian had a hint of shock in his eyes. He could only flee when he encountered a Wanshou master. Haha, weapon master. Don't be so cocky. Even if you and the medicine master attack together today, I, Feng Yun, am not afraid of you. I want to see if the two of you can defeat me together. At this moment, Feng Yun, who was standing on the central mountain peak, laughed out loud. There was not the slightest fear on her face. Waves of powerful aura caused the flames in the sky to condense into a fire cloud. One person against two opponents of the same level, there was not the slightest fear. Fight, our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is not afraid of the two great factions. That's right. So what if it's two big forces? When the Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples saw the domineering patriarch, their faces were filled with endless fighting spirit. They had Patriarch Phoenix Cloud, the powerful and mysterious young Master Wang, and the assassin organization. So what if it was two big forces? What was there to be afraid of? If they were strong, they would have exterminated their Fire Cloud Sparrow long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. All the disciples raised the weapons in their hands and roared loudly. All members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Today is the day you die. Disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, prepare to kill the enemy. Disciples of the Holy Item Forging Workshop, prepare to kill the enemy. When the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop heard the voices of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, they immediately roared ferociously. Kill! The 200,000 disciples' earth-shaking killing cries rang out. After today, there will be no more Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The medicine master's face revealed a cold expression. He waved the scepter in his hand, and an enormous sea beast instantly condensed in the sky. The azure-colored water energy beast's body had reached a radius of 10 kilometers, and it directly attacked in front. HMPH fire clouds are in the sky. No one can extinguish our flames. Feng Yun's expression was ice-cold. He waved the scepter in his hand and an incomparably huge fire phoenix directly attacked the azure beast. ZZZ. The sound of melting was heard, and the azure beast quickly disappeared. This is the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's home ground. Standing inside, their strength can increase by a lot. The weapon master saw that the medicine master's attack was easily blocked and said indifferently, I don't know where you get your courage from. You want to destroy our Fire Cloud Sparrow with just your strength? Wishful thinking. Feng Yun took 2 steps forward and the staff in her hand heavily landed on the mountain peak. Is that so? Then I want to give it a try too. The weapon master looked at the medicine master and the two nodded. Dharma Idol, blazing flame hammer. Dharma Idol sky sea. The two shouted, and the giant flaming hammer in the weapon master's hand swung toward the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The magic staff in the medicine master's hand pointed in the air, and an enormous ocean appeared. The two attacks directly attacked the Fire Cloud mountain range. Double Phoenix spread wings. Feng Yun waved the magic staff in his hand and the firelight around the Fire Cloud mountain range condensed into 2 enormous wings. The clear wings and enormous wings directly met the 2 attacks. Boom! Boom! An earth-shaking sound rang out once again. The attacks of the medicine master and the weapon master were once again blocked. Blocked! Our ancestor blocked it again. Haha, the Fire Cloud mountain range is our territory. Once the array formation is activated, our ancestors' strength will increase by a lot. With their strength, it's impossible for them to charge in. When the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan saw this scene, excitement appeared on their faces. When the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop saw this scene, they frowned slightly. Their expressions were somewhat unsightly. If they couldn't break through the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's defenses this time, then they would lose a lot of face. They went out in full force, but in the end they left dejectedly. After all, the Fire Cloud Personal Guards are the Fire Cloud Personal Guards. The Fire Cloud mountain range was once personally modified by the Great Empress. Once the formation is activated, the Wind Cloud Forefather alone inside can completely block the attacks of 2 longevity experts. Even if the Great Empress isn't here and the Firecloud personal guard has retreated, the Firecloud Sparrow clan is still not something that can be easily destroyed. Without 2 or more longevity experts, don't even think about breaking through the Firecloud mountain range's defenses. At this moment, several spies from other factions were hiding in the void several hundred kilometers around the Firecloud mountain range. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had all come out to exterminate the Firecloud Sparrow clan. This had attracted the attention of all the factions. The 5 great empires and other factions had all sent people to watch this battle. They used some arrays to look at the location of the battlefield. When they saw that Patriarch Feng Yun had easily withstood the attacks of the 2 great factions, they discussed amongst themselves. Kiki, it's not good to peep here. Just as the people from the various factions were discussing, a voice suddenly sounded in their ears. The scouts from all the factions trembled slightly and their faces were instantly filled with cold sweat. Kiki, I'm coming. The sky instantly darkened, and the dawn sky seemed to instantly turn dark. An arrogant and unruly smile sounded in the sky. Jie, I'm coming. A wild voice resounded through the heavens and earth. The voice was filled with darkness and wildness. The darkness that accompanied it covered a radius of several hundred kilometers. The scouts from the other forces all had pale expressions on their faces. This is an expert at the longevity realm. Who is he? What is he here for? What a terrifying aura. What a powerful domain. He actually covered an area of several hundred kilometers. Heavens, who is this person? All the scouts of the various factions roared in fear. However, what made them sigh in relief was that the expert did not attack them. This caused their expressions, which were filled with fear, to slowly recover. They let out a heavy breath. Although they hadn't seen him, the bloody aura of this expert was obvious that he wasn't a good person. Jie, I'm coming. Similarly, this voice echoed in the sky above the Firecloud mountain range. The arrogant voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Oh, what a terrifying voice. This is the voice of a longevity expert. A Wancho expert is flying over. When the disciples of the Firecloud Sparrow clan heard this sound, their expressions instantly changed, and they hurriedly looked forward. The group of Firecloud Sparrow higher-ups slowly frowned and their expressions became solemn. They looked forward, watching as a stretch of darkness invaded over. The area covered by the darkness reached a radius of several hundred kilometers. Is this the opportunity that the clan elder and the others spoke of? It really isn't that simple. The 2 great factions have come prepared. Everyone from the Sacred Fire clan looked towards the darkness. Their pupils constricted slightly and their faces revealed a shocked expression. Hee. When the medicine master and the weapon master heard this incomparably arrogant voice, a trace of a smile appeared on their faces. They glanced at the darkness that was rapidly surging over from behind, and their gazes fell on Feng Yun. The Firecloud Sparrow clan is indeed worthy of being the Firecloud personal guard of the past. However, since our 2 great factions have come out in full force, we have already made complete preparations. Since we say that we will exterminate your Firecloud Sparrow clan, then we will exterminate your Firecloud Sparrow clan. The weapon master's expression was slightly malevolent as he roared loudly. Not good. Feng Yun's pair of fiery eyes stared in the direction of the darkness as his expression changed drastically. The expressions of everyone from the Firecloud Sparrow clan also changed drastically. They actually invited a longevity expert to act. All the Firecloud Sparrow disciples held tightly onto the weapons in their hands. Demon God, we are waiting for you. The medicine master turned his head and said with a smile toward the approaching darkness. Pa. We came on time. In the darkness of a few hundred kilometers, an old man dressed in black scale armor slowly walked out and said indifferently, Roar. Jie, you didn't even enter the door? Aren't you too useless? At this moment, another voice rang out from the darkness behind the black-scaled old man. At the same time, it was accompanied by the roars of beasts. As the voice rang out, 2 blurry, ferocious beasts appeared in everyone's line of sight. The 2 ferocious beasts had incomparably huge heads that were covered in thick black scales. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. The two heads were 5 meters in size. Gradually, a black proud sun appeared. There was a blurry figure among the proud sun. That figure was lying lazily on the chair, looking at the sky as if he was traveling. Hiss, that's a black-scaled dragon-armored beast, a half-step to longevity-level black-scaled dragon-armored beast. My god! What an evil aura. This should be the demon god of the 9-god empire's demon god tribe. In front of them, all the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop saw 2 figures and 2 terrifying fierce beasts in the darkness and sucked in a breath of cold air. The closer they were, the more they could feel that evil aura which made them feel extremely uncomfortable. After all, they were once the personal guards of the Fire Cloud Mountain Range. The Fire Cloud Mountain Range was once modified by the Great Empress. When the Medicine Master and the Weapon Master heard the derisive voice of the Devil God sitting on the black-scaled dragon-armored beast, they were not the least bit angry as they spoke indifferently. After they finished speaking, they looked at the black-scaled elder standing in front of the black-scaled dragon-armored beast and nodded. This person was once a devil god of the Devil God tribe. Now he had taken the position of clan leader. Haha, what Fire Cloud personal guard? What Great Empress? Let me cultivate for a few years. Even if the Great Empress is still alive, she must kneel in front of me. At this moment, the voice sitting on the throne suddenly sat up and shouted unscrupulously. The voice was filled with arrogance and a domineering aura that dared to compete with the heavens. When everyone heard the words of this devil god, their hearts trembled. How arrogant was this? Shut up! Don't dare to insult our empress. When Feng Yun heard the words of the figure in the darkness, she growled with an embarrassed expression. Even though the current situation had completely exceeded her expectations, even if the enemy was stronger than her, she was still filled with anger and killing intent when she heard someone insulting the empress. Kiki, you're really loyal. The figure in the darkness laughed loudly when he heard Feng Yun's angry voice that was filled with killing intent. His voice was a little sharp, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable. Make your move as soon as possible. I won't make a move. I'll leave it to the 3 of you. The voice in the darkness continued. The lazy words made the faces of all the Fire Cloud Sparrow clansmen extremely unsightly. At the same time, they were also incomparably terrified. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had actually invited the Demon God Tribe's longevity experts. Moreover, there were 2 of them. A total of 2. How could they resist 4 longevity experts? The 3 of us are enough. Clan leader Demon, please lend us a hand. The Weapon Master looked at the black-scaled elder in front of the Black Shadow and said, All right, the little Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe is nothing to be afraid of. Since our Demon God tribe has made a move, even if the Great Empress returns, they will be destroyed. The black-scaled elder rarely spoke, but when he opened his mouth, he was still filled with dominance. Of course, he was slightly inferior to the figure in the darkness. Haha! Fire Cloud Sparrow race, prepare to die! The Medicine Master laughed maniacally, his face filled with malevolence and excitement as he stared at the Fire Cloud Mountain range in front of him. All Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples below Transcendent Rank 7 enter the depths of the Fire Cloud Mountain range and flee. When Feng Yun saw that the other party had 2 more longevity experts, she took a deep breath and said with a determined look on her face, No, Patriarch, we want to live and die with the Fire Cloud Sparrow race. That's right, so what if it's the Demonic God tribe? We will live and die with the Fire Cloud Sparrow race. Some of the disciples' faces were pale, but they shouted loudly with incomparable determination. Obey the orders. The elders shouted sternly with ugly expressions. The 2 longevity experts who suddenly appeared in the Fiend Celestial tribe were doomed. As many as could escape, they would. Those below Transcendent Rank 7 could not be of much help. Patriarch Feng Yun, we want to leave this place. It's not that we don't want to help you, but in the current situation, even our Patriarch can't do anything. Just then, the voice of the elder of the Sacred Flame clan rang out. Patriarch Feng Yun, we want to leave this place. It's not that we don't want to help you, but with the current situation, even our Patriarch can't do anything about it. Within the Fire Cloud Mountain range, the voice of the Sacred Fire clan elder suddenly rang out. The eyes of the four elders flickered. They knew that this was the opportunity that the clan elder had spoken to them about. With the current situation, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was completely hopeless. Under the attack of the Demon God tribe, the four longevity experts would besiege the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan would disappear from the stage of the continent today. Under the current situation, they had every reason to withdraw from this war. In this way, the others would not say that their sacred fire clan was ungrateful. They had done what they had to do. On the mountain peaks, everyone's gaze fell on the sacred fire clan. The Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples and experts' eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Everyone knew how their patriarch had treated the sacred fire clan back then. They also knew how the sacred fire clan had treated them now. Go back and tell your patriarch that the thing I, Feng Yun, regret the most is saving her life and saving your sacred fire clan. Ungrateful clan, get lost. Feng Yun's gaze turned towards everyone from the sacred fire clan. His face was incomparably cold as he directly opened his mouth to speak. When everyone from the sacred fire clan heard his words, their expressions changed slightly and their hearts were somewhat angry. Go! An elder from the sacred fire clan expressionlessly said to all the disciples. Lord Medicine Master, Lord Weapon Master, our sacred fire clan has no enmity with you. Please let us leave. The sacred fire clan directly flew towards the outside. Seeing the four incomparably terrifying figures and the 200,000-strong army in front, an elder respectfully said, Ha ha ha! Don't worry, we won't attack you. Our two great factions have no enmity with the Sacred Fire Clan. The Medicine Master looked at the Sacred Fire Clan's 2,000-plus people and laughed loudly as he directly said, their two great factions had long since negotiated with the Sacred Fire Clan. Naturally, they would not offend the Sacred Fire Clan. Thank you, Medicine Master. Everyone from the Sacred Fire Clan heaved a sigh of relief. They immediately flew out and passed through the Fire Cloud Mountain Range's fire defense. Ungrateful thing. I wish your race to be exterminated. The most shameless person in the entire continent is your Sacred Fire Clan. Seeing the Sacred Fire race leave, the Fire Cloud Sparrow race's experts and disciples cursed loudly from behind with ugly expressions. Each and every ugly word caused the Sacred Fire race's disciples' expressions to change drastically. HMPH calling us shameless, isn't it even more shameless to betray the Phoenix dynasty? That's right, a race that is about to be exterminated. Do you really think that they are the famous and powerful Fire Cloud personal guards of the past? A race that is about to disappear. Shut your mouths. The Sacred Fire Clan members flew dozens of kilometers away. Some of the disciples were a little angry as they directly cursed at the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Each sentence made the Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples even angrier. HMPH. A Fire Cloud Sparrow that is about to disappear. And you still want us to risk our lives for you. The four elders did not stop them, mumbling as they stood at the side and watched coldly. Feng Yun did not take another look after she left the Sacred Fire tribe. She could only blame herself for being blind to this ungrateful tribe. Young Master Wang, take your men and leave. You must not get into any trouble. From now on, our Fire Lark tribe will deal with it ourselves. Feng Yun turned her head and looked at Wang Xian, who was beside her. At this moment, the situation was no longer something that Wang Xian could change. At this moment, even if another longevity expert came, he might not be able to stop the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan from being exterminated. Young Master Wang, you can leave as soon as possible. You can take revenge for us in the future. We believe that young Master Wang has the ability to do so. Young Master Wang, you should leave quickly. The Queen of Fire Cloud and the clan elders also spoke hurriedly. Wang Xian stood there motionlessly. He didn't say anything either. His eyes were sparkling as he stared at the figure in the darkness ahead. Young Master Wang, please leave quickly. Otherwise, the Queen of Fire Cloud urged him again. However, Wang Xian didn't say anything. He continued to stand there. Young Master Wang, what kind of relationship do you have with our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan? At this moment, our matriarch, the Queen, and the clan elders asked him to leave, but he didn't leave. That's right. A friend like young Master Wang is a true friend. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Compared to young Master Wang, the Holy Fire clan is nothing. When everyone from the Fire Lark clan saw Wang Xian standing there firmly, their faces were filled with respect and admiration. Compared to young Master Wang, the difference between the Holy Fire clan and the Holy Fire clan was simply too great. Young Master Wang. No need, I know what to do. At this moment, Feng Yun spoke again anxiously. However, her words were interrupted by Wang Xian once again. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Haha, if you want to escape, none of you Fire Larks will be able to escape today. The weapon master's cold voice came from the front. He slowly raised the giant hammer in his hand. The flames on it began to burn and his entire body was completely surrounded by the flames. The flames spread and covered the surroundings. Today, all members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan will die. The medicine master raised the staff in his hand. His surroundings were covered by azure-colored water energy. The black-scaled elder took 2 steps forward. The dark energy on his body was activated. Haha! Let's exterminate the entire race. Fire Cloud Sparrow. Leave no one alive. Below, the 200,000-strong army of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were holding their weapons tightly as they waited for the elder's orders. They were ready to start a war. Could erupt at any time. The might of the longevity experts and the might of the 200,000-strong army charged towards the Fire Cloud Sparrow. This made everyone's breathing quicken. Mo Sha. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was standing on the Fire Cloud Mountain range, suddenly shouted 2 words. His voice reverberated across the sky and everyone heard it clearly. When these 2 words were heard, the black-scaled elder was slightly stunned. The demon god, who was lying leisurely in the sedan chair in the darkness, froze and immediately sat up. Upon hearing this voice, he immediately knew who the owner was. He cursed inwardly that he had seen a ghost, but he didn't panic too much. After all, the current him was not under the control of that fellow. Furthermore, with his strength, it was a piece of cake for him to kill that fellow. Hee hee. A chuckle rang out from Wang Xian's mouth. He looked at the figure who didn't react after sitting up and gently touched the location of his heart. You used my heart to create blood, strengthen your bloodline, and even comprehend darkness. You are a little disobedient. Back then, I told you not to have any devious ideas, but you didn't listen to me. Hee hee. Wang Xian said with a smile. His heart of light and darkness moved slightly. At this moment, the figure who sat up trembled. He felt that the blood in his body was out of control. A wave of pressure came from his bloodline. When Mo Sha led an old man and flew over like a demon god, Wang Xian recognized him. In the vast area, the hunchbacked old man who asked Wang Xian to help him expel the dark soul in his body. The old man with the strength of the 9th level of the see-through void tier with turbid eyes. A fellow who could be called an old devil. If it wasn't for Wang Xian who was able to suppress him, Mo Sha would definitely not listen to him like that. In fact, at the beginning, Mo Sha was prepared to kidnap him. When he recognized Mo Sha, he suddenly sensed an extremely familiar aura. This aura came from the heart of light and darkness. His body contained the blood and some energy of the heart of light and darkness. The heart of light and darkness was the heart of the divine dragon king of light and darkness. He was a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the universe. In the heart of light and darkness, there was the great Tao of light and darkness. When Wang Xian injected the heart into Mo Sha's body, he used the heart of light and darkness to temper his bloodline. It elevated his bloodline to a terrifying level. In addition, from the heart of light and darkness, he had learned a lot about the cultivation path of darkness. He had even learned the method to ignite the divine fire to build his divine kingdom and become a god. As long as he had sufficient resources, he could continue to improve. However, the heart of light and darkness had been completely fused by Wang Xian. The tempered blood of Mo Sha was completely under the control of the heart of light and darkness. Wang Xian could instantly strip the blood from Mo Sha's body and make him die instantly. He could also use the heart of light and darkness to suppress his will. Wang Xian gently touched his heart and stared at the figure who stood up in the darkness with a smile on his face. At this moment, Emosha's body was trembling violently. He could feel the motionless blood all over his body, and his expression changed drastically. When he heard Wang Xian's words, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. He was still filled with fear towards Wang Xian, especially the heart of light and darkness. If not for the fear of the terror of the heart of light and darkness, he would have killed his way to the vast area and snatched it away after he became the demon lord. Damn it! I have already stopped heading to the vast area. It's just fear in my heart. Now, I still can't escape from this fellow's palm. Emosha felt that he was about to cry. Looking at the smiling young man, the corner of his mouth twitched. I shouldn't have come here. Fuck, why did I come here? Emosha wished he could slap his face a few times. Shut up. How dare you call us by our demonic god's name? I will tear you into pieces and let you enjoy the pain of being bitten by evil spirits. The old man in black scales was stunned. He shouted at Wang Xian with a cold expression. To dare to call them by their demonic god's name was an unforgivable crime. Do it. Leave no one in there alive. The owner of the weapon raised the huge hammer in his hand and shouted loudly with a ferocious expression. Oh! Wang Xian looked at the black-scaled old man and the owner of the weapon and raised his eyebrows. However, when Emosha heard the black-scaled old man's words and saw Wang Xian's gaze, his body trembled. Damn it! He nearly peed his pants. Shut the fuck up! Emosha hurriedly growled in a low voice. He glared fiercely at the black-scaled old man who was flattering him and flew towards Wang Xian. The demon god wants to do it himself? The black-scaled old man didn't see Emosha's gaze. When he saw him flying over, he was stunned. Humph, you dare to call our Lord Devil God by his name. You are courting death. It is your honor to be able to make our Lord Devil God kill him personally. The black-scaled old man slightly raised his head and coldly looked at the weapon master and medicine master by the side. He continued, Today, it is your honor to be able to see our Lord Devil God personally attack. Witness the power of our Lord Devil God. He continued to suck up to Emosha. As the former Devil God of the Devil God tribe, he could be said to be shamelessly sucking up now. There was nothing he could do. Ever since Emosha returned, he had crushed him time and time again. Now he was completely subservient. He did not have the slightest bit of disloyalty. However, what he did not see was that his few bootlicking nearly caused Emosha, who was flying over, to stumble and fall to the ground. His pitch-black face was filled with the desire to turn around and kill this talkative fellow. All right. Then let's see the strength of the Devil God. Hee. I thought that the Devil God wouldn't have to personally act today. Now I am truly honored. The weapon master and the medicine master smiled when they heard the black-scaled old man's words and said in unison, I heard that this Lord Devil God is extremely terrifying. He has been training outside for more than 1,000 years. Now, when he returns, he has directly defeated the old Devil God. That Lord Black-Scaled should be the old Devil God. For this Lord to be so convinced, I'm afraid that Lord Devil God's strength is extremely terrifying. That's only natural. This is the Nine-God Empire's Devil God, one of the 9 gods. He is one of the most powerful top-notch experts in the transcendental continent. That Patriarch Fenglun is probably not a match for this demon god. Below, all the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were discussing. Their eyes were fixed on the demon god's imposing figure. Good. Kill him. That guy is the leader of the mysterious assassin organization. He dares to call the demon god by his name. What mysterious assassin organization? What young Master Wang? All of them must die. The disciples of the Sacred Flame Clan who were watching the battle from dozens of kilometers away roared in excitement. It is said that this new demon god of the demon god tribe is very terrifying. I wonder how strong he is. Watch him carefully and report to the higher-ups when we return. The scouts who were hiding within a radius of hundreds of kilometers stared at this scene closely. Everyone was filled with curiosity towards this new demon god who controlled the demon god tribe. Young Master Wang, please run. Feng Yun's expression changed drastically when she saw this demon god rushing over. she quickly said to Wang Xian. He actually dared to rush over by himself. Doesn't he think highly of the Fire Lark tribe? At the same time, she stared at Mo Sha and raised the staff in her hand with a face full of anger. Senior Feng Yun. Looking at Feng Yun, who was about to make a move on Mo Sha, Wang Xian waved his arm and pressed the staff down. Feng Yun was slightly stunned. She looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. Don't make a move, Wang Xian said to Feng Yun with a smile. He looked at Mo Sha, who was flying over, with a smile. Mo Sha's speed was terrifying. He was extremely fast. When he arrived in front of the Firecloud mountain range to defend against the fireworks, he dashed over. The fireworks, which could injure a person of the first level of longevity, did not leave any marks on his body. Upon seeing this scene, everyone from the Fire Lark clan was shocked. Young Master Wang, quick! The Fire Lark clan elders' faces changed drastically as they hurriedly stood in front of Wang Xian to block him. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Put on. Mo Sha flew over at a terrifying speed and knelt down immediately. That pong sound was crisp and crisp. Plop. There was a sound. It shocked everyone around. Everyone looked at Mo Sha, who was kneeling on the mountain peak, in disbelief. The group of Fire Lark elders who were standing beside Wang Xian were completely dumbfounded. They were on high alert. It turned out to be this situation. This. Gulp. Hiss. The sounds of stammering, swallowing, and gasping came from all around. Everyone widened their eyes and felt dizzy. Some of them even rubbed their eyes. What did they see? The extremely powerful half-step longevity beast. The terrifying evil existence of the Nine-God Empire's demon god. Actually knelt beside a youth. How the fuck was this possible? Especially the black-scaled old man. He had seen Mo Sha's strength and tyranny. His style of doing things was even more bizarre, as if he wanted to compete with the heavens. Now, in the entire demon god tribe, no one dared to disobey him. Just now, he had even said that he wanted to let everyone see how powerful their Lord Demon God was. But it suddenly became like this? This is it? Medicine Master and Tool Master also looked at this scene with faces full of disbelief, and their minds were somewhat muddled. What on earth was this demon god doing? Displaying true skill? The three longevity experts were all so shocked, not to mention the others. Wow, Boss Demon. I finally see you again. Mo Sha. Miss you to death. You have no idea. Ever since you were injured, I have been unable to sleep day and night. To be able to see you today, Boss Missouri, is truly a great honor and fate. Just when everyone's bodies were stiff and their faces were filled with shock, Mo Sha's voice suddenly rang out. No one could tell the emotions contained in his voice. However, his loud and disgusting words made everyone's faces look very interesting. This was the domineering demon god from earlier. Hee. At this moment, Wang Xian looked at Mo Sha, who was kneeling in front of him, and pursed his lips. He didn't expect Mo Sha to be so shameless. He rushed over and knelt on the ground. Furthermore, he could say such disgusting words. He smiled and walked slowly towards Mo Sha. TSK, this demon god. If I let you cultivate for a few more years, you would be able to kill the Empress even if she were to reincarnate. What's going on now? Wang Xian came before Mo Sha and looked down at Mo Sha, who was kneeling in front of him. He asked mockingly, Wow, Boss Missouri, have you forgotten about me? Don't you know that I, Mo Sha, like to brag the most? Boss Missouri, you are really a god who forgets things. Hee. Boss Missouri, let me introduce myself again. I am your little brother, Mo Sha. Here. I wish you a happy old age. Pong pong. The corner of Mo Sha's mouth twitched when he heard Wang Xian's words. However, he quickly squeezed out a smile and spoke loudly. As he spoke, he kowtowed at the same time. That sincere look of his seemed as though he was really a loyal little brother meeting his boss. He had no choice. Mo Sha didn't want to be so unscrupulous. However, his life was now in the hands of the other party. He still remembered how he wanted to kidnap Wang Xian to get rid of the dark soul in his body. In the end, he was killed instead. During that period of time, he lived like a dog. Mo Sha swore that he would never live like that again. However, he actually came to kill this demon. His underlings even shouted for him to unleash his might and kill him. What the fuck? Mo Sha's face was even darker than the lid of a pot. He was a wise man who knew how to adapt to circumstances. Now he was certain that his life was basically in Wang Xian's hands. At this moment, the most important thing was to appease his boss. As for his face, his life was important. How shameless. Huoluoer, who was standing not far away, looked at the imposing Mo Sha. She opened her mouth slightly and widened her eyes. She could not help but blurt out. The corners of the mouths of all the Fire Cloud Sparrow clansmen twitched when they heard Huoluoer's abrupt voice. Indeed, she was a little shameless. Many people were a little suspicious. Could this be the first element of being an expert? However, when they saw Mo Sha kneeling respectfully in front of their young master Wang, everyone was shocked and excited at the same time. What on earth is going on? At the front of the Fire Cloud Mountain range, the expressions of the medicine master and weapon master changed when they saw this scene. The majestic demon god of the demon god tribe actually knelt in fear towards a youth. He even called him boss demon and called himself little brother. This gave the two of them a very bad premonition, and this premonition was very strong. What's going on? The demon god of the demon god tribe and the young man of the fire lark tribe. Some of the disciples of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were extremely shocked. However, at the same time, they also had a bad premonition. Mo Sha, are you bringing people to help the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to destroy us? When Wang Xian saw the shameless Mo Sha, the corner of his mouth twitched. He asked with a faint smile on his face. How is that possible? I, Mo Sha, have been loyal to you my entire life. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Mo Sha hurriedly replied. Then, he turned his head and looked at the black-scaled elder. Mo Lin, get your ass over here right now. He shouted at the black-scaled elder. The black-scaled elder staggered slightly and squeezed out a smile on his face. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. Boss, he's here. As he spoke, he also flew towards the mountain range at a terrifying speed. When he passed through the firework defense, a pained expression appeared on his face. However, his speed wasn't the slightest bit slow as he flew directly in front of Mo Sha. Boss! Mo Lin forced a smile and was met with Mo Sha's cold gaze. Plop! Devil Scale was not a fool. With a plop, he immediately knelt down. Boss, my boss, how do you do? My name is Devil Scale. May I know boss's orders? He squeezed out a smile and shouted directly at Wang Xian. His words were a little clumsy. There was no other way. Mo Sha was subdued by Wang Xian. He was also subdued by Mo Sha. He was in a trance. It was like a dream. The Fire Lark tribe felt surreal when they saw the two Longevity Realm experts from the Demon God tribe kneeling in front of young Master Wang. These two powerful Longevity Realm experts had helped the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to exterminate the Fire Lark tribe. Now, they were actually kneeling here and calling themselves little brothers. Both of you, get up. Wang Xian said directly to Mo Sha and Mo Lin. Today was really a pleasant surprise. Yes, yes. Mo Sha laughed and stood up hurriedly. Mo Lin also stood up immediately. He felt that he was standing on Wang Xian's right and left. Tell me, why are both of you here today? Wang Xian looked at the two people on his left and right and asked with a smile. We heard that there are some reckless people who dared to provoke our boss. They traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to come here and help our boss kill the enemy. TSK, TSK, TSK.